Is this what you call detoxification when a man and a woman are engaging in adult affairs? The man whispered into her ear, "Remember, you provoked me first." And then, seductive sounds began to echo. Ha, ah. She suddenly jolted. Wait, I'm still a minor. Has anyone ever transmigrated as miserably as I have? She lamented while rolling on the ground in despair. I'm defiled. I'm defiled. My little white flower has been tainted. Not only had she lost her purity, but she had also turned into a child forced into an arranged marriage in the imperial palace, struggling to survive. On top of that, the crown prince despised her, carried a dog to the wedding ceremony, and subjected her to domestic violence after marriage. Do you even know how painful this is? She was constantly spanked by her husband every day. As a dignified saintess, why should she suffer such humiliation? No need to ask, it was that man. No need to guess, it was clearly after they got out of bed. No need to search, this person was her. Holding a doll that resembled the crown prince, she clenched her teeth and muttered, "Hey, handsome husband, the payment for detoxifying you should be finding me a man. I want a man to take care of me." He handed her a portrait of a cold-looking woman and said, "Find this woman for me to detoxify, and I will set you free." Looking closely at the portrait, she thought to herself, why does this person look a bit like me? Meanwhile, the crown prince also noticed the doll she was holding and had the exact same thought, why does this thing look like me? Pretending to be a little Lolita while nurturing a cold and aloof beauty, married first, fell in love later, sweetness overload. 5 minutes ago, she was still a special agent with a sizzling hot figure. A few minutes later, she had become a child. I have no chest. She grabbed her hair and cried out in frustration. All because of that damn fighter jet explosion, now I've transmigrated. And who should she hold accountable for this? Her magnificent chest was gone too. Wait, she suddenly remembered something. A beautiful, youthful girl appeared in her imagination. Wait a minute. When I transmigrated, I was still a young maiden. So why am I like this now? She waved her hands around in disbelief. She once had a slim waist, long legs, and even a man. She recalled, if I remember correctly, I even slept with a man. Clearly, he poisoned me, then looked down on me and tried to leave on purpose. He was already delirious, yet he had the audacity to boast that he was the most beautiful man in the world. Of course, I disagreed, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. And so, she pounced on him, her expression full of intoxicating allure. It's only fair that the one who drugged me takes responsibility. Under her seductive influence, he couldn't resist. Remember, you provoked me first. And what was meant to happen, happened. They spent a passionate, exhilarating time together. The more she thought about it, the more speechless she became. And so, she was flipped from guest to host. I'm defiled. I'm defiled. My little white flower has been tainted. She was so furious that she could have spewed fire from her mouth. It was all because of that damn faulty fighter jet. Returning to the present, she caught a familiar scent. Why does this smell so familiar? Looking down at her clothes, she gasped, isn't this the outfit of that masked man? Why am I wearing it? Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, Celeste Jr.'s sister. Luna, a disciple of Aqua Moon's sect, entered alongside another person, Elder Serafina. Why is there an outsider here? Are you all right? Luna asked, looking at her in shock. Who are you, and why are you in this secluded sacred land? Luna questioned. Hearing this, Elder Serafina responded, Luna, she is Celeste. Luna was taken aback. How is that possible? If Junior Sister Celeste has become like this, then what about her engagement with the Crown Prince? Could it be? Elder Seraphina interrupted Luna as she adjusted the girl's clothing. No need to worry about this matter, the sect leader will handle it. For now, take the other disciples to train. I need to speak with Celeste privately. Luna bowed. Understood, though her expression carried a hint of something sinister. Now, only the two of them remained. Elder Seraphina sat down, gently patted her head, and said, Celeste, I know you have lost your purity. Ha! She was utterly shocked. Elder Seraphina's expression turned serious. Listen carefully to what I am about to say, it concerns your life. Your current state has violated the forbidden art of frost blossom ice bones. This technique is highly incompatible with the concept of flawless jade. Once you lose your purity, a blood curse is triggered. 1. You turn into a child. 2. You lose your martial arts. 3. Your lifespan is reduced to only 3 years. Upon hearing this, her face darkened. Go on, I can handle it. Today is the 15th. For the next 3 years, on the 15th of each month, you will have a chance to temporarily return to your original state, Elder Seraphina explained. She sighed in relief, feeling somewhat comforted. In these 3 years, you must find the celestial marrow lotus. Then, use the blood of the man who took your purity as the catalyst. Only then can you break the blood curse and return to normal, Elder Seraphina continued. She stroked the girl's head again. Celeste, you are still very lovable, but unfortunately, you must leave. I cannot protect you. Where can I find this celestial marrow lotus? She asked. In the Imperial Palace. You must marry the Crown Prince according to the engagement agreement to obtain it. She was dumbfounded. Wait, so I was betrothed from birth. After speaking with Elder Seraphina, she finally grasped the situation. Her current body belonged to Celeste Aqua, the Saintess of Aqua Moon Cave. Because she had gone into seclusion immediately after joining the sect, none of the disciples recognized her except for the elders. As she walked along the path, she overheard murmurs around her. Is this really the Saintess? Why is she a child? You don't understand, the Saintess went into seclusion right after joining the sect. No one seemed to have discovered her true identity yet. She was secretly relieved, thinking it was better this way, less chance of her secret being exposed. She decided to familiarize herself with the other disciples first. With that in mind, she approached a group of female disciples and greeted them. Hello, senior sisters. I've wanted to meet you all for so long. Upon seeing her, they couldn't help but gush. The Saintess is so adorable. How old are you? Look at that little bun face, so cute. Luna stood silently nearby, saying nothing. Meanwhile, she continued cheerfully, Senior sister, do you know what my biggest flaw is? What is it? It's you, senior sister. The senior sister's heart melted at those words. She smiled playfully and continued, Senior sister, do you know where my heart is? On the left? Wrong. It's with you, senior sister. She thought to herself smugly, sweet-talking always works like a charm. Just as the conversation was getting lively, Elder Seraphina arrived and said, Celeste, tomorrow you will be married. The sect leader wishes to see you now. Hearing these words, the surrounding people couldn't help but whisper. The young saintess has to get married already. I heard she is engaged to the current crown prince and will become the future empress. Upon hearing these murmurs, Luna clenched her teeth in anger, thinking to herself. Why? Why is that wretched girl still being protected by the sect leader even after everything? The crown prince was supposed to be mine. Suddenly, a blue bird flew in and landed near Luna, startling her. In a bamboo forest, a handsome young man wearing a mask had just knocked Luna to the ground. She trembled, suppressed her pain, and knelt down. Master, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. The man coldly replied, you are quite capable, drugging your own sect saintess, concealing your identity, leading me there, and then arranging for people to catch us in the act. You wanted to ruin her engagement with the crown prince. Luna thought to herself. Could it be that he doesn't know what happened to that wretched girl yet? Although panicking inside, she maintained a respectful demeanor and tried to explain. Master, please don't blame me. That woman is not the real saintess. I knew you were afflicted with the passion poison, so I hurried to find a pure woman to help you. But I didn't expect the elders to suddenly appear. That woman is not the saintess. She continued, she's just an outer disciple and has already been expelled from the sect. Hearing this, he turned away and said, if you dare lie to me, I will tear you to pieces. Somewhere else, an elder led Celeste to meet the sect leader. As soon as he saw her, the sect leader smiled and said, Celeste, I know someone deliberately framed you this time. The training grounds of the Azure Water sect are a forbidden area. No outsiders should have been able to enter. As for that man, I will have someone investigate. Hearing this, she replied, thank you, sect leader. The sect leader handed her a small bottle of pills and said, tomorrow, you must get married. Right now, you have lost all your martial arts abilities, which will make things difficult for you. These 3 pills will restore your strength for an hour. Holding the bottle in her hand, Celeste thought to herself. Celestial Marrow Lotus might be in the royal palace, but that doesn't mean getting married is my only option. The sect leader continued, Celeste, I know you are unwilling, but as the saintess, your mission is to support the crown prince in becoming a wise ruler and bringing prosperity to the people. Hearing this, she cleverly responded. But, sect leader, with my current state, I fear I am not fit for such a role. Although she spoke calmly, inside, she was fiercely resisting. I must reject this. I don't want to enter the palace. But how could the sect leader possibly agree to that? I trust that a smart girl like you will know what to do, the sect leader said. That sentence completely crushed Celeste's last bit of hope. Wait. What? So I still have to marry the crown prince. Late at night, in Celeste's room, she still couldn't fall asleep. Assist the crown prince. Why do I have to marry him? Why do I have to accept this so-called destiny? I am a modern girl from the 21st century, how can I submit to this ancient marriage? How can I lose to these feudal superstitions? A gust of wind blew into the room, and Celeste immediately became alert, raising her hand as if holding a gun. Who's there? Before her stood a handsome man with silver hair, wearing a mask. Right. It was that perverted man again. No need to look for me, I knew you would come on your own. The moment he saw Celeste, a flicker of doubt flashed through his eyes. A child. Celeste's face lit up with a bright smile. Big brother, are you an immortal who has descended to the mortal realm? If I were an immortal, then what would that make you? He replied. She cheerfully answered, if you're an immortal, shouldn't you recognize me? Don't immortals have great divine power and limitless knowledge? Behind her bright smile, however, was pure mockery. This so-called immortal is not only narcissistic but also brain-dead. But the man ignored her sarcasm and coldly asked, are you the saintess of the Azure Water sect? Celeste immediately put on an innocent expression, her smile still bright. Oh, as expected of an immortal, so impressive to know that. Hearing this, he immediately scoffed, nonsense. As he turned away, Celeste saw her chance to strike. However, before she could act, the man suddenly turned back and said, so, the saintess of the Azure Water sect is just a child. Celeste quickly changed her demeanor as if nothing had happened, adjusting her hair casually. Why does my hair keep getting messed up lately? People keep saying that. Besides, the Saintess has to marry the Crown Prince. Humph. No way am I doing that. Hearing this, he asked, "You don't want to marry the Crown Prince?" Given her current situation, she replied immediately, "Of course not. Who would want to marry that old man? If he's willing to marry a child like me, then he's definitely not a good person. He might even be a pervert." Her words, old man, pervert, and not a good person, felt like daggers aimed directly at the man standing before her. He coldly responded, "Perhaps the Crown Prince simply doesn't know you're a child. Besides, this engagement was decreed by the late emperor. He has no choice but to marry you." Then, he thought to himself, "This brat. There's no point in questioning her further. I'd better leave for now." As he turned away again, Celeste prepared another attempt to attack him. But before she could move, he vanished, causing her to stumble forward and fall to the ground. Ah! At the Eastern Palace, the silver-haired man stepped inside and removed his mask, revealing his sharp, handsome face, tinged with cold indifference. Seeing him, two passing servants immediately lowered their heads and greeted respectfully. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Early in the morning, palace maids arrived at Celeste's room, waking her up. "Saintess, today is your wedding day. We were sent by the sect master to dress you up. Your beauty is truly stunning. His Highness the Crown Prince will surely be pleased." As they spoke, they began combing her hair and preparing the ceremonial wedding attire for her. After the red bridal veil was placed on her head, according to tradition, she had to wait for the Crown Prince to lift it himself, otherwise, it would bring bad luck. Even though she was wearing a wedding dress, Celeste didn't feel any joy. What could be more unlucky than this arranged marriage? A moment later, from afar, a young man rode toward them on horseback, followed by many attendants. Seeing this, Amber secretly thought, could this be the Crown Prince? If I catch his eye, rising in status will be effortless. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she immediately acted. She pretended to stumble and fall into the young man's arms. Oh no! However, instead of catching her, he merely grabbed her sleeve to steady her, keeping his distance. "Miss, be careful," he said indifferently. Witnessing this scene, Elder Lan Ling was furious. "Hurry up and take your senior sister away." The surrounding disciples felt embarrassed by the situation. After Amber was dragged away, Elder Lan Ling respectfully stepped forward and bowed. "Please forgive the rudeness, Your Highness." However, the young man merely stepped aside and corrected her. "The Crown Prince is too busy to come in person. I am Han Di, the Crown Prince's personal guard, and today I have been ordered to escort the bride in his place." Hearing this from inside the bridal sedan, Celeste scoffed. Only a fool would believe this. Too busy on his wedding day. He probably just doesn't want to marry me. "This is the Saintess of the Azure Water Sect," someone announced. When Han Di saw her, he was visibly shocked. A child. Not long after, the bridal sedan arrived at the Eastern Palace. "Your Highness, please step down from the sedan." The escort lifted the curtain and was immediately taken aback. A child. Seeing the hesitation, Han Di firmly stated, "Do your duty, there's no need for unnecessary questions." The servant could only bow her head and comply. As Celeste stepped into the grand hall, murmurs began to spread among the guests. Is this for real? The Crown Prince is marrying a child. A child again. Ha! The future Crown Princess is a child, how ridiculous. Celeste stood there impatiently. That damn Crown Prince. Where is he? My feet are sore already. Are we going to have this wedding or not? Just then, a voice announced. Today, His Highness is feeling unwell. By his command, this servant will perform the wedding ceremony with the saintess in his place. Hearing this, the little dog barked, "Woof! Woof!" Laughter erupted among the crowd. The crown prince is marrying a dog. What an absurd idea. If the groom is a dog, then what does that make the bride? Seeing this, Celeste was furious. However, despite her anger, Celeste kept her frustration to herself and proceeded with the wedding ceremony, marrying a dog. The rites began. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the ancestors, husband and wife bow to each other, then proceed to the bridal chamber. After everything was done, Celeste was escorted to the crown prince's residence. A servant brought her the same small dog from earlier and said, "This is a Pomeranian from the western regions, a tribute from foreign lands. His Highness has not even gifted it to his concubines but has kept it especially for you. Since the crown prince is unable to come tonight, he has given you this dog to keep you company." Celeste stroked the fluffy little creature and smiled. "Then please thank the crown prince for me. I really like this little pup." Her words were soon relayed back to the crown prince. She really said that." "Yes, your highness." The little crown princess was very well behaved on the way here and did not make a fuss during the ceremony. Hearing this, the crown prince simply replied, "I see." Inside Celeste's chamber, a maid stood beside her. Celeste turned to ask, "What kind of person is the crown prince?" Upon hearing this question, the maid's face turned pale. "Your Highness, my status is different from yours. Please do not address me as sister. If others hear it, I will be severely punished." But instead of being upset, Celeste just smiled playfully. "My sect leader taught me to respect seniority. I won't make things difficult for you. If we call each other sister in private, it should be fine, right?" Hee hee. Seeing her adorable expression, the maid thought to herself, "This little one is just too cute." Finally, she relented. "All right then, little crown princess." Celeste beamed. "Sister Helen, you still haven't told me what kind of person the crown prince is." The maid hesitated before responding nervously. "Your Highness, we servants are not allowed to discuss the crown prince." Seeing how scared the maid was, Celeste sighed internally. Judging by her reaction, the crown prince must be really scary. She's even trembling. Still, Celeste was persistent. "Then, Sister Helen, can you at least tell me the crown prince's name?" The maid hesitated for a moment but found it impossible to resist Celeste's cuteness. "His Highness's surname is Bei, and his given name is Ming Yuan." Upon hearing the answer she wanted, Celeste smirked triumphantly, then hugged the little dog and declared, "From now on, your name will be Bei Ming Yuan." Elsewhere in the palace, in the dark of night, the crown prince was walking with a young nobleman. The nobleman teased, "Royal brother, today is your wedding day. Stop looking so cold. Let me liven up the mood for you, don't be so gloomy." As the two of them stepped into the chamber, Celeste giggled and spoke to her dog. "Bei Ming Yuan, look who's here. Say hello to the two big brothers." Hearing this, the nobleman immediately spat out his drink. "Little girl, you named this dog Bei Ming Yuan." Caught off guard, Celeste hesitated before replying cautiously. "My sect leader taught me not to talk to strangers after leaving the mountain. Dares to use a dog to marry me. This is outright humiliation." The young nobleman chuckled. "I am your husband's younger brother. From now on, that makes us uncle and sister-in-law." Hearing his words, Celeste scoffed internally. No wonder they're blood brothers. Even to a child, he dares to say such things. "Fine, I'll play along with you." She then mischievously teased. "The one who married me today was this dog, so he is my husband. Does that make you his younger brother?" The young nobleman was momentarily speechless but then responded. "You little thing, your husband is not a dog, it's him." As he spoke, he turned toward the crown prince. Seeing her so-called husband, Celeste felt a strange sense of familiarity. Have I met him somewhere before? But regardless, she had already placed him on her blacklist. Since I hate perverts the most, I'll treat him with enthusiasm. I'll bite you to death. With that thought in mind, she put on a terrifying expression, like a little demon ready to devour someone. Without holding back, she blurted out. "He's too old." Her words struck the crown prince like a bolt of lightning. He, who topped the rankings of the empire's most handsome men, was actually called old. Bei Mingyuan seethed with fury. "Fine. Fine. This is the second time she has dared to call me an old man." Although he was fuming inside, on the surface, he saw her trembling, her wide eyes welling up with tears. He's so scary. But deep inside, she was laughing. "This is hilarious." "Afraid now?" the crown prince asked. Celeste thought to herself. "I can't win this fight, so I'll be like Nathan Carter and retreat for now. I'll get my revenge later." Then, she burst into exaggerated sobs. "Wah, he's so scary. Aw." Meanwhile, the crown prince turned away, visibly irritated. Underscore 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 underscore. Later that night, when only the two brothers remained, the younger one slung an arm around the crown prince's shoulders and chuckled. "That little rascal is really amusing." The crown prince shot him a look. "Are you still here? Don't rush me off. It's your wedding night, after all. I want to stay and have some fun." Second imperial brother, is that child really the saintess? Bei Mingyuan replied, "Yes. I married her only to follow the late emperor's decree." Despite his words, his younger brother spoke in Celeste's defense. "She may be just a little girl, but I think she's quite special." Bei Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Special? She's just an ignorant brat who doesn't know the ways of the world." His younger brother laughed. Yes. But even so, neither you nor I dared to scold her. She's the first one to ever insult you like that." Then, he added with a smirk. "But remember, the palace isn't the outside world. She can't just say whatever she wants." Hearing this, the crown prince's expression darkened. "I will discipline her strictly." His younger brother chuckled. "I thought you'd be causing a ruckus tonight, but it seems not. You'll have to wait another 18 years for that little sprout to grow up." Then, he smirked wickedly and added. "If you can't hold out, just come to me. I'll show you what true romance is like. I guarantee you'll never forget it." The crown prince's younger brother, well known in the pleasure houses as the charming gentleman, was promptly kicked out by Bei Mingyuan. At the crown prince's chambers, night had fallen, yet he was unable to sleep. His brother's words echoed in his mind. "I guarantee you'll never forget it." Never forget it, huh? His thoughts wandered to a certain woman, a beautiful figure he had once spent a spring night with. Realizing where his mind was going, Bei Mingyuan suddenly bolted upright, his face flushing. He leaped out the window and headed toward an icy pool, immersing himself in the freezing water. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. "The love poison is acting up again." Bei Mingyuan remained silent, still submerged in the water. The woman continued, "How could it activate so early? Did you develop feelings for someone?" She stepped closer and questioned. "Bei Mingyuan, tell me honestly, have you fallen for a woman? I'm really curious. If your little crown princess is capable of making you feel desire, she must be an outstanding beauty. Maybe I should go meet her myself." At those words, Bei Mingyuan finally spoke, his voice cold and sharp. "Sylvia Ren, she is just a child. If you so much as lay a finger on her, I will never forgive you." Sylvia gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. You're already defending her after just one day of marriage. She sneered, then challenged. You really treat me like this? Do you feel nothing for me at all? If you desire it, I can give you everything, even my body. You can use me to cure your love poison. As she spoke, she began slipping off her robe. But before she could go any further, Bei Mingyuan's response was swift and brutal. He struck her aside with a powerful motion. Get out, he roared. His blow was strong enough to make Sylvia cough up blood. Underscore 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 underscore. Meanwhile, back at the Crown Prince's quarters, Celeste was sleeping soundly. Sylvia, despite her injuries, stood by her bedside, staring intently. Is she really just a child? Or is there something strange about this? She reached out to check Celeste's pulse, only for Celeste to suddenly stir awake. Before she could react, Sylvia lightly shook a small bell, and Celeste instantly fell unconscious. After checking her pulse, Sylvia's expression turned to shock. She has 2 pulse patterns. She frowned, puzzled. I am skilled in both medicine and poisons, yet I cannot diagnose this condition. As morning arrived, one of the Crown Prince's loyal guards approached him and bowed. Your Highness, your servant greets you. Bei Mingyuan turned to look at Han Di and said, I have a task for you. After speaking, he handed Han Di a painting. This is a portrait of a woman. Send someone to find her, no matter what, she must be brought here. Han Di respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. Inside, he could barely contain his excitement. Our prince is finally interested in a woman. Glancing at the portrait, he couldn't help but exclaim, Is this a goddess descended to the mortal realm? After giving the order, Bei Mingyuan shifted the topic. How is the Crown Princess? Underscore 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 underscore. Inside the Crown Princess's chamber, a maid anxiously shook Celeste. My lady. Wake up. I'm worried to death. Half asleep, Celeste mumbled, Even if you're anxious, I can't wake up just like that. I'm anxious to death too. Who on earth drugged me last night? The maid fretted, Your Highness, this morning you must go and pay respects to the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the other consorts. If you're late. At that moment, Celeste was instantly wide awake. It felt as though a massive weight, like the crushing difficulty of a palace survival game, was pressing down on her. Quick! Hurry up! We have to get there immediately, she shouted, leaping out of bed. Where is Bei Mingyuan? She asked urgently. The maid whispered cautiously, Your Highness, you cannot call him by name inside the palace. Celeste smirked. Oh, I was just calling my dog. The maid nearly fainted in terror. My lady. If you name your dog after the Crown Prince, you'll lose your head one day. But Celeste paid no heed. The Crown Prince used a dog to marry me, didn't he? Doesn't that mean he's acknowledged his identity as one? She added with a grin, I even called him by name last night, and he didn't say a word about it. She then turned to another maid. Helen, help me find my little pup. Yes, Your Highness. Helen responded and soon returned. My lady, your pup is under the table over there. Celeste's face lit up with joy when she saw her tiny dog. All right. Let's go to the palace. The maid beside her hesitated before reminding, Your Highness, you must enter the palace with the crown prince. You should first have breakfast with him before heading to court. Hearing this, Celeste's enthusiasm instantly plummeted. So, I have no other choice. The maid firmly confirmed, No, you don't. With a resigned sigh, Celeste changed into formal attire and made her way to the dining hall. As soon as Bei Ming Yuan saw her, he simply stated, You're here. Eat. However, with her small frame and the added burden of holding the puppy in her arms, she couldn't climb onto the chair to eat. Haze. Seeing her struggle, the crown prince did nothing to help. Celeste tried her best to climb up, but her hand accidentally touched the food. Bei Ming Yuan immediately tapped her hand with his chopsticks, making her yelp, Aw. Ow. Bei Ming Yuan reminded her, That's improper etiquette. Use chopsticks when eating, not your hands. Of course, Celeste protested, who doesn't know that? But I'm already holding the puppy, so it's not convenient. Suddenly, an audacious idea popped into her head, and she turned to the crown prince, saying, Handsome husband, why don't you help me pick up the food? My hands are too short, I can't reach. Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Handsome husband, she replied proudly. She had already devised a plan in her head. Today's mission is to make this man hate me. And, just as planned, her words made Bei Ming Yuan frown in irritation. Who taught you to speak like that? Celeste chuckled mischievously and replied, We're married, aren't we? If I don't call you husband, then what should I call you? Darling. Sweetheart. Precious treasure. Or should I just call you Bei Ming Yuan directly? As she said this, she patted the puppy's head, clearly hinting at something. Her antics pushed Bei Ming Yuan to the brink of anger. Insolence. Remember this well, inside the palace, you are not allowed to address me by name. If you disobey, you will be punished. Do you understand? Feigning fear, she gasped and said, Sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't be mad at me. Celeste even added a few fake sobs, putting on a frightened act. It worked. Bei Ming Yuan, though still irritated, held back his temper, set his chopsticks down, and said, No crying. Tears are just a tool to gain sympathy. In this palace, it's best if you keep them to yourself. Celeste fell silent, thinking to herself, trying to lecture a little kid like me about life. There's definitely something wrong with his brain. As she was lost in thought, a large chicken drumstick was suddenly placed in her bowl. She choked on air and coughed. See? In the end, everyone likes well-behaved children. This action from Bei Ming Yuan only reinforced her assumption. She clenched the chopsticks in her hands so tightly that they snapped in half. Yup. His brain is definitely messed up. That morning, both Bei Ming Yuan and Celeste entered the palace early, but after that, they went their separate ways. Celeste headed to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. She knelt and greeted them, Your Highnesses, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. May you both enjoy eternal prosperity and good health. The Empress Dowager and the Empress watched her and secretly thought to themselves, no wonder the late Emperor chose her. She understands proper etiquette without needing to be taught. The Empress smiled gently and said, Rise, no need to be so formal. Then, she noticed something and asked, What are you holding in your arms? Before she could speak, a concubine quickly interrupted her, How dare you bring a filthy beast to the upper hall for morning greetings? This is a grave act of disrespect. Another concubine sneered, adding, Sister, what she's holding is just a dog. I've seen it before. In her heart, she thought bitterly, I once wanted that dog, but I couldn't get it. And now, it belongs to a mere child. If I can't have it, then no one else should. Celeste noticed the woman's expression and whispered, it seems this lady has some grudges against my little puppy. Hearing the concubine's words, the Empress turned to Celeste and asked, is that a puppy you're holding? Why did you bring it into the palace? Celeste innocently lifted the puppy to show the Empress and said, Mother, this puppy isn't aggressive. The Crown Prince gave it to me. She smiled inwardly, thinking, using Bei Ming Yuan as a shield, his title as Crown Prince actually comes in handy. Everyone was stunned to hear that the puppy was a gift from the Crown Prince. Celeste continued, I entered the palace today with the Crown Prince, but since he had to attend court, he couldn't stay with me. So, he gave me this puppy to keep me company. Now, does that count as disrespect, Mother? Also, what does grave disrespect even mean? Her sharp words made the concubine who had spoken earlier fume in anger. This little brat dares to talk back to me. However, the Empress did not punish Celeste. Instead, she said gently, in the future, the Crown Prince will assign someone to teach you proper palace etiquette. Then, she turned to the concubine with a cold tone, Sister, I find this puppy to be very well behaved and not aggressive at all. Your words don't seem quite accurate, do they? Not willing to back down, the concubine thought, if I yield today, people will think I'm afraid of the Empress. If not for the fact that she has no son, she would have had to step aside long ago. With that thought, she insisted, there is only one of this breed in the entire Tharlan kingdom. I am not mistaken. Right now, this creature may seem tame, but if it ever goes rabid, it will bite someone. Keeping it in the palace is a hidden danger. Last time, I tried to capture it to eliminate this threat, but it escaped. Now that I see it again, I won't let it go. Hearing her, the other concubines whispered among themselves. Lady Charlotte is clearly using this as an excuse to have the puppy killed. Sure. Be careful with your words, her status in the palace is equal to that of the Empress. However, Celeste showed no fear and suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing her act so boldly, Lady Charlotte scolded, how insolent. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, Celeste replied without hesitation. The other concubines gasped and murmured, the little crown princess really has no sense of etiquette. Indeed. Does she think the palace is a playground? She must have a death wish, Lady Charlotte has many ways to deal with her. Lady Charlotte held back her anger and asked, then tell me, why are you laughing at me? Celeste grinned. Because what you said is ridiculous. May I ask you a question? Ask away, Lady Charlotte replied coldly. Do you think a pig can become a warhorse? Hearing her question, Lady Charlotte snapped, how could a pig possibly be compared to a warhorse? You already know the answer, so why ask? Celeste smirked and said, exactly. It seems you're not entirely foolish, you do understand basic logic. Lady Charlotte turned red with rage. Insolence. Absolute insolence. I have tolerated your rudeness because of your young age, but you keep pushing your luck. Guards, seize her. I will personally teach her what palace rules mean. Celeste's actions also made Empress Isabel feel frustrated. She thought to herself. This child is truly disappointing. Right now, the Crown Prince is not yet firmly established, and everything must be handled carefully. Yet, she actually thinks she has already become a phoenix and can do whatever she pleases. Despite the tense situation, Celeste remained calm and said, Mother Empress, I have something to say. If noble consort Charlotte wishes to discipline me, shouldn't I be allowed to finish speaking first? The Empress replied. All right, say what you need to say. Celeste bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Mother Empress. What I want to say is that this little puppy will not bite people. The Empress asked. And how do you prove that? Celeste responded. Mother Empress, a pig cannot be compared to a warhorse. So why should this puppy be compared to a wild beast? Noble consort Charlotte immediately retorted. How can these two things be compared? Celeste chuckled, holding the puppy close as she spoke. Noble consort Charlotte, then let me ask you again, are you certain that the beast you just mentioned refers to the puppy in my arms? Noble consort Charlotte affirmed confidently. That's exactly what I meant. Celeste smiled. Very well. Since you are so certain, I will prove that this puppy is harmless. The Empress inquired. And how do you intend to prove that? Celeste calmly replied. It's simple. Everyone, just look at the size of this puppy. Its body is no longer than a few inches, so small it could fit inside a pocket. More importantly, look at its teeth, they are all baby teeth. This proves that it is merely a puppy, not a dangerous dog. According to noble consort Charlotte's words, this puppy, if enraged, could tear flesh and expose bone, correct? Then let's see for ourselves. Hearing her words, the other concubines whispered among themselves. A child, she's just a child. Can't she see that noble consort Charlotte is merely finding an excuse to deal with the puppy? Still composed, Celeste continued. I will place my finger in its mouth and see the result. Noble consort, you claimed it would tear my flesh, correct? With that, she put her finger into the puppy's mouth, letting it bite her gently. Then she raised her hand for everyone to see. It just bit me, and yes, it hurt a little, but only like a light scratch. My finger is slightly red, but that's all. No torn skin, no exposed bone. Next time, if noble consort Charlotte wishes to find an excuse to get rid of this puppy, please find a more convincing reason. Simply saying baseless words won't make others believe you. Celeste smiled triumphantly. She thought to herself. If I back down today, who knows how much more they'll try to suppress me in the future. The consort, hearing this, was irritated but still tried to remain patient as she spoke. At that time, I wasn't paying attention. Now that I see your verification, it is indeed just a puppy. I made a mistake. Surely, the young crown princess won't hold it against me, will she? Celeste smiled and replied, my master once taught me that one must be generous and forgiving. So, I won't argue with petty people. I forgive you, Lady Charlotte. The Grand Empress Dowager, who had been silently observing everything from the beginning, finally clapped her hands in approval. Well done. As expected of my grandson's wife. One must be generous and forgiving. This child truly understands reason. Everyone should learn from her. Hearing the Grand Empress Dowager's words, the consorts all bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Once everything was settled, Celeste was finally allowed to leave. As she stepped outside, she coincidentally ran into the Crown Prince's younger brother. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you waiting for my royal brother? Seeing how boldly he approached, Celeste thought to herself, what is this guy up to now? She smiled and asked. Oh. Do you know where my handsome husband is? The prince looked at her and sighed, you're too adorable. My royal brother is truly fortunate to have married such a cute little wife. Hearing this, and noticing that he was about to pinch her cheek, Celeste immediately dodged, thinking to herself, he's such a creep. She quickly raised her voice, what do you think you're doing? Men and women should keep their distance. I'm leaving. However, he didn't seem to mind and simply said, royal brother is discussing state affairs with father. Are you looking for him? You've only just entered the palace, so you probably don't know your way around yet. Right now, the flowers in the imperial garden are in full bloom. Don't you want to take a look? Upon hearing this, Celeste hesitated for a moment and thought, the imperial garden. That sounds way too suspicious. She quickly responded, that sounds like a perfect place to take my puppy for a walk. Let's go. Upon arriving at the imperial garden, Celeste happily played with her puppy, while the crown prince's younger brother seemed to be paying attention to something, or rather, someone else. He unconsciously smiled and murmured, what a beauty. It turned out that 3 young ladies were chatting nearby. One of them asked, Sophie, will His Highness be coming to the imperial garden today? Sophie responded confidently, don't worry. My father has already arranged everything. Another girl interjected, look at your status. How could you possibly have a chance to meet the crown prince? Stop dreaming. Only Sophie has the qualifications. She's the #1 beauty and the daughter of the Tharlan prefecture. His Highness will surely be enchanted by her. Sophie, feigning humility, said, Mona, don't joke like that. There's no way the crown prince would like me. Celeste, passing by, overheard their conversation and abruptly interjected, where's this so-called #1 beauty? The three young ladies continued their discussion. I heard that the crown prince just recently married the saintess of Cloudwater Cavern. However, Sophie quickly clarified, my father said that the crown princess is just a child. Moreover, the crown prince despises her. On their wedding day, he even made a dog bow in the ceremony with her. As they were speaking, Sophie suddenly noticed a group of people approaching from afar. She turned to her companions and said, you two wait here. I'll go greet my father. Hearing these words, Celeste clenched her fists tightly and thought, it's all because of that bastard Bei Mingyuan humiliating me in the Tharlan kingdom. Sophie approached where her father was standing and bowed in greeting. Father, I am here. Hearing her voice, her father said, Sophie, come quickly and greet His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Sophie immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said, this humble daughter greets Your Majesty and His Highness, the Crown Prince. The Emperor, who was playing chess with the Crown Prince, glanced at Sophie and couldn't help but praise her. Are you the daughter of Minister Soren? Truly a stunning beauty. You may rise. Sophie bowed her head and responded, thank you, Your Majesty. However, Bei Mingyuan paid no attention to her, focusing only on the chessboard. He calmly stated, Father, you've lost. The Emperor chuckled and nodded approvingly, Min, you've indeed surpassed your teacher. Let's stop here for today. Hearing this, Bei Mingyuan immediately asked for permission to leave. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. However, the Emperor quickly stopped him. Wait, we still haven't discussed an important matter regarding your future. The Crown Prince remained indifferent. Father, my marriage was already decided by the late Emperor. The Emperor seemed deep in thought before saying, I know, but the Saintess is still a child. As the Crown Prince, your duty is to secure the royal lineage. She is far too young. You and she simply cannot. Bei Mingyuan interrupted, then I will wait until she grows up. The Emperor's expression darkened as he snapped, insolence. I can allow her to be your principal wife, but you must take a secondary consort. This is my final compromise. Minister Soren, standing beside them, quickly intervened, Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Feelings cannot be forced. If Sophie does not catch His Highness's eye, even if she were to marry him, neither of them would be happy. Perhaps it's best to let things take their natural course. The Emperor sighed upon hearing this. Very well, we shall revisit this matter in the future. As soon as Bei Mingyuan stepped out of the palace, he saw Celeste happily playing with her little puppy. She called out cheerfully, Little Mingyuan, Little Mingyuan. But as soon as she thought of the Crown Prince, her expression soured, and she muttered, Little Mingyuan, I really don't want to see that cold and ugly old man at all. When will I finally be free of him? I'm truly frustrated. Do you understand me? She was speaking to her puppy, completely unaware that the Crown Prince's younger brother was nearby and had heard everything. He suddenly burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, you sure know how to complain. Celeste was startled, but before she could react, he lifted her up effortlessly and laughed. What an adorable little thing. Shocked and unable to tolerate it, she struggled. Put me down. Let go of me right now. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered. Look carefully, who's standing in front of us? If you want to live, just play along. Celeste finally noticed Stan Bei Ming Yuan ding in the distance, his gaze burning with fury. She thought to herself, that glare. Is he trying to stab me to death with his eyes? She whispered back, and how exactly am I supposed to play along? He smirked mischievously, just say something ridiculous to fool him. Before she could protest, he shamelessly planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Celeste's mind went blank, and then, damn it. This bastard is just using this as an excuse to take advantage of me. Without hesitation, she swung her hand and slapped him across the face. Then, pretending to cry, she wailed. My handsome husband, he tried to steal my virtue. Bei Ming Yuan immediately stormed forward, grabbed Bei Ming Feng by the collar, and pulled him close. Are you asking for death? Then, he turned to Celeste, his voice icy, have you caused enough trouble? If you have, come with me now. Celeste quickly nodded, yes, yes. Enough trouble. Let's go, let's go. After the two of them left, Bei Ming Feng, who had shamelessly taken advantage of Celeste, strolled away at a leisurely pace, deep in thought. Did my dear royal brother just get angry over a woman? Interesting. However, before he could walk far, a voice called out behind him. Third Prince. Sophie approached him, gently dabbing the spot where Celeste had slapped him with a silk handkerchief. She asked softly. Does it hurt? The crown princess really didn't hold back. Bei Ming Feng stood there in a daze, still trying to process what had just happened. Seeing his confusion, Sophie quickly explained. We've met before, Third Prince. That day, I almost fell into the lake, and you saved me. Bei Ming Feng recalled that he had indeed saved her 10 days ago. Sophie continued. You were so gallant that I still remember it clearly to this day. The third prince smirked slightly and replied, what about other people? Do you care about their opinions? Sophie remained silent for a moment before responding, I wouldn't care, if you were willing to marry me. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan carried Celeste away. In just a short while, she had already fallen asleep in his arms, mumbling. If there's nothing else, at least there's dried tofu. In her dream, a shadowy figure appeared before her. Who is that? She wondered. Suddenly, the person removed their mask, revealing their face. She gasped, Bei Ming Yuan. She immediately woke up, only to see the crown prince sitting beside her, his hand pressing gently against her head. Surprised, she asked, Why are you here? Inside, she thought, you shouldn't be here, and you definitely shouldn't be invading my dreams. The farther away from me, the better. But Bei Ming Yuan remained calm and simply replied, This is my bed. Your sleeping posture is terrible. Upon hearing this, Celeste quickly jumped up and scurried away. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take my leave now. However, the crown prince was faster. He reached out and held her back, his hand resting on her head, preventing her escape. Celeste blinked and innocently asked, Handsome husband, what are you trying to do? Bei Ming Yuan, both annoyed and amused, said, Punishing you. Hearing this, Celeste grew nervous. What does he mean by punishment? Before she could react, Bei Ming Yuan pulled her onto his lap and swiftly smacked her. She was completely flustered. Ah! What are you doing? She exclaimed. He remained serious. You fought with a prince in front of everyone today. Do you realize your mistake? Celeste suddenly understood. Ah, so this is about Bei Ming Feng. Unwilling to back down, she quickly put on her cutest expression, eyes welling up with tears, and whined. Handsome husband, I know I was wrong. But the third prince tried to take advantage of me first, so I got angry and fought back. That's all. She smirked inwardly. One more round of acting cute, and I win this battle. However, Bei Mingyuan remained unimpressed. He simply shook his head and said, "Who taught you the phrase, 'take advantage,' at such a young age?" Celeste froze. Crap. A 6-year-old child shouldn't know that term. Thinking quickly, she made up an excuse. I read it in the study. When an unfamiliar man gets too close to a woman, it's called taking advantage. Bei Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. Then today, I'll make sure you remember this lesson well. With that, the crown prince acted again, making Celeste cry out. Bei Mingyuan, stop. My clothes won't survive this. Her voice echoed throughout the palace, making the crown prince frown. Within 3 days, wife will become a little troublemaker for me. At that moment, a servant entered and announced, "Your Highness, your ice jade dew is here." At this moment, Celeste lay motionless on Bei Mingyuan's lap. The crown prince quickly shielded her from the servant's view and pretended to apply medicine to her. As he did, he asked, "Have they found her yet?" The servant replied, "We've sent people to search for her. There should be news soon. We'll find her quickly." Once no one was around, Bei Mingyuan's body felt unusually hot, and his face turned slightly red. Lately, strange things had been happening more frequently. Thinking about it, he suddenly leaped out of the window and disappeared. As soon as he left, Celeste woke up. Ugh, I really underperformed today. I should have taught Bei Mingyuan a lesson. She glanced around but didn't see anyone. Where did he go? Since this was the crown prince's chamber, there had to be some treasures hidden here, perhaps even the celestial bone lotus. Thinking of that, she forced herself to stand up, mumbling. His hands are so heavy. I'm just a child, you beast. Celeste then began rummaging through every corner of the room. She was exhausted after searching, but there was nothing in sight. Leaning against the wall in frustration, she suddenly felt something shift. With a creaking sound, a hidden door slid open. "Ha! What's this?" she murmured, peering into the secret passage. "Maybe what I'm looking for is inside." Without hesitation, she stepped in. Inside, thick mist filled the air, and the ground was lined with layers of ice. As she walked, she shivered. This place feels like a natural ice chamber. So cold. I'm freezing. The dense fog was clearly hiding something. Could the celestial bone lotus really be here? Unbeknownst to her, Bei Mingyuan was already beneath the frozen lake and had heard her muttering. Celestial bone lotus. So that's what she's after. Celeste continued walking forward, but the deeper she went, the colder it became. Just as she was about to complain, a hand suddenly grabbed her ankle from below and yanked her into the freezing water. She sank instantly, panic rising in her chest. Oh no! I don't know how to swim. I can't die. I still need to find the culprit behind my body's condition. I refuse to die like this. Opening her eyes underwater, she suddenly grabbed onto a lock of silver-white hair. Her body stiffened. Wait, no way. Is this a water ghost? She struggled wildly, one hand gripping the mysterious person's hair while her foot instinctively kicked them in the face. Moments later, the figure lifted her out of the freezing water. She blinked in shock. Bei Mingyuan. She must have been so cold that she started hallucinating. There was no way it was actually him. Meanwhile, back in the crown prince's chambers, Celeste lay unconscious, shivering. Bei Mingyuan sat beside her, using his internal energy to dry her clothes. The water in the frozen abyss is no ordinary cold, it seeps straight into the bones. She's just a child, he thought as he pulled a blanket over her and held her close to warm her up. This is only because of the decree from the late emperor and her role as the savior of destiny. That's why I saved her. Nothing more, he told himself. Celeste, resting in his arms, looked peaceful and content. So warm. Bei Mingyuan stared at her face and found himself thinking, she's kind of cute. Why does she feel so familiar? The next morning. Still half asleep, Celeste absent-mindedly reached out, her hands groping at Bei Mingyuan's chest. Where's my pillow? It's so soft and bouncy. Wait, what kind of pillow is shaped like this? Her eyes shot open in realization. Right in front of her was Bei Mingyuan, staring down at her with an utterly annoyed expression. Her face flushed red. Ish. Hearing the scream, a servant immediately rushed inside. Your Highness, what happened? However, before the servant could take another step, Bei Mingyuan shot him a cold glare. The terrified servant instantly backed out and shut the door with a loud bam. Celeste swallowed hard. Oh no. He's pissed. I'm so dead. She quickly changed tactics and tried to act cute, whining. Handsome husband, my butt hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. Bei Mingyuan remained unmoved. That's the consequence of not listening. Without warning, he pulled back her clothes slightly and said, let me see. A large red mark was visible on her lower back. Even though she let him check, her eyes were already filled with tears. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Bei Mingyuan remained calm as he instructed, the injury needs treatment. Stay still. After tending to her wound, Celeste whined dramatically, I want meat. A nearby maid responded hesitantly, little crown princess, your injury hasn't fully healed yet. His Highness has ordered that you must follow a strict diet for the next month. This is for your own good. Celeste's expression darkened as she stared at the plates of vegetables before her. First, he bruised my butt. Now, he's starving me. This is unfair. That night, at the royal kitchen, a small figure sneaked in through the window. All right, I made it. Celeste grinned, gripping a wooden skewer in her hand. She spotted a fat roasted chicken and, without hesitation, stabbed it right in the center. The skewer pierced through perfectly. Ha! My skills are flawless. Although Celeste had aimed perfectly at the roasted chicken, the distance between her and the skewer was too great. As a child, there was no way she could reach it. Tears welled up in her eyes. Damn it. Stupid short arms, I hate this tiny body. However, it seemed she still managed to get what she wanted in the end. Hiding in the bushes, she devoured the chicken greedily, gulp, chew, tear, chew, tear. After stuffing herself full, her stomach was round and bloated. She leaned against a tree, sighing in satisfaction. It's been so long since I had a chance to explore. Tonight, I'll sneak out and take a look around. Without hesitation, Celeste climbed up the tree. But just as she was about to move forward, she spotted Bei Mingyuan talking to someone below. Still no news of that woman. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. It's the middle of the night, and instead of sleeping, Bei Mingyuan is out here doing, what exactly? Under the crown prince's questioning, his subordinate answered, we haven't found any traces of her yet. Bei Mingyuan's eyes darkened. What kind of investigation are you running? He pondered for a moment. Even though Qingyue expelled that woman from the sect, how is it possible that we still haven't found her within the empire? The subordinate reported, we've already distributed sketches of her across the capital and the major city gates. If she passes by, we'll be able to identify her. But before he could finish speaking, Bei Mingyuan snapped, fools. Go to the black market and put up a bounty, 50 taels of gold, no, 500. His words left the subordinate stunned. As expected of His Highness. I wonder when I'll get to see this woman for myself. With a bow, the man replied, understood. I'll handle it immediately. Celeste, still perched in the tree, had overheard everything. A portrait of some woman. Who is this person, exactly, she wondered. Maybe I should check out the black market too. If it's that easy to track someone down, I should put up a bounty for that mysterious figure I'm searching for. Realizing she had just come up with a brilliant idea, she startled herself. Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that sooner? She then glanced at Bei Mingyuan, still standing there, and mumbled, why is he still not leaving? As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Mingyuan turned and walked away. Oh. He left. Looking down from her spot in the tree, Celeste thought, this seems a bit high. But she wasn't scared. Without a second thought, she jumped down. Whatever, I'll just land first and deal with it later. Unfortunately, due to her small stature, she miscalculated her landing. Her face smacked directly into the ground. Ow! That hurts. While she was still groaning in pain, she didn't realize that someone was now standing right in front of her. Lifting her head, she found herself staring directly at. Why is he here? The crown prince looked down at her, his tone indifferent. Why are you here? His cold gaze made Celeste's mind race. This is bad. Bei Mingyuan isn't someone who lets things slide. He probably noticed me a long time ago. Quickly recovering, she put on her most innocent expression and played dumb. Ha! Why am I here? Why should I be here? How did I even get here? Bei Mingyuan, of course, didn't believe a single word. He narrowed his eyes and said, I don't like children who lie. Celeste suddenly burst into dramatic sobs, clutching Bei Mingyuan's leg as she wailed, my handsome husband. I'm not lying. Actually, I have been suffering from an illness since childhood. As she spoke, she put on an award-worthy performance, complete with sniffles and trembling shoulders. Boo-hoo. Hugh. Bei Mingyuan frowned, feeling irritated. Stop crying. Celeste quickly responded, handsome husband, don't push me away. I'm really feeling so wronged. My suffering is beyond words. Bei Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. What illness do you have? Still sobbing, Celeste explained, I'm very sensitive, and ever since I was a child, I've had a sleepwalking disorder. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wander around aimlessly. I don't remember what I do or say. Just a few nights ago, I woke up and found myself sleeping next to you. And you even hit me without any explanation. Her acting was so flawless it could fool even the most skeptical. Bei Mingyuan listened to her words and entered deep thought. If her sleepwalking is really that severe, then what she said that night must have been due to her unconscious state. Maybe I should reconsider her connection to the celestial bone lotus. After a brief moment, he declared, to prevent you from sleepwalking again, from now on, you'll sleep with me. The moment those words left his mouth, Celeste froze in shock, sweat dripping down her face. I refuse. But who was? Did Bei Mingyuan he care about her refusal? Of course not. He simply replied, it's already decided. That night, the two ended up sleeping together. Bei Mingyuan lay on the outer side of the bed while she was inside. However, Evelyn didn't trust him one bit. I must stay awake. I must stay alert. Stay alert. Stay alert. Yet despite her best efforts, the next morning, Celeste was still sound asleep, completely unaware of when she had dozed off. Bei Mingyuan nudged her to wake up for breakfast, but she was still in deep slumber. Half asleep, she grabbed onto his robes and mumbled, meat. Come here, meat. Bei Mingyuan frowned. Must you always grab my clothes? A while later, Celeste finally woke up. As the two were walking around the palace, a loud voice suddenly called out, Your Highness. Your Highness. A servant ran up and pleaded, Your Highness, I beg you. Please save my younger brother. Before Bei Mingyuan could respond, another palace guard stormed forward, shouting, Insolent servant. Get lost at once. Guards, drag this troublemaker away. Standing beside them, Celeste silently observed the situation. Bei Mingyuan is so cold-hearted. Will he even help? Maybe I was wrong about him. Bei Mingyuan remained silent, his expression as icy as ever. Even as the servant was forcefully dragged away, he kept crying out, "Your Highness, I have been wronged. Please save my brother." Finally, Celeste stepped forward and said, "Wait." Looking at Bei Mingyuan, she thought, if I've already meddled this far, I might as well go all the way. Turning to him, she sweetly pleaded, "Handsome husband, he looks so pitiful. Can't you help him?" Bei Mingyuan glanced at her. "And how exactly do you want me to help?" Celeste gave an innocent smile. "If he says he's been wronged, why don't we at least hear him out first?" Bei Mingyuan was silent for a moment before finally responding, "Fine." The nearby attendants witnessed everything, their eyes widening in shock. They loosened their grip on the detained servant, utterly dumbfounded. Did the sun rise from the west today? The little crown princess actually holds this much power, and His Highness changed his decision because of her. Bei Mingyuan stepped forward and questioned, "Speak. What injustice have you suffered?" The servant quickly replied, "Your Highness, last night, a roast chicken was stolen from the imperial kitchen." Upon hearing this, Celeste's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt uneasy. "Wait, something doesn't seem right." The servant continued, "My younger brother was the last person to leave the kitchen. This morning, the chief steward of the kitchen accused him of secretly eating the chicken and is now demanding that his hand be chopped off." Celeste glanced down at her own hands, her jaw dropping in horror. "Wait, shouldn't I be the one getting my hand chopped off?" Panicking, she quickly asked, "Where is your brother now?" "He is being held at the imperial kitchen courtyard. The chief steward has already given the order to punish him." Bei Mingyuan stood calmly behind her, watching Celeste's reaction. One of the nearby guards whispered, "What's wrong with the little crown princess?" Bei Mingyuan remained silent, his expression unreadable as he pondered. The events of last night, maybe her so-called sleepwalking disorder is actually real. Seeing her rushing off in a panic, he suddenly stepped forward and scooped her up into his arms. Celeste yelped, "I'm in a hurry. Put me down." Bei Mingyuan replied flatly, "Aren't you in a rush? I'll take you there myself." "No need, no need." Celeste protested, but in the end, she had no choice but to let Bei Mingyuan carry her. By the time they arrived, desperate cries filled the air. "Chief Steward, I swear I didn't steal the roast chicken. Please don't cut off my hand." The young man was being held down by two other servants, his hand forcibly stretched out in front of him. Another man stood nearby, gripping a sharp knife, ready to strike. Celeste turned to Bei Mingyuan, about to plead, "Can you help?" But before she could finish, Bei Mingyuan casually let go of her. She fell to the ground with a thud, landing painfully on her backside. "You heartless jerk." Celeste fumed, but before she could complain further, a commanding voice rang out. "Proceed with the punishment." Celeste froze. Realizing the situation was dire, she quickly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait. Stop. Hold the knife." The servants immediately dropped to their knees in fear, bowing their heads. "We humbly greet His Highness, the Crown Prince. Long live His Highness. Long live, long live, long live." Celeste, standing beside Bei Mingyuan, felt completely ignored. Bei Mingyuan's cold gaze swept over them as he asked, "You claim he stole the chicken. Where is your proof?" One of the servants presented a jade pendant. "Your Highness, when the chicken was stolen, I found this jade pendant at the scene. A witness also saw him passing through." The accused servant's face turned pale. "My jade pendant? How How did it end up there? I thought I lost it. Then, he stood up and defended himself. Even if my jade pendant was found there, that doesn't prove I stole the chicken. It must have fallen by accident while I was cleaning up yesterday. The steward scoffed. Oh. So your jade pendant just happened to fall onto the dining table. Do you take us for fools? What are the odds of that? Hearing this, Celeste rolled her eyes in frustration and snapped, "You people are the real fools." She then asked, "Sir, have you ever heard of the story, the 300 silver taels are not buried here?" Bei Ming Yuan, standing beside her, remained silent, unsure of what to say. The chief steward furrowed his brows. "I have never heard of it." The chief steward remained fearless, thinking to himself, rumor has it that the crown prince despises this little girl. She may hold the title of princess consort, but that's all she is. Celeste smiled and said, "Then you must hear it at least once." The story goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a man named Zhang San. He buried 300 silver taels in the ground and said out loud, "There are no 300 silver taels buried here." His neighbor, Wang Er, stole the silver and then loudly declared, "I did not steal Zhang San's silver." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed and said, "If you didn't steal it, why are you so defensive? Both Zhang San and Wang Er are fools." Hearing this, Bei Ming Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. This little troublemaker is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, the chief steward's face paled with guilt, his heart skipping a beat. Celeste continued, "The moral of the story is, only a fool would leave evidence behind after committing a crime. This young man here doesn't seem like a fool to me. Don't you agree, sir?" The steward lowered his head and muttered, "If the princess consort can provide proof of his innocence, I will release him." Celeste's face turned pale. Bei Ming Yuan is standing right behind me. She thought nervously. No matter which way I dodge, I'm still going to get caught. Whatever. Might as well face it head on. She took a deep breath and declared, "I was the one who took it. He had nothing to do with it." The accused servant was moved beyond words. She's the princess consort, yet she's protecting me. I must find a way to repay her kindness. One of the attendants hesitated, "Your Highness, you..." Before he could finish, another voice cut in. "This matter ends here. No further investigation." It was Bei Ming Yuan, stepping in to resolve the situation. Celeste, realizing she had been exposed, turned pale and tried to slip away. Crisis averted, time to disappear. But before she could take more than a few steps, she was caught. Bei Ming Yuan, clearly annoyed, asked, "Running away so soon? There's still something I haven't asked you." Celeste groaned. No. I don't want to be punished in front of everyone." Instead of answering, Bei Ming Yuan picked her up and turned to the onlookers. "Just now, you all saw the crown princess but failed to greet her properly, didn't you?" The servants instantly dropped to their knees. "This servant greets Her Highness, the crown princess. May your highness live a long and prosperous life." Celeste, still in Bei Ming Yuan's arms, was taken aback by the sudden shift in events. What's happening here?" Bei Ming Yuan remained indifferent. "Stay on your knees. All of you will kneel for 1 hour, then report to the servant quarters for cleaning duty. And you," he turned to the chief steward, "as someone in charge, you knowingly allowed injustice. Your crime is even greater." Having delivered his judgment, Bei Ming Yuan walked away, still carrying Celeste. She was utterly confused. Why is he suddenly helping me? What's his angle? As they moved through the corridors, she fidgeted uncomfortably in his arms. Og. Bei Ming Yuan glanced down at her. "Are my words just wind in your ears?" Celeste quickly nodded, I remember. I remember. My handsome husband said I have to go on a diet for a month. I know I was wrong. Handsome husband, please have mercy on me this time. She clung to his shoulders, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Bei Ming Yuan snorted. You owe me one. I'll let it slide this time, but next time, I'll make you pay for it. Then he added, go back to my palace. I'll have food sent to you. With that, he finally set her down. Celeste was stunned. Ha! Why is he being nice all of a sudden? What's he planning? At the Crown Prince's study, a subordinate entered and reported, Your Highness, the person has arrived. Bei Ming Yuan, standing by the window, turned around coldly. I have a task for you. The maid who had been brought in grew nervous. Meanwhile, back in Celeste's quarters, she sat on the floor, hugging her little dog. Helen, where have you been? Why are you back so late? The maid visibly tensed, avoiding eye contact. I had an upset stomach and was delayed by an hour. Celeste blinked. I was just asking casually, but she looks really nervous. Does she have something to hide? Oh well, as she thought, everyone. That night, Bei Ming Yuan grabbed Celeste by the collar and dragged her into his chambers. She panicked. Wait. Think carefully. Are you sure you really want to do this? He replied firmly, I always do what I say. Hugging a pillow tightly, she stammered, and no room for negotiation. Stop talking nonsense. And with that, he tossed her onto the bed. Realizing she couldn't escape, Celeste dramatically flopped onto the bed, shut her eyes tight, and braced herself. Fine. Just do it. Hurry up. Bei Ming Yuan stared at her in disbelief. What the hell is she thinking? That night, Celeste slept soundly, too soundly. She even kicked her leg over Bei Ming Yuan's face in her sleep, making it impossible for him to rest. Annoyed, he thought, if I had known this would happen, I really should have negotiated instead. Meanwhile, Celeste, still pretending to be asleep, cracked open an eye and smirked. Serves you right. You were the one who insisted on making me sleep in the middle. He put on a fearless face but thought to himself, rumor has it that the Crown Prince despises this girl. She only has the title of Princess Consort in name. Celeste smiled and said, then you must hear this story at least once. Once upon a time, there was a man named Zhang San who buried 300 taels of silver underground and told himself, there are no 300 taels of silver here. Later, his neighbor, Wang Er, stole the silver and also said, Wang Er next door didn't steal the silver. The people around overheard and couldn't help but gossip, hiding silver there without worrying that others will find out. Both Zhang San and Wang Er are fools, ha ha ha. Bei Ming Yuan smirked, this little girl is becoming more and more interesting. Meanwhile, the steward was sweating nervously, startled. Celeste continued, this story teaches us that only fools leave evidence at the crime scene. I don't think this young man here is a fool. My lord, don't you agree? The steward lowered his head and replied, if the princess consort has evidence proving his innocence, I will release him. At that moment, Celeste's face turned pale. The crown prince was standing right behind her. She thought, no matter how I dodge, I'll still get hit. If I'm doomed, I'm doomed. Then, she declared, I took it. It has nothing to do with him. The accused man was deeply moved, thinking, what is her status as the princess consort? Yet she still protects me to the end. I must repay her one day. One of the subordinates hesitated, Princess consort, you. But before he could finish, another voice interrupted, this matter ends here. No further investigation. It was the crown prince himself who had spoken, unexpectedly stepping in to help her. Celeste, realizing she had been exposed, turned pale and attempted to flee. Now that the issue is settled, it's time for me to make a smooth exit. However, she hadn't taken a few steps before she was caught. Bei Ming Yuan frowned in annoyance, leaving so quickly. There are still things I haven't asked you. Celeste pouted, no. I don't want to be punished in front of everyone. The crown prince lifted her up and turned to the onlookers. Just now, you all saw the princess consort and did not greet her properly, am I right? Hearing this, the servants immediately knelt down, your humble servants greet the princess consort. May the princess consort live 1,000 years in peace." Celeste, seeing their reaction, smiled and said, "All right, you may rise." But inwardly, she thought, what's going on? Bei Ming Yuan coldly ordered, "Stay kneeling. All of you, kneel for 1 hour, then report to the service hall for cleaning duties. As for you, steward, knowing the law yet breaking it, your crime is even more severe." After saying this, the crown prince turned and left. Celeste was still confused about what had just happened. Outside, as they walked, the crown prince continued carrying her in his arms, making her feel uneasy. Og. Bei Ming Yuan looked at her and said, "Did you think my words were just empty threats?" Celeste hurriedly nodded, I remember. My handsome husband said I have to diet for a month. I know I was wrong. Handsome husband, please let me off this time." As she spoke, she placed her small hands on his shoulders and looked up at him pitifully. Bei Ming Yuan responded, "Consider this a favor. Next time, I'll settle the score with you." Then he added, "Let's return to the palace. I'll have the servants bring you food." With that, he let her down. Celeste couldn't help but wonder, why is he being so nice all of a sudden? What is he up to? Underscore 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 underscore. At the crown prince's study, the subordinate entered and reported, "Your Highness, the person has arrived." Bei Ming Yuan, standing with an imposing aura, turned around coldly and said, "I have a task for you." Meanwhile, in Celeste's chambers, she was holding her little puppy, smiling. "Sister Helen, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" The maidservant, flustered and avoiding eye contact, stammered, I had some indigestion, so I was delayed for an hour." Celeste tilted her head, thinking, I only asked casually, but she looks like she's hiding something. Oh well, everyone has their own secrets. That night, Bei Ming Yuan grabbed Celeste by the collar and dragged her into the bedroom. She was alarmed. "Wait, calm down. Think carefully. Do you really want to do this?" The crown prince replied, "When I say something, I mean it." Hugging her pillow tightly, Celeste asked, No room for negotiation. "Stop talking nonsense," Bei Ming Yuan scoffed before tossing her onto the bed. Realizing she couldn't resist, Celeste lay down, shut her eyes tightly, and braced herself. "All right. Just do it already." Her reaction left Bei Ming Yuan utterly baffled. That night, Celeste slept soundly, so soundly that she kicked her leg over the crown prince's face. Bei Ming Yuan, unable to sleep, felt extremely annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I should have negotiated. Little did he know, Celeste was just pretending to sleep. She peeked at him through half-closed eyes and smirked secretly. "Well, you were the one who insisted I sleep in the middle of the bed." Underscore 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 underscore. People say children sleep well, don't they? Early the next morning, the crown prince poked her face, saying, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Still half asleep, Celeste let out a groggy mm. Bei Ming Yuan, his eyes weary from lack of sleep, said, "Get up and have breakfast with me." Celeste sat up, rubbing her eyes grumpily. Revenge. This is definitely revenge. However, when she saw the grand feast laid out on the table, she immediately started eating ravenously. Bei Mingyuan watched her, thinking, holding food with both hands, mouth covered in oil. No sense of decorum at all. TSK. Even got food on her face. But somehow, she looks kind of cute. Wait. Cute? He snapped out of it, feeling something was off. Am I losing my mind? Why would I have such a ridiculous thought? Meanwhile, Celeste, her cheeks puffed out with food, noticed his gaze. What's with that look? Did I offend him again? She licked the food off her lips and asked, "Handsome husband, why are you staring at me?" Not eating. Bei Mingyuan felt a little irritated. Aqua Moon Cavern is supposed to be a noble righteous sect. How did they raise such an unruly saintess? Could there be a hidden secret behind this? Celeste offered him a half-eaten chicken leg and said, "Handsome husband, eat this." Bei Mingyuan was speechless. No thanks. She looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Handsome husband, do you dislike me? Caught off guard, Bei Mingyuan hesitated, but in the end, he still took the half-eaten drumstick and said, "It seems you have no knowledge of palace etiquette whatsoever. As the princess consort, you must act with proper decorum. Starting tomorrow, I will assign a nanny to teach you the rules." Celeste's face went pale. A nanny? Like the scary ones? You little brat. Let me teach you some discipline. No way. Bei Mingyuan, unfazed, replied, "You'll find out tomorrow. I'm off to court now." And with that, he left. Celeste, meanwhile, was crying internally, "I'm doomed. There's no escaping this." But then, as she ate, she had an idea, if I can't leave, that doesn't mean others can't. Thus began her plan to escape the palace. At the black market, the bustling crowd moved in all directions. Celeste stood in front of a large building and said, "This black market looks interesting, doesn't it?" Beside her, Helen had no choice but to change into different clothes, which made her feel a bit awkward. Suddenly, something covered in sharp spikes approached, accompanied by a voice, "I've never seen a little girl like this in my life." It was a bald man with a scruffy beard. He asked, "Do you even know where you are, barging in here like that?" Celeste calmly replied, "I do. It's the black market." The man sneered, "A little girl like you, with such soft, fair skin. Aren't you afraid you'll stand out too much and get kidnapped?" But Celeste showed no fear. Instead, she smiled playfully. "Well, that depends on whether anyone dares to buy me or not." Before they could continue, Helen anxiously tugged at her. Miss, let's go." Just then, another man rushed to the bald one and whispered, "Boss, he ordered us to keep an eye on those two." Elsewhere, the marketplace was lively, filled with laughter and conversation. On the ground below, two fierce beasts were preparing to fight each other. Celeste watched in fascination. So this is the beast fight that people talk about. While she was excitedly observing, Helen clutched her in horror, covering her eyes. "My lady, where exactly is your mother? This place is terrifying. We should leave while we're still safe." Celeste sighed inwardly. Poor Helen. As they walked further, Celeste began to think things through. What should I do next? Then she turned to the maid and said, "All right, let's go find my mother." Climbing the stairs, Celeste mused, "I'll take it step by step. Maybe she left some clues behind." They finally arrived at the 5th floor, where they posted a reward for intelligence gathering. Directly below them was an auction hall where rare medicinal pills, ancient artifacts, divine weapons, and secret martial arts manuals were sold to the highest bidder, with no limit on price. The first and last days of the month marked grand openings for this floor. Below that was a level dedicated to the trade of forbidden goods and rare medicines. As long as one had money, anything could be obtained. The second floor housed a major slave market, known for its auctions held on the 1st and 15th of each month. Celeste led Helen to a particular spot and said, "This is the place." A voice suddenly rang out. Well, what do we have here?" A man with striking golden eyes stood behind a curtain, curiously watching Celeste. What is she doing here? Unaware of his presence, Celeste was simply delighted. A high-ranking bidder announced, "For 1,000 gold coins, I'm here." But before she could react, someone blocked her path. She frowned in irritation. "I already passed the toll checkpoint earlier. Why are they stopping me now?" The man in front of her smiled and said, "Dear sister-in-law, it's been a long time." Seeing him, Helen gasped in fear. We've been discovered. Celeste also froze in place for a moment. The man chuckled. "What's there to be afraid of?" Helen immediately bowed. "This servant greets your highness, third prince." He ordered, "Wait here. I have something to discuss with your mistress." Celeste remained composed. "Fine, let's go. I want to see what he's up to." Inside a private room, the third prince opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Then he asked, "Take a guess, what do you think is in this room?" Celeste scanned the area and remained silent. Her eyes landed on a stack of documents piled up on the table. She walked over, touched them, and said, "Smart people don't beat around the bush." The prince chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Sister-in-law, you're quite interesting." His action made Celeste feel slightly annoyed. "Just you wait. Once my martial strength returns, you'll pay for this." The prince grinned and continued, "All right, let's get to the point." He pulled out a document and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Celeste glanced at it and answered, "A bounty notice." Impressive deduction skills. "And do you know who issued it?" he asked again. Celeste smirked. Relying on her sharp instincts, she deduced, "You want to tell me that the paper in your hand is a mysterious bounty order, and that your dear royal brother is the one who issued it. He's searching for a woman, and the reward is quite generous. Let me guess, 500,000 gold." The third prince was momentarily stunned, the paper slipping from his fingers. Celeste bent down, picked it up, and looked at the top section. Clearly written there was a reward of 500,000 gold. But when she saw the woman in the portrait, her expression changed drastically. "Wait. The person the crown prince is looking for, is me. But back then, I hadn't even met him yet." At this moment, Celeste's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The author of this dramatic novel keeps haunting me. Maybe the original owner of this body and the crown prince once had a deep relationship. But due to a misunderstanding, he didn't know she was his fiancée, and she was ultimately killed by someone else. After I took over her body, everything became a mess. So, the crown prince is still desperately searching for the woman he loves. TSK, TSK, TSK. This really is an 8-volume-long dramatic cliché. The third prince, standing to the side, furrowed his brows in curiosity. "You already knew about this beforehand, didn't you?" Still staring at the portrait with trembling hands, Celeste turned to him, feigning confusion. "Knew about what?" The third prince unfolded the fan in his hand and asked, "What is the relationship between my royal brother and the lady in this painting? Who exactly is she?" He leaned closer, questioning Celeste directly. She found his behavior baffling. Does this guy have a problem with his brain? Why is he asking me who the woman in the painting is? Honestly, I have nothing to do with her. Should I just tell him she's dead? But if the crown prince went so far as to put up a massive bounty, it would be hard to convince him otherwise. So, Celeste calmly replied, "Of course I know who she is, because she's my mother." The third prince's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. "You're saying, you're her daughter? How is that possible?" Celeste held up the painting for him to examine. "Why wouldn't it be possible? Look closely, don't we look alike?" He scrutinized the portrait again. "It's not just a slight resemblance, they look exactly the same." Still processing the revelation, he asked, "Then who is your father? Don't tell me it's my royal brother. I've been hearing rumors lately that the crown prince dotes on you a lot." Celeste's eye twitched in irritation. "Are you stupid? What nonsense are you thinking? Since when does a father marry his own daughter?" Hearing that, the third prince sighed in relief. "Right. He married you because of your status as the saintess." Then, a thought crossed his mind. The sacred texts say that the saintess is sent by the heavens to save the world and must become the empress, the mother of the nation. But they don't specify who will be emperor. If one were to marry her, it would be the same as obtaining the entire kingdom. Celeste observed his expression with suspicion. Why does he look like he just got his hands on a rare, limited edition piece of pork? The third prince lightly tapped her head with his fan. "Why did you come here today? This is not a place you should be." Celeste let out a small "ow" in protest. The third prince mused, "She's not a helpless person. If she dares to come to such a dangerous place, she must have a reason." As Celeste was about to complain, "What was that for?" she suddenly noticed someone outside, secretly watching them. Turning back to the third prince, she asked, "Can I trust you?" He smiled. "That's not for me to decide. It depends on you. If you trust me, then I will trust you, and vice versa." Celeste puffed up her cheeks in thought. This guy is too smooth with his words. But thinking about it, there's no one else to trust anyway. I might as well take a chance on him. "All right," she said. "I'll trust you this time. I came here to find someone." The third prince raised an eyebrow. "Oh. And who might that be?" Celeste answered, "A man wearing a mask." Hearing this, the third prince said, "Masked men are not easy to find, but coincidentally, I do know two people who fit that description. I wonder if either of them is the one you're looking for." Celeste was slightly taken aback. "The man I'm looking for is about 1.8 meters tall, and most importantly, he wears a finely crafted golden mask." "What a coincidence. That actually matches 5 people," the third prince said casually, lightly tapping his fan against his palm. Celeste's eyes widened. "Really? Who is he? Can you take me to him?" The prince chuckled. "He's not someone who shows up easily. Unless you tell me the reason why you want to meet him." No surprise there. The third prince, Bei Ming Yuan's cunning younger brother, was always calculating. Celeste hesitated slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of sorrow. "If I tell you, will you help me?" The prince smirked. "That depends on the situation." Her brows twitched in irritation. "This guy is practically forcing me to lie, isn't he?" After a brief pause, she said, "The truth is, he's my father. But I've never met him. I only heard about him from my mother. I really want to see him." The third prince's eyes widened in shock. "Your father? Wait, hold on a moment. I need to confirm something first. Are we even talking about the same person?" As he anxiously paced back and forth, Celeste chuckled. "Not such a simple matter, huh?" After some thought, she quickly sketched a portrait of the man she was talking about. When the third prince took the drawing from her, his hands trembled slightly. His voice was filled with disbelief. This is terrifying. This is the Lord of the Nether Palace, the #1 demonic sect in the martial world. He actually has a daughter." Seeing him completely frozen in place, Celeste tilted her head and asked, "Well, is my father among the people you mentioned?" Yet in her mind, she screamed, "Ugh. This whole acknowledging a stranger as my father situation is absolutely disgusting." The third prince swallowed hard before replying, "This is really your father? Also, who taught you to draw?" "My mother, of course," Celeste replied matter-of-factly. Why are you asking so many questions? So, can I meet him now? The third prince let out a breath and said, of course. But I've been busy lately with my wedding arrangements. How about we wait for another opportunity? Even as he spoke, he was already calculating in his mind. The Nether Palace is an extremely powerful force. If I escort their leader's daughter to him, I could gain a valuable favor in return. Celeste's eyes widened. You're getting married. She grabbed his sleeve and teased, so, who's the lucky lady? Congratulations on marrying the #1 beauty. But don't forget about your promise to take me to meet my father. He chuckled. Of course. Celeste turned to leave. It's getting late. I'll head back now. Just as she was about to step away, the third prince suddenly called out, wait, little sister-in-law. I have a job for you. Interested? At those words, Celeste's eyes immediately lit up. Is it about making money? Go on. The third prince smirked. I'm sure you already know that your husband, my royal brother, has offered a huge reward for finding your mother. That amount of money is no joke. Meanwhile, at Phoenix Radiance Palace, Bei Ming Yuan was speaking with the Empress. Mother, you called for me. The Empress asked, son, I heard you refused the marriage proposal with the young lady from the Sorrel family. Is that true? Bei Ming Yuan responded coldly, Mother, I don't want anyone deciding my marriage for me. Hearing this, the Empress thought to herself, perhaps he is still upset with the late Emperor for forcing an engagement with a little girl he had never even met. Then, she spoke again. Are you aware that Lady Sorrel is now engaged to Bei Ming Feng? Bei Ming Yuan replied, I know. You're concerned that the Sorrel family holds great influence in court, and if Feng marries her, it might threaten my position. But I don't believe the court will shift so easily. The Empress nodded. You have a point, but what exactly is your relationship with her now? Bei Ming Yuan had just lifted his teacup to take a sip, but hearing the question, he froze, unsure of what to say. At the Eastern Palace, Celeste was sprawled lazily on her bed, thinking about Feng. As long as I return to my original form, I'll bag myself 500 million gold coins. It was the 15th of the month, the one time she could return to her true appearance without needing medicine. Outside, her personal maid stood anxiously, her worried gaze fixed on the study of the Eastern Palace. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan stood before another maid, questioning her. Did she do anything unusual today? Helen suddenly knelt before him, trembling as she pleaded, Your Highness, please have mercy. This servant has sinned. Underscore 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 underscore. By nightfall, Celeste had changed into her sleepwear and was now lounging on her bed. She glanced at her husband and silently admired, TSK, what a fine specimen. Her gaze trailed over Bei Ming Yuan's figure, and despite herself, she wiped the corner of her mouth. I won't admit that I'm literally drooling right now. Soon, the two lay together on the same bed. Bei Ming Yuan closed his eyes, immediately drifting off to sleep. Celeste, on the other hand, stared at him and thought, he only wants to sleep beside me to make sure I don't sleepwalk. But if I don't take action now, won't that be a waste of an opportunity? A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she smirked like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. They say sleepwalkers can't control their actions, right? Maybe I should take advantage of that. Ha! Who says I don't want a piece of that? She reached out, her hands shamelessly exploring Bei Ming Yuan's toned chest. As she traced over his firm muscles, she nearly drooled again. So this is the joy of adulthood, huh? Just as her hands roamed freely, Bei Ming Yuan suddenly frowned and pushed her away in annoyance. Caught off guard, Celeste pouted and clenched her fists. He actually dared to push me away. You're asking for a punch. But before she could act, he grabbed her wrist, pulled her over, and, Just as she had expected, she ended up lying face down across his lap. Bei Mingyuan's hand hovered over her as he prepared to deliver a warning. Celeste gaped in shock. Not again. Thinking quickly, she blurted out, "Mother. Is that you?" Bei Mingyuan frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She clung to him, putting on her best dramatic performance. "Mother, don't leave me. Don't go." Tears even welled up in the corners of her eyes for added effect. Bei Mingyuan hesitated upon seeing her distressed expression. His fingers brushed against her face, as if offering comfort. But then, realization struck. His expression darkened. "You're playing games with me, aren't you?" Celeste sat up awkwardly and muttered, kinda." Bei Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. "Who exactly is this mother of yours?" Celeste responded innocently, "My mother is my mother, obviously." His tone grew sharper. "Then let me ask again, who is the mother you risked sneaking into the black market for?" At his words, Celeste stiffened. Her eyes darted around nervously. "Were you spying on me? You're really bad at letting people have their peace, you know." Bei Mingyuan chuckled softly. "That's just how it is." Celeste huffed in frustration. "He looks all proper and serious, but his mouth sure loves to nag." Bei Mingyuan leaned in closer, his face inches from hers. "So, who is she? If you won't tell me, I won't hesitate to ask the people around you." Feeling cornered, Celeste blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "My mother is Ivana, the most beautiful woman in the world." Bei Mingyuan raised a brow. "Ivana. So, you took your mother's surname?" Celeste innocently asked, "Is there a problem with that?" Bei Mingyuan explained, "In the Tharlan kingdom, children don't take their mother's surname." Hearing this, Celeste's face turned pale. She quickly blurted out, "My mother isn't from the Tharlan kingdom." Bei Mingyuan's expression darkened at her response. Sensing his displeasure, Celeste nervously gripped the bed sheets and continued, "Even though my mother isn't from Tharlan, my father was. I know you want to ask who he is, but you'd better keep your mouth shut. My mother said he was a heartless man. He's dead." With that, Celeste immediately jumped off the bed, leaving Bei Mingyuan staring after her in surprise. As she ran, she mumbled to herself, "Dear heavens, stop asking already. I'm running out of lies." She kept muttering under her breath, "That should be enough, right?" Oh. Unfortunately, she tripped over something and almost fell. But before she could hit the ground, Bei Mingyuan swiftly caught her, pulling her into his arms. For a moment, they simply stared at each other. The bed curtains swayed gently with the breeze, half hiding their figures. Celeste looked at Bei Mingyuan, her heart pounding. What is he thinking? Does he believe me or not? Bei Mingyuan sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "I will help you find your mother." Hearing those words, Celeste felt her worries melt away. "Scared me to death." Then, slipping back into character, she flashed an innocent smile and asked, "Husband, are you really going to find my mother for me?" Bei Mingyuan locked eyes with her and replied, "However, you need to learn proper palace etiquette. Stop running around so recklessly." Like an obedient little puppy, Celeste nodded enthusiastically. "I'll learn. I promise I'll learn. My handsome husband, you can rest assured." But deep down, she scoffed. "Learn what? I just said that to get through this moment. Find my mother." "Ha! I'm right here, what's there to find? As for learning palace etiquette, not happening." Suddenly, Bei Mingyuan pulled out a rope from under his pillow. "Then let's start by correcting your sleeping posture," he said seriously, stretching the rope between his hands. Celeste's jaw dropped as a cold sweat formed on her forehead. He keeps a rope under his pillow. What kind of hobby is this? The next thing she knew, she was tightly wrapped up like a cocoon, her mouth gagged so she couldn't even complain. Is this guy some kind of lunatic? Was he a rice dumpling vendor in his past life? Later, in another part of the palace, Celeste had changed into proper attire. She yawned sleepily, grumbling under her breath. That crazy pervert. Tying me up all night, how was I supposed to get any sleep? Just as she was muttering, she unexpectedly ran into Bei Mingyuan. A maid beside her immediately bowed respectfully. This servant greets your highness, the crown prince. Elsewhere in the palace, Celeste found herself standing before a line of palace maids, all neatly arranged. She was visibly annoyed. Is this some kind of imperial consort selection event for the emperor? No wonder everyone wants to be a ruler. Suddenly, one of the women stepped forward and asked Madame Grace, "Greetings, Madame Grace. Is this a new court lady entering the palace?" Madame Grace calmly corrected her, "Mind your manners. Show your respects to the crown princess." At those words, the other women began whispering amongst themselves. So this little girl is the crown princess. I heard His Highness married a child, and it turns out to be true. I also heard she's from some martial arts sect, not from a noble background. One of the palace maids, holding a whip in her hand, sternly commanded, "Enough gossiping. Each of you will receive 10 lashes." Upon hearing that, the women trembled in fear, and some even dropped the bowls they were holding, shattering them on the ground. Celeste stood on the sidelines, watching the scene unfold. She couldn't help but think, the palace really has money to spare. Those bowls were perfectly fine, and now they're broken just like that. No one even bats an eye. Madame Grace then handed Celeste a bowl filled with water and instructed, "Your Highness, this is the first etiquette lesson, balancing a bowl of water on your head. You must not let a single drop spill." Celeste took the bowl, placed it on her head without hesitation, and cheerfully announced, "All right, I'll stand with them." With that, she took a steady step forward, her posture firm and confident. There wasn't the slightest sign of difficulty. The other maids watching couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "How is that even possible? She didn't spill a drop. The young crown princess is incredible." Celeste smiled, secretly amused. "You think you can train me with something this simple? Ha! Do you think a modern-day special agent like me would be that easy to break?" Even with a bowl of water perfectly balanced on her head, Celeste stood as steady as a mountain, unfazed by the cries of frustration from the others struggling around her. Even during meals, Celeste remained composed and elegant, leaving Madame Grace with nothing to criticize. With a bright smile, Celeste asked, "Madame Grace, is there anything else to learn today?" Madame Grace replied, "That will be all for today, Your Highness. You may go and rest now." As she finished speaking, she couldn't help but think, she finished lessons meant for 3 days in just half a day. The young crown princess is this intelligent. Why did His Highness say she was stubborn and uneducated? At this time, the peach blossoms in the palace were in full bloom, creating a poetic and picturesque scene. Celeste strolled along the path, admiring the view, and thought to herself, "It's been a while since I got to wander around outside. Not having to deal with Alexander's cold face. This is great." Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she decided to familiarize herself with the palace layout. As she walked, her eyes suddenly lit up at a discovery. She stood in front of an old, run-down area covered in cobwebs and wondered aloud, why is there such a dilapidated place inside the royal palace? From within, the sound of coughing echoed. Celeste remained calm as she stepped inside, muttering, "Is someone actually living here? Could this be the legendary Cold Palace?" Venturing deeper, she came across a scene of a young boy tending to a sickly woman lying in bed. "Mother, please have some water," the boy said softly. Celeste immediately intervened, exclaiming, "Wait. Your mother is already so ill, and you're giving her cold water. Do you want to make her condition worse?" The boy, who was holding a chipped cup, turned to look at her in concern. He was none other than the seventh prince, Bei Ming Yuan's younger brother, Prince Maximus. "Is it bad for a sick person to drink cold water?" he asked hesitantly. Celeste nodded firmly. "Of course. When sick, you should only drink warm water. It helps with blood circulation and speeds up recovery." Prince Maximus blinked in confusion, struggling to understand her explanation. Meanwhile, the woman on the bed, Consort Camilla, finally spoke in a weak voice. "Young girl, who are you? Why have you come here?" she asked, coughing. Celeste responded, "My name is Celeste." Upon hearing her name, Consort Camilla said gently, "This is not a place for visitors. You should leave before your family starts worrying." At that moment, Prince Maximus timidly held out what looked like an ornate keychain, engraved with the royal insignia, and pleaded, "Could you help me get some warm water for my mother? They won't let me leave." Celeste studied the engraving on the keychain. Maximus. Could he be the seventh prince, Prince Maximus? Turning to Consort Camilla, she asked, "Are you Consort Camilla?" The woman looked surprised. "You've heard of me." Celeste thought to herself, so it really is Consort Camilla. "I heard she was exiled to the cold palace after offending that detestable Lady Charlotte. I can't believe even her child was dragged down with her. How pitiful." She then turned to Prince Maximus and said, "I don't need this token. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring warm water and medicine right away." Hearing her words, the boy's eyes brightened with joy. "Will you visit us again?" Celeste smiled warmly. "If I have the time, of course, I'll come again. But you have to be a strong young man and take good care of your mother, all right?" Prince Maximus nodded eagerly. "Emichim. I will, I promise." In another part of the palace, back at the Eastern Palace, a maid spotted Celeste returning and rushed over in a panic. "Little Crown Princess. You're finally back. His Highness was here looking for you earlier, he waited for a whole hour." Hearing this, Celeste's face immediately paled with unease. "Oh no. I lost track of time talking to Consort Camilla." Sensing impending doom, she cautiously approached the doorway and peeked inside before calling out in a sweet voice, "My dear handsome husband, what do you need me for?" Bei Ming Yuan sat inside, his expression cold as ever. He simply asked, "After finishing your lesson today, where exactly did you go?" Celeste scratched her head and replied nonchalantly, "I just wandered around the palace. It's really big, and really beautiful." The crown prince remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on her. Under his scrutiny, Celeste couldn't help but think, is he mad? My poor backside can't handle another round of punishment. But then, to her surprise, Bei Ming Yuan simply sighed, turned around, and said, "Next time, don't let your curiosity run wild without limits." Celeste was stunned. That's it. No interrogation. No punishment. Did this cold-hearted man just let it slide? However, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Bei Ming Yuan turned back and said, "On the 14th of this month, my third royal brother is getting married. You will attend the wedding with me." Celeste's expression froze. What? Her mind immediately went into panic mode. Oh no. I was planning to extort 5 million gold from him on the 15th, after I transform into an adult. But if I have to attend this wedding, when will I have time to prepare? Bei Ming Yuan remained indifferent. Because you are my official wife. Celeste, however, was resolute. I don't want to go. Ignoring her protest, Bei Ming Yuan turned away, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. You must go. Celeste stomped her feet in frustration. My 5 million gold. Wah! Nearby, one of the maids approached and whispered, My dear little ancestor, you really don't understand, do you? His Highness personally taking you to the third prince's wedding is a great honor. Celeste pouted, her face turning green. Who wants his honor? All I want is my 5 million gold. The maid quickly tried to pacify her. Please don't say things like that. If you anger the crown prince, you might be sent to the cold palace. Hearing those words, Celeste broke out in a cold sweat. The cold palace. Even though this is the royal palace, I'd still have to share one man with countless other women. And if I slip up even once, I could be locked away forever. I refuse to live in a place like this. I need to find a way out of here. After a moment of thought, she suddenly asked, Sister Helen, do you have any cough medicine? At Violet Orchid Palace, Celeste and Prince Maximus were tending to a simmering pot of medicine. Both of their faces were smudged with soot from the fire. Celeste instructed, Have you learned it now? From now on, you'll need to brew medicine like this for your mother. Maximus beamed and nodded. I got it. I'll take good care of my mother from now on. Inside the chamber, Consort Camilla watched the two of them, her expression filled with warmth and happiness. Back at the Eastern Palace, Celeste wore an incredibly adorable outfit, her hair neatly tied up. She held her little puppy in her arms and called out, Sister Helen. The maid turned to her, puzzled. Little Crown Princess, I've done what you asked. But, what is this? It's so heavy. Looking down, Celeste's legs were now wrapped in two large, bulging objects. In response to Helen's confusion, she proudly declared, These are called sandbags. They're for running. The maid's eyes widened in alarm. Little Crown Princess. If you're feeling upset, you can talk to me. Please don't do anything that might hurt yourself. Seeing the maid's concern, Celeste assured her, This isn't self-harm. This is called physical training. Strengthening the body. Why don't you try it with me, Sister Helen? Exercise like this has a lot of benefits. Faced with Celeste's adorable expression and bright smile, Helen couldn't bring herself to refuse. At the Eastern Palace, Celeste continued jogging with the sandbags tied to her legs, counting out loud, 1, 2. 1, 2. Behind her, Helen struggled to keep up, already exhausted beyond belief. Celeste thought to herself, This body is way too weak. Starting today, I need to train properly so I can get out of here as soon as possible. Helen panted heavily and whined, Little Crown Princess, I can't do this anymore. I'm too tired to keep running. Celeste trotted over, helped her up, and firmly said, No giving up halfway. You have to keep going. Persistence is the key to victory. Helen, drenched in sweat, looked terrified and stammered, Little Crown Princess, people are watching. But Celeste cheerfully pushed her forward again. The nearby palace maids whispered among themselves, What on earth are the Little Crown Princess and Helen doing? Are they being punished by the Crown Prince? How is running even considered a punishment? Celeste noticed them staring and suddenly grinned. Do you all want to exercise too? Immediately, the maids flinched in horror. As the sun began to set, voices could still be heard echoing across the palace. Keep going. Keep going. Celeste led the way, with a group of palace maids huffing and puffing behind her. Helen, gasping for air, finally begged, Little Crown Princess, we really can't run anymore. Hearing this, Celeste finally stopped, turned around, and said, All right, since it's the first day, we'll stop here. The maids nearly collapsed in relief, their legs shaking from exhaustion. Some of them barely managed to bow as they stammered, We take our leave now, Your Highness. Celeste smirked and casually added, "Be sure to come early tomorrow for training." The maids, who had just started walking away, immediately froze in place. Celeste chuckled smugly. "Who said slacking off was easy? You've just encountered the ultimate tiny dynamite." Helen trembled and hurriedly changed the topic. "Little Crown Princess, it's getting late. It's time for dinner." "All right." Celeste was about to walk away when she suddenly winced. Her face turned pale as she clutched her lower back. A maid quickly rushed over, concerned. "Little Crown Princess, are you all right?" Celeste held her waist and anxiously thought, "Oh no. I haven't exercised in so long, I think I just dislocated my spine." As night descended upon the Grand Royal Palace, everything quieted down. Inside their chamber, both Celeste and Bei Mingyuan were fast asleep on their shared bed. Feathers drifted lazily through the air, slipping into Celeste's dreams. As soon as she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a room filled with plush toys, dolls, and all sorts of cute things. She was even hugging a brown teddy bear in her arms. The heroine seemed overjoyed at the sight. "This is great. I'm finally back. No more having to deal with that perverted guy's moods." Lost in a dream, a sudden voice shattered her fantasy and dragged her back to reality. Celeste slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Once she fully grasped the situation, she jolted awake. Somehow, she had ended up clinging to the crown prince in her sleep. Bei Mingyuan's cold voice rang out. "Finished rubbing against me?" Celeste froze in place, her mind racing. Bei Mingyuan. I treated Bei Mingyuan like a body pillow, and I even held on to him so tightly. Flustered, she blushed furiously and pulled the blanket over herself. "This is too embarrassing. I'm going to die from shame." The male lead, watching her ridiculous reactions, was utterly perplexed. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Is this little troublemaker feeling shy? The next day, Celeste lay sprawled on the table, looking pale and drained. Last night was humiliating. How am I supposed to face that pervert again? She had no appetite and couldn't bring herself to eat. A maid standing beside her, noticing her state, asked worriedly. "Young Crown Princess, are you feeling unwell? You barely ate anything for breakfast, and now lunch doesn't suit your taste either." However, the heroine paid no attention to her words and continued to lie miserably on the table. Suddenly, she bolted upright, fully immersed in her own thoughts. Why should I feel embarrassed? If I refuse to be ashamed, then the awkward one will be him. With renewed enthusiasm, she declared. "I'm totally fine. Sister Helen, let's continue our training later." Helen shuddered and immediately started crying inside. "Training? My legs still hurt." Just then, two other maids entered, carrying something in their hands, and spoke with utmost respect. "By order of His Highness, we have brought the ceremonial gown for the Crown Princess to wear at the third prince's wedding tomorrow." Celeste placed her hands on her hips, visibly annoyed. "Sending someone to deliver my outfit personally. Is he afraid I'll back out and not go? What does he take me for?" What she didn't realize was that this was exactly the kind of person she was. Helen accepted the attire from the maids and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "This dress is stunning. If the young crown princess wears it, she'll surely look so beautiful that no one will be able to take their eyes off her." But the heroine pouted and stubbornly said, "I'm not wearing it. What's the point of beautiful clothes? A beautiful heart is what truly matters." Then, she grabbed her maid's hand and cheerfully declared, "Sister Helen, forget about the new clothes. Let's go train." Helen was dragged along against her will, tears streaming in her heart. "Someone save me." The next morning, Celeste donned the ceremonial dress Bei Mingyuan had given her, looking absolutely adorable. The gown was a blend of lilac and white, shimmering like a sky full of stars. Paired with the ribbons tied to both sides of her head, it made her appear even more innocent and sweet. Helen stared at her without blinking before lowering her head and saying, "Young crown princess, wasn't I right? You look breathtaking. You're definitely going to be the center of attention at the third prince's wedding today." The heroine admired the outfit she was wearing and thought, "True, not bad at all. I guess I couldn't escape fate. This is really pretty." Celeste let out a sigh, her mind drifting to the image of the third prince's elegant demeanor. "That's right, today I have the chance to meet that mysterious guy again. I need to confirm something." Thinking of this, she smiled mischievously. The third prince and Sophia actually make quite the pair, don't they? She couldn't help but imagine a flirtatious young noble and a cunning green tea stirring up all sorts of drama in the future. Suddenly, Bei Mingyuan pushed the door open and stepped inside, asking, "Not ready yet?" The outfit he was wearing matched the design and color of Celeste's, except his was tailored for a man. Seeing this, she was taken aback, her face turning pale as she thought to herself, "Are you kidding me? Couple outfits?" Helen bowed respectfully and replied, "The little crown princess is ready." Celeste calmly approached the male lead, staring at him thoughtfully. "Couple outfits? More like father and child outfits." Then, she flashed a gentle smile and said, "My beautiful husband, I suddenly feel like I shouldn't call you my husband anymore. I should call you father instead." The sarcasm in her words was clear. Helen was so startled by what she heard that she broke out in a cold sweat. "Father?" Bei Mingyuan was utterly annoyed and coldly retorted, "Nonsense." The female lead innocently replied, "You see me as a child, yet you're this old already. Even if we wear matching clothes, we don't look like a married couple, more like father and daughter." Being called father and insulted as old at the same time was like a dagger straight to Bei Mingyuan's heart. His anger surged as he coldly warned, "It seems you keep forgetting your place. I won't tolerate hearing such words a second time. Otherwise, you'll be punished." Hearing this, Celeste froze, clutching her waist as she internally panicked. This pervert. Don't tell me he wants to spank me again. She timidly responded, "My beautiful husband, I was just joking with you. I was wrong, okay?" However, deep down, she felt frustrated. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall, and so does a little lady like me. Bei Mingyuan shot her a cold glance before finally letting it slide. He turned around and walked off. "Let's go." Celeste sighed in relief, forcing a smile. "My poor little butt, you survived another day." Outside, the garden was lush with greenery, and the flowers were in full bloom. At the third prince's residence, guests bustled in and out, and the lavish decorations signaled a joyous occasion. As Celeste followed the crown prince inside, she glanced around, deep in thought. "It's so lively here. How am I supposed to find a chance to talk to the third prince?" Just then, Bei Mingyuan spoke. "Today is my third royal brother's wedding day. Do not cause trouble, stay by my side and behave." Hearing his words, she broke out in a cold sweat. Can this guy read minds or what? She immediately put on a bright smile and replied, "Oh, my beautiful husband, don't worry. How could I ever leave your side?" The male lead said nothing in response. Instead, without warning, he reached out and held her hand in the middle of the crowd. This left the female lead flustered. Is he for real? Does he have to make such a show of it? How am I supposed to sneak away now? Onlookers immediately started whispering. Has the crown prince changed? Why is he holding a little girl's hand? That's the crown princess, right? She's adorable. Inside the grand banquet hall, the bride and groom stood in their ceremonial wedding attire, looking elegant and regal. As Celeste's gaze met the third prince's, he smiled warmly and thought to himself, so, my royal brother actually brought her here? Meanwhile, Celeste glanced at the crown prince, who seemed irritated, then back at the third prince, confused by his actions. Is this guy dumb or what? Greet me so openly like that. Does he think the crown prince is just a piece of wood? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Wait! You two cannot get married. The person who spoke was none other than Selena Aura. She appeared in mid-air, her extravagant gown shimmering, her long golden hair cascading down her back. She landed gracefully in front of the bride and groom. The third prince looked startled and immediately asked, Selena Aura, what are you doing here? Selena Aura answered coolly, what do you think I'm here for? The bride removed her veil, her expression displeased as she asked, Bei Ming Feng, who is she? Standing to the side, Celeste happily munched on watermelon while enjoying the drama. Is this the third prince's secret lover? Perfect timing, I came just in time for a show. Bei Ming Feng cautiously spoke, Sophie, let me explain. It's not what you think. Sophie huffed, explain. Then go ahead, tell me what kind of relationship you have with her. If you don't make it clear right now, this wedding is off. Selena Aura remained completely composed and said, what's there to explain, Bei Ming Feng, tell her who I am. However, the third prince firmly refused. You're just trying to force a connection that doesn't exist. Then, suddenly, he pointed toward another direction, where the crown prince stood. Look over there. That's who you should really be looking for, not me. Selena Aura's gaze followed Bei Ming Feng as she pointed at him. The surrounding crowd erupted in whispers, puzzled by the situation. Is that really the crown prince? Celeste, standing to the side, was equally stunned. She thought to herself, what the heck? Don't tell me this girl also has a thing with the crown prince. This scandal is getting out of hand. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Celeste nudged the crown prince beside her and said, oh, handsome husband, looks like that beautiful sister over there is staring at you. Then, with a smirk, she thought, well, never thought I'd see the day. Always acting all cold and untouchable, but secretly flirting left and right behind the scenes. However, Bei Ming Yuan remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Selena Aura with an expression as cold as ice. He said nothing, but the sheer intensity of his silence made Selena Aura break into a cold sweat. Bei Ming Feng stepped forward and spoke, his tone exasperated, if you're looking for something, only the crown prince knows. Even if you crash my wedding, I'll have to put up with it. But, my dear lady, can you please stop making trouble for me? Selena Aura's expression remained unreadable, her face cold and devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the bride clenched her fists tightly, clearly annoyed by the disruption. But eventually, Selena Aura decided to back down, stepping away and making her way toward the crown prince. Seeing the tension in the room, the third prince quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a small misunderstanding. The wedding will proceed as planned. Then, he turned to his bride with an affectionate smile. Sophie, you see. It's nothing at all. I have nothing to hide. Now, let me lift your veil for you. Don't let others steal a glimpse of my beautiful bride. Sophie reluctantly complied, letting the veil be placed back over her face, though she couldn't help but let out a displeased humph, making Bei Ming Feng chuckle awkwardly. Ha, ha. On the other side of the room, Selena Aura finally reached the crown prince and spoke directly to him. Your Highness, do you still remember me? Bei Ming Yuan's response was as indifferent as ever. No. That one word sent another wave of confusion through Celeste, who had been listening from the sidelines. What's going on here? What kind of relationship do these two even have? This whole conversation is so weird. Selena Aura's expression darkened. She raised her voice, frustration seeping into her tone. Bei Ming Yuan, don't you dare go too far. Sophie, watching the scene unfold, was utterly speechless. Is this for real? She just called the crown prince by his full name. But Bei Ming Yuan remained as unfazed as ever, his voice as cold as before. Leave. Selena Aura, however, refused to back down. Instead, she smirked and teased, "Oh. Is the crown prince flustered?" Celeste, who had been enjoying the spectacle, nearly choked. Oh my God, is she seriously pushing it? She clearly knows the answer but still asks. This woman's got guts. She quickly interjected, "Beautiful sister, don't provoke him too much. Let me tell you something, if you make him mad, he might spank you." Selena Aura arched a brow and turned to Celeste with a questioning look. Little girl, you seem to know the crown prince quite well. What exactly are you to him? With a mischievous grin, Celeste replied, "Why don't you take a guess? If you get it right, I'll give you a prize." Selena Aura tilted her head, thinking. Are you his younger sister? Celeste shook her head immediately. Do we look like siblings? Suddenly, Selena Aura gasped dramatically and pointed at her. I got it. You must be his daughter. Hearing this, Celeste burst into laughter but still managed to feign innocence. She turned to Bei Ming Yuan and said, "See, handsome husband? I told you our matching outfits today made us look like father and child. Even this beautiful sister thinks so." Selena Aura stared at her in shock. Wait, you just called him husband. You're actually his consort. Celeste beamed. Oh. Do you think I'm not good enough for him? You know what they say, this is a classic case of an old bull grazing on young grass. That statement was practically a death wish. Bei Ming Yuan's expression darkened significantly, his face turning stormy with rage. Meanwhile, Selena Aura suddenly burst into laughter, clapping her hands in delight. Ha! You're right. He really is an old bull eating young grass. But Celeste wasn't done. With a cheeky grin, she added, "Just so you know, once I grow up, I'll divorce this old man." Bei Ming Yuan's patience was running dangerously thin. His face was already unreadable, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Yet, the two girls continued their chat, completely ignoring his darkened expression. Why would you want to divorce the crown prince? Is he not good enough? Selena Aura asked, genuinely curious. Celeste sighed dramatically. Look at him. He's old, he's moody, and his face looks like the whole world owes him money. Tell me, could you develop any fondness for him? Wouldn't it be better to find a sweet, gentle little puppy instead? At that moment, Celeste's pet pup let out a sharp woof, as if to say, "Are you talking about me?" Selena Aura blinked before nodding. You know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Bei Ming Yuan, having listened to the entire conversation, was now seething in silence. His thoughts darkened. Who on earth has been teaching this girl such nonsense? Looks like I'll have to discipline her properly from now on. After that, everyone turned their attention to the bride and groom as they performed the husband and wife bowing ceremony. As the ceremony neared its end, Celeste thought to herself, it's about time. I can finally sneak away. She turned to Selena Aura and said, "Beautiful sister, come take my seat. I need to step out for a moment." Just as she was about to leave, a hand grabbed the collar of her robe, stopping her in place. It was Bei Ming Yuan. He gazed at her coldly and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Celeste felt a little flustered but quickly put on a pitiful expression, replying with a pleading tone, "My dear husband, I just need to use the restroom. You know, there are 3 urgent needs in life, please don't make things difficult for me." Perhaps infected by her adorable demeanor, his expression softened slightly. "Go," he said curtly. Hearing his response, Celeste was overjoyed, thinking to herself, how unexpectedly cute. Elsewhere, at the third prince's residence, someone was lurking behind a large rock near Bei Ming Feng. However, sensing their presence, he turned around with a gentle smile and said, "Come out, I already saw you." Celeste stepped forward nonchalantly and said, "Congratulations, third prince. I wish you a chubby little baby soon so they can be my future playmate. Bei Mingfeng approached her with amusement and asked, what brings the little royal consort to my wedding today? It seems my royal brother truly spoils you, even personally bringing you here. Celeste felt irritated by his words and retorted, even my restroom breaks are under surveillance. How is that considered spoiling? Then, she quickly got to the main point. I came to see you today because I need to ask about my father. Now that you're married, when will you take me to meet him? Bei Mingfeng chuckled. Why the rush, little royal consort? The wedding night is worth 1,000 gold pieces, don't you know? Celeste stared at him blankly. Look at my face. This is exactly how much I care. Annoyed, she continued, I don't need to understand that. I just want to know where my father is. Bei Mingfeng smiled. Don't worry. At the end of the month, I'll take you to him. Just make sure you have the time. Satisfied with the answer, Celeste stopped complaining and agreed, fine. I'll figure something out. But suddenly, she thought of something and asked, wait. That woman, Selena Aura, what exactly is your relationship with her? Bei Mingfeng remained composed as he responded, does it matter what relationship I have with her? On the contrary, she seems quite close to my royal brother. Aren't you concerned? Celeste scoffed, why would I care about him? What does his business have to do with me? Bei Mingfeng smirked. So you're not afraid that your dear crown prince might take a concubine? If that happens, and they become deeply infatuated while neglecting his official wife, don't come crying to me. Celeste coldly replied, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, I won't be shedding any tears over that. As she spoke, her mind wandered to the day she could be free, stepping on the crown prince's face. Once I obtain the celestial marrow lotus, get the heart blood of that mysterious person, and restore my original body, I'll be saying goodbye to all of you. Meanwhile, the third prince's estate remained filled with red decorations celebrating the wedding. As Celeste walked inside, she didn't see Selena Aura anywhere. Confused, she muttered, where did that pretty sister go? She left without even saying goodbye. Bei Mingyuan saw her return and immediately questioned, why did you take so long? Is the third prince's residence larger than the crown prince's palace? Sensing danger, Celeste started sweating and thought, crap. Is he getting suspicious? She cautiously answered, my dear husband, it's my first time here. I got lost, so it took longer than expected. Of course, the crown prince didn't believe her. Celeste quickly added, my master always taught me, never be afraid to ask for directions. So taking a little extra time is perfectly normal. Hearing that, Bei Mingyuan simply pondered for a moment. Looks like I was overthinking it. At the banquet table, a lavish feast was spread out, succulent meats, fresh fish, and vibrant vegetables, all arranged in a dazzling display. Celeste's eyes sparkled like stars as she slowly approached, exclaiming, oh my! It smells so good. I'm starving. Food. Food. However, with her current childlike form, she couldn't reach the dishes, truly a tragedy for her short arms. Instantly, she turned to the crown prince, putting on her sweetest voice. My dear husband. Bei Mingyuan glanced at her coldly. What is it? Celeste put on a pitiful look. My dear husband, I can't reach the food. Can you help me get some? Seeing her earnest expression, Bei Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a rare gentle smile, he asked, what do you want to eat? This, and that one. Celeste eagerly pointed at several dishes. The surrounding nobles and officials were shocked by the scene, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Chancellor, in particular, was displeased and spoke up in irritation. Your Highness, if you wish to eat, you may ask a maid or attendant to serve you. How can you trouble the crown prince to do such a thing? Hearing his words, Celeste huffed in annoyance. Why not? I like it when His Highness serves me. We always eat together, and he always gets food for me. Bei Ming Yuan, sitting beside her, remained expressionless and silent. But despite the murmurs around them, he calmly picked up food and placed it into her bowl. Celeste smirked smugly, satisfied. "Humph, that's more like it." Liu Chancellor was left speechless, unable to say anything further. After a while, the plates were cleared, and Celeste, now full, licked her lips and rubbed her stomach, letting out a soft burp. Bei Ming Yuan held the last peeled shrimp in his hand, turned to her, and said, "Looks like you can't eat anymore." But Celeste's eyes lit up. "Who said that?" Without hesitation, Bei Ming Yuan fed her the shrimp. As it entered her mouth, Celeste's cheeks turned red. "Our fingers just touched." "Oh no. Does this count as indirect contact?" She secretly glanced at him and thought, if I look closely, his eyelashes are even longer than a girl's. So beautiful. Suddenly, Bei Ming Yuan asked, "What are you staring at?" Celeste immediately blushed, turned away, and stammered, "And nothing." She reminded herself, "Stay focused, Celeste. Don't forget how he bullied you. You must not be swayed by a tiny act of kindness." Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan, observing quietly from the side, smirked to himself. "It seems my royal brother treats this little girl quite differently." And so, Bei Ming Feng walked over to where the two of them were, holding a glass of wine. He said, "Your Majesty, today is a joyful day for this humble one. I raise my glass to you and the little Empress, wishing both of you a long and happy marriage. May you grow old together, and enjoy 100 years of harmony." Upon hearing those words, the heroine was left speechless, her mind racing. How can they not see the huge age gap? And here they are, talking about growing old together, 100 years of harmony. Are they really trying to annoy me? My fists are clenched tight. However, Bei Ming Yuan remained unusually calm, replying, "Then I thank you for your well wishes, third prince. However, my beloved wife is still quite young, so she cannot drink. I shall accept on her behalf." Celeste was stunned. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat began to form on her forehead. "My beloved wife." Celeste was 100% shocked. 2 glasses of wine were placed on the table, their fragrance wafting into the air. Bei Ming Feng smiled warmly and continued, "Your Majesty, since you have such a good tolerance for alcohol, I offer a toast to your beloved wife, wishing her to grow up quickly." The Crown Prince felt that this toast was a bit off, his face scrunching up in displeasure, but he didn't say anything. Watching the two of them continue their exchange of toasts, Celeste furrowed her brow, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "Why are you two brothers competing against each other and dragging me into this?" Then, she smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I can drink." The heroine thought to herself, "Wait a minute, I'll pretend to get drunk and cause a scene. Let's see who ends up irritating whom." At that moment, Bei Ming Yuan snapped in annoyance, "What nonsense." The third prince chuckled playfully, "Little Empress, how much wine can that tiny stomach of yours hold?" Seeing their attitude, she was furious. She thought, back in my special forces days, I was unbeatable when it came to alcohol. Who are they looking down on? After a while, at the third prince's residence, the sounds of revelry could still be heard. "Come on, let's keep going." Both Bei Ming Yuan and Bei Ming Feng were drunk, their faces flushed. Especially Bei Ming Feng, who was so drunk he started muttering nonsense, drooling, "ABA, ABA." Meanwhile, Celeste remained unaffected, still as sober as ever. She quietly thought, "Now's my chance. Once those two are completely drunk, I'm out of here, out of here." Outside, the trees were in full bloom with purple flowers, filling the sky. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. It turned out to be the heroine. She was transforming, gradually returning to her true form. Her long hair cascaded down, covering her slender body. Looking at her current appearance, Celeste sighed and thought, back to my true form again, and here these two dog men are, still competing in drinking. Well, now that it's time for me to transform, it's all happening. Thinking of this, she angrily slapped the ground and grumbled, how annoying. Why does this striptease scene have to appear in a shoujo manga? But immediately after, Celeste found some clothes to wear. She quickly put them on and said to herself, now it's time to get down to business. First, I'll pluck some wool from Bei Ming Yuan. She grinned mischievously as she thought of the 500,000 gold tael she was about to acquire. At the third prince's residence, Bei Ming Yuan was furious. He slammed a glass of water on the ground and yelled, how can someone so big be nowhere to be found? His subordinates, terrified, replied, Your Majesty, we have searched the entire residence, but we still haven't found the Empress. The third prince, Bei Ming Feng, spoke up from the side, where's the little Empress? Bei Ming Yuan snapped back, she disappeared in your residence, and you're asking me? Bei Ming Feng was startled, his heart racing. He thought, I was so drunk earlier that I didn't know what was happening, and now this is being blamed on me. Suddenly, one of the subordinates entered and reported, Your Majesty. Bei Ming Yuan asked, what is it, Han Di? Han Di approached and whispered in Bei Ming Yuan's ear, Your Majesty, we have news about the girl you were looking for. Surprised, Bei Ming Yuan immediately asked, where is she? Han Di answered, someone threw a piece of paper into my room. I chased after them, but there was no one in sight. It seems like a master. The paper reads, I know where the girl you're looking for is. 5,000 silver taels, noon tomorrow at Fragrant Pavilion. If you're late, there's no waiting. Bei Ming Yuan took the paper and read it, then smiled coldly. Humph, a master, huh? Han Di, prepare the silver. Then he turned to Bei Ming Feng, his voice dark and threatening, you have 1 day. If you don't find the Empress, I'll hold you accountable. Bei Ming Feng froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought, this is such a hassle. At the third prince's residence, Bei Ming Feng pondered, where on earth could the little Empress have gone? He then walked into the bridal chamber and found his wife still waiting. He asked, Sophie, why aren't you asleep? His wife, annoyed, replied, I've been waiting for you all evening. Is Celeste really that important to you? Bei Ming Feng hurriedly explained, Sophie, don't think too much. The little Empress is missing in my residence, and of course I have to search for her. If I don't, how can I face the Emperor? Sophie refused to listen and angrily retorted, there are plenty of people in the residence searching for her, you're not the only one. From Selena Aura to Celeste, you've really disappointed me. With that, she stormed out, not looking back. Bei Ming Feng sighed and muttered, humph, what a hassle. Then he thought, but, her tantrum has reminded me. Selena Aura, maybe she's the one to watch. Outside, on the busy streets, people were shouting out their wares, hot buns here. Meat buns here. Celeste, her stomach growling, thought to herself, it smells so good. The vendor, smiling, said, Miss, buy one to taste, just 1 coin. However, Celeste immediately declined, no need. She thought, I was just thinking about the 500,000 taels of gold, and now I don't even have a single coin on me. Sigh. Even so, she remained aware of her surroundings. People with money were still going about buying food. 2 meat buns, please. Suddenly, someone appeared, a handsome young man with light purple hair. It was Lorien. He smiled and handed her a bun, saying, Miss, please accept this. Celeste replied coldly, no thank you, young master. She thought to herself, though you're quite handsome, we don't know each other. Offering unsolicited kindness, what's your angle? Lorien put on a sad face and said, "Miss, are you hungry? I mean no harm. I just guessed that you went out and forgot to bring money, so I'm just lending a hand." Hearing that, Celeste took the bun, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "Thank you. When I have money, I'll definitely pay you back." Lorien responded, "It's only 2 coins, nothing to worry about. But I insist, what's your name and where are you from? So I can return the money to you." Lorien's subordinate, seeing her stubbornness, snapped, "Nonsense. Our master has already said you don't need to repay him, why are you still insisting?" Lorien immediately reminded him, "Xiao Lu, silence." Then he smiled gently at the heroine. "I'm Lorien, staying at the Heavenly Character Room, number 1 Fragrant Residence. If you truly want to repay the 2 coins, you can come to find me there." Celeste smiled brightly and said, "No problem." In English, "No problem." Since she spoke in a modern language, Lorien didn't understand. Seeing this, she explained, "It means no problem, dot." After Celeste left, Lorien's subordinate asked, "Master, why did you help a girl you don't even know?" Lorien replied, "Didn't you notice what she's wearing? If I'm not mistaken, that's the attire of a servant from the Shuilon Palace." Xiao Lu was surprised and asked, "Oh, so you recognize who she is, and that's why you helped her?" Lorien remained calm as he responded, "No, everyone has their own troubles." Xiao Lu, uneasy, asked, "Master, then why did you give her your address? What if it causes trouble?" Lorien's face showed signs of irritation. "Xiao Lu, you're overstepping your boundaries." Celeste stood in a corner, listening to their conversation, and thought to herself, "Good thing I didn't wear this outfit when I met Bei Ming Yuan, or they would have definitely suspected me." Then she sighed, "How am I going to make money to buy new clothes?" After thinking for a while, she wondered, is it too late to go back and ask Lorien for money? Suddenly, a vendor nearby shouted, "Don't miss out. Fresh blood bat meat, just 2 coins each." Hearing this, Celeste turned around and asked, "Isn't this illegal? Wild bats could carry lots of diseases or viruses, no one should eat them." The vendor smiled and replied, "Illegal? Of course not. Our blood bat meat is best when grilled, and it's also great for dumplings. Many people buy it." Celeste froze, her face going pale as she thought, "Oh no. What did I just eat?" As she was about to gag and throw up, the vendor continued carelessly, "Miss, aren't you a happy one? You should be more careful next time." The heroine grumbled inwardly, "You're the one who's like that. Your whole family, too." Then she asked, "Where did you catch these bats?" She quickly calculated in her head, if selling bats here isn't illegal, I could catch a few and trade them for some money. The vendor eagerly responded, "I caught them in the forest, about 5 miles away. If you buy them all, I'll give you a 10% discount, plus half a pound of rats as a gift." Before he could finish his sentence, Celeste had already disappeared, like petals being swept away by the wind. At the palace, Bei Ming Feng, his eyes dark and swollen like a panda's, spoke with difficulty, "Brother, I've found Selina Aura." At this moment, Bei Ming Yuan's subordinates had already captured Selina Aura, but she was upset, demanding, "On what grounds are you arresting me?" Bei Ming Feng coldly asked, "Where were you last night?" Selina Aura didn't answer but retorted, "Why should I tell you?" Prince Bei Ming Yuan, enraged, snapped, "I just want the truth. Where is she?" Selina Aura, a somewhat naive beauty, thought to herself, even though I don't know who he's talking about, this is a good chance to get information about the celestial marrow lotus. She then spoke, Prince, we're both intelligent people. Let's not play games. If you really want to know where she is, bring the celestial marrow lotus here in exchange. Bei Mingyuan coldly responded, who is this person you're talking about? Selena Aura, startled and sweating, stammered, isn't she the one you're looking for? Prince Bei Mingyuan's anger flared. He shouted, I despise liars. Guards, throw her into the dungeon. Bei Mingfeng, now truly worried, thought to himself, I've found the wrong person, I'm doomed. Seeing the prince's unreasonable behavior, Selena Aura shouted, I'm not from the kingdom of Shanglan, you can't just arrest me. Bei Mingyuan turned to his third prince and coldly asked, this is what you've been searching for all night? Bei Mingfeng, startled and frightened, stammered, well. I still have time, it hasn't been a full day yet. The prince kicked Bei Mingfeng out with determination and ordered, find her, now. The third prince, still shaken, responded, I understand. I'll go now. Bei Mingyuan turned to his subordinate, Han Di, prepare the banknotes and head to Xiangman Lu immediately. Han Di responded, yes. Meanwhile, at a nearby inn, Celeste had changed into a lighter, more feminine outfit. She thought to herself, the money I got from selling the bat meat was just enough to buy this new set of clothes. I shouldn't get recognized now. Finally, she arrived at her destination and stepped onto the steps of Xiangman Lu. On the second floor, Bei Mingyuan watched her intently, his face flushed. He thought, why is it that when I see her, the poison inside me becomes uncontrollable? My heart feels restless, something I've never experienced before. What's happening to me? Celeste finally stood before the door of the room. A servant opened it for her and said, Miss, it's in here. Celeste's face flushed red as she thought, I used to see him every day before, so why am I nervous now? But then, she shook off the thought, reminding herself, for 500,000 gold coins, I can't afford to care about him. She stepped into the room and asked coldly, where is the money? The prince, expressionless, replied, take off your veil first. Celeste removed her veil, though with some discomfort, asking, is this good enough for you? Bei Mingyuan blushed and answered, not yet. This unexpected response stunned Celeste. She asked, as a prince, how can you go back on your word? If that's the case, I'm sorry, but I won't stay. The prince, seeing her firm attitude, placed the money on the table and coldly said, before I give you the banknotes, I need to confirm one thing. Seeing the money, Celeste's eyes brightened, and she happily replied, since you still care, I'll listen to you. What do you need to confirm? I'll cooperate. The prince blushed and said, I need to confirm your identity. If you're lying to me, I won't let you off easily. Celeste innocently pulled her face and said, look for yourself. There's no disguise, no surgery. Completely natural. If it's fake, I'll take it back. The prince stepped forward and said, you said it doesn't count. I want to check it myself. Celeste pouted, irritated, and replied, then go ahead and check. Bei Mingyuan gazed at her lovingly, his cheeks reddening as he gently touched her face, pinching her cheek until it was swollen and red. Celeste then asked, so, can you confirm now, Your Highness? It's not bad, Bei Mingyuan replied. After confirming, Celeste asked, Your Highness, why did you offer such a large sum to put a bounty on me in the black market? The prince replied indifferently, because I want you to be mine. Celeste stood frozen, shocked, thinking, did I hear that right? The original owner of this body was the prince's love interest. She asked, then let me ask you again, what kind of relationship did we have before? The prince answered calmly, we didn't have any relationship. She forced a smile and asked, no relationship? Then am I just your dream lover? Bei Mingyuan, expressionless, nodded and answered, that's right, you're correct. Celeste was stunned, thinking, what? There's no tragic backstory, it's all just because I'm too beautiful. Seeing her in disbelief, the prince's greed flared, and he asked, Your Highness, are you kidding me? However, the prince answered indifferently, I'm not joking. If you become mine, this money will be yours. Celeste's face turned pale as she thought, is this the trope of being a sugar baby? No way, if I keep going like this, I'll be exposed sooner or later. She then firmly stated, if I'm not mistaken, your highness already has a main consort. If you want me to be yours, what would my position be? Upon hearing this, he froze, his face turning red. He thought, damn it, why can't I control myself when I meet her? Celeste continued, I don't like being a concubine. If you want me to be yours, I must be your first wife. Are you willing to take the blame for abandoning your wife for me? Besides, I came here only for the banknotes, I'm not interested in being yours. She quickly walked past him, heading to the table to take the banknote. Bei Mingyuan remained still, not moving at all. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand tightly and said, just because the banknote has arrived, you're not interested in me anymore. Celeste, frustrated, raised her voice, you put a bounty on my head at the black market, I came, and I've received my payment. This banknote is my reward. Bei Mingyuan held her hand firmly and calmly replied, if you want the reward, you must fulfill my request. He then pushed her against the table, causing Celeste to scream, this is impossible. Dream on. The male lead ignored her words, continuing to press her onto the table, saying, be mine. Celeste struggled, angrily shouting, let go of me. In her heart, she couldn't help but think, normally, you look like a human-shaped dog, but now you're pulling these kinds of tricks on me. Suddenly, Bei Mingyuan lifted her chin and gently kissed her lips, causing Celeste to be stunned. How annoying, this guy's kissing technique is actually quite good. A moment later, Celeste yelled, no, and began pushing Bei Mingyuan away. She angrily said, you can't do this to me. The male lead didn't stop, pulling her head tightly, pressing her against him, thinking, where could you possibly run to? Celeste quickly thought of a way to distract him. She suddenly pointed up, pretending to be astonished. Ah! Your Highness, look outside the window. Bei Mingyuan, still calm, replied sternly, do you think I'm a child of 3 years old? Celeste, secretly frustrated, forced a smile, hee, if you have needs in that area, I can call someone else to help you. Bei Mingyuan stayed silent for a while before pushing her against the wall, coldly saying, I only want you. You won't escape. But there are too many people at the fragrance pavilion. How about we change places? No need. Celeste thought inwardly, looks like I'll have to use the ultimate beauty trap. She looked at him seriously and asked, Your Highness, do you really like me? This question caused Bei Mingyuan to blush, not saying anything but instead directly pressing his lips to hers, responding with a kiss as an answer. Celeste, taken by surprise, quickly thought of a plan, then Your Highness will forgive me, right? Before Bei Mingyuan could react, Celeste quickly kicked him in the lower abdomen. The kick made Bei Mingyuan widen his eyes in pain, gritting his teeth to endure the sharp pain. Celeste took the chance to escape, and behind her, Bei Mingyuan's angry shout echoed, damn it. Before long, Bei Mingyuan had caught up with her. He gritted his teeth, saying, you refuse my wine and instead prefer a penalty drink. Celeste knew she had been caught, and inwardly thought, it's over now. Then, a string of her shouting followed, Bei Mingyuan, you bastard. Shameless. In 3 days, I will kill you, ah. After the poison was purged, both of them had bruises, proof of the intense and vigorous detoxification process. While Bei Mingyuan was drifting into exhaustion, Celeste thought, if I don't escape now, when will I? She didn't forget to take the money on the table, cursing inwardly, that beast, Bei Mingyuan. Ripped my only set of clothes. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this. Later, Bei Mingyuan woke up, filled with anger. He clenched his fists and coldly asked Han Di, where is she? Han Di answered, reporting, Your Highness, I've been guarding the door all night, but saw no one enter or exit. Bei Mingyuan ordered coldly, search every inch of this place, find her for me immediately. Han Di instructed his subordinates, split up and search. Just as he finished speaking, it seemed that he noticed something unusual and immediately turned around, only to see Celeste walking weakly, wrapped in a cloth to cover her body, with no clothes on underneath. Han Di called in surprise, "Little consort. How come it's you?" Han Di quickly said, "We finally found you. Do you know how worried His Highness has been about you?" Celeste didn't answer, only snorted coldly. "Did someone kidnap you?" "I wanted to leave on my own." At that moment, Bei Mingyuan walked in, asking coldly, "Where did you go last night?" Celeste hesitated before answering, "I didn't go anywhere, just wandered nearby." Bei Mingyuan, displeased, said, "Then why are you lowering your head and not looking at me? Look up." Celeste didn't raise her head. Instead, she pulled the blanket over her face and shouted loudly, "I don't want to." Bei Mingyuan walked over, patting her, "Sit up." From inside the blanket came her shouts, "I don't want to, I don't want to. Don't touch me. Don't lay a hand on me." Bei Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, then changed his approach, speaking softly, "Calm down, don't get upset. Come on, get up and eat breakfast." Unexpectedly, Celeste suddenly sat up and grabbed Bei Mingyuan's hand, biting it hard. "I want to bite you to death." Bei Mingyuan stood there, open-mouthed in surprise. "You're biting people now? Are you a dog?" Celeste, feeling wronged, held back her tears and angrily said, "Just kill me already." Bei Mingyuan suddenly froze, noticing the bruises on her body. His expression changed, and he asked, "Who did this?" Celeste thought inwardly, "It's that pig of a man who did this, but I can't say it." She turned her face away and replied, "I don't know. I woke up like this." Bei Mingyuan immediately ordered someone to bring Sylvia Ren. When Sylvia Ren arrived, Celeste silently recognized her. "Isn't she the one who drugged me before?" Sylvia Ren looked at Celeste and thought, "Clearly, this is a trace of a male-female entanglement, yet it's appearing on a young girl like this. Perhaps it's related to the 2 meridians in her body." Bei Mingyuan asked in a stern voice, "How is she?" Sylvia Ren replied, reporting, "Your Highness, the injuries on little consort seem to be caused by abuse. If left for a few days, they will heal. There are no serious wounds." Bei Mingyuan coldly said, "I understand, you may leave." He then turned to Celeste, asking, "Tell me, who did you meet after leaving that night?" Celeste plugged her ears and shouted, "I don't know. I don't know." Bei Mingyuan grabbed her hand, speaking sternly, "Stop messing around." Celeste, unable to hold it in, began crying loudly, "Hoo-hoo." Bei Mingyuan snapped, "No crying." Celeste wailed, "You're shouting at me again. Wah wah wah." Later that evening, Sylvia Ren came to Celeste's room. She looked at Sylvia Ren in surprise and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sylvia Ren glanced at Celeste and said, "Little consort, I've noticed that your pulse is different from normal people's. Are you aware of this?" Celeste was surprised but pretended to be calm. "Sister, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm perfectly healthy, how could my pulse be different from others?" Sylvia Ren narrowed her eyes. "You, as the holy maiden of the Cloud Water Cave, must have practiced many kinds of cultivation techniques. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 meridians inside you must have resulted from breaking a taboo in a certain technique." Celeste thought inwardly, impressive, she knows everything. However, on the outside, she remained composed, thinking, if she didn't expose me in front of Bei Mingyuan and came here quietly at night, she must have some purpose. Sylvia Ren gently spoke, "Exactly. As long as you're willing to leave the Crown Prince, I can tell you how to break this cultivation technique." Celeste thought inwardly, this Bei Mingyuan really is a womanizer, and now a third party has come knocking. At that moment, Sylvia Ren handed her a red pill and said, "If you change your mind, just light this signal flare, and I will come to find you." Celeste took the signal flare without saying a word, just staring at it. She thought about it all night. The next morning, Celeste suddenly yelled, "Bei Mingyuan, you bastard, who gave you the right to bully me?" She continued hitting the pillow and screaming, "I will never forgive you." Back with Celeste, she and Helen were walking when they suddenly heard someone shouting curses. "That damn Bei Mingyuan, despicable, shameless." Celeste immediately asked Sophie, "Did you hear that? Should we go check it out?" Helen hesitated. I heard it, but what about His Highness the Crown Prince? Celeste cut her off. We're just going to take a quick look. It'll be fine. Helen sighed. You've never been able to win against the little Crown Princess, have you? And smiled bitterly. Fine. They approached a locked room, and Celeste opened the door. Immediately, a voice cried out, I won't dare speak ill of His Highness again. Please don't lock me in the dungeons. Celeste recognized the voice and asked, Aren't you the lady who caused a scene at the wedding the other day? The woman immediately burst into tears, running to Celeste and hugging her. Hoo-hoo, you've come to save me, haven't you? I don't want to stay in this cursed place anymore, please take me with you. Celeste calmly replied, The lock is broken. You can run on your own. Helen worriedly spoke, Little Crown Princess, this person must have committed a crime to be locked up by His Highness. We shouldn't get involved. Celeste reassured her, I'm just saying a few words. It'll be fine. The woman replied, I broke the lock, but the Crown Prince's manor is too large. I couldn't find my way out. I was caught by the guards and had to come back here. Celeste was stunned and said, Wow, how did you manage to survive being so bad with directions? The woman proudly replied, I have a special skill for asking for directions. Celeste raised an eyebrow. So why were you locked up? Because I wanted to get the celestial marrow lotus. Celeste smirked, Yes, because of that, you lied a little, and look where it got you, locked up. The woman panicked, No. I don't want to be locked up for life. Celeste chuckled, Well, if I were the Crown Prince, I wouldn't just lock you up, I'd keep you there forever. The woman paled and quickly changed her mind, No. I don't want that. Celeste continued, So, you still want the celestial marrow lotus? She hung her head, looking dejected, No. I don't want it anymore. Celeste devised an escape plan for her. Then, she muttered, I came all this way and he's not even here. Helen awkwardly laughed, I heard His Highness is busy preparing for the grand hunting competition of the spirit beast's realm, so he couldn't come out. Celeste's face brightened, Oh. That means I can go too, right? At that moment, Bei Ming Yuan appeared and coldly asked, Where are you going? Trying to run off again. He thought to himself, as expected, the resemblance is striking. Celeste shrieked, I'm not going anywhere. Don't get so close to me. Bei Ming Yuan motioned for Helen to leave, then held up a painting and asked, Who is the woman in this painting? Celeste casually replied, That's my mother. Bei Ming Yuan's voice turned icy, I don't like it when children lie. Celeste grinned, I'm not lying, dear husband. Clearly, the woman in the picture looks exactly like me. If we're not mother and daughter, then what are we? Bei Ming Yuan asked with narrowed eyes, Then where is your mother? I don't know. She's probably with my father. Who is your father? I'll kill him. Celeste laughed, My father is the best man in the world. He's more handsome than you, taller than you, and kinder than you. Bei Ming Yuan's expression darkened, Didn't you tell me before that he was a scoundrel? They made up, okay. Celeste responded nonchalantly. Bei Ming Yuan asked again, You've never met her, so how do you know they made up? Celeste's eyes welled up with tears as she choked out, I just want them to reconcile. What's wrong with that? She cried, You liar. You promised to help me find my mother, but you still haven't. Hoo-hoo, I miss her so much. Bei Ming Yuan slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, Fine, why argue with a child? Celeste sniffled, Dear husband, can I go out and look for my mother? No. You need to rest for 2 or 3 more days. I'll have Granny Yu come and teach you some manners. Celeste was disappointed. Oh. Bei Ming Yuan added, I've been busy these days and haven't had time to pay attention to you. But if you behave well, I'll take you to find her. Celeste replied, Okay, I'll be good, but inwardly thought, I bet you won't even take me to find her. At a mountain, Celestial Moon came to pay her respects to the Abyssal Palace Lord. The Lord asked, Do you still remember the last time you tried to scheme against me? Celestial Moon, startled, pleaded, Lord, please spare me. Celestial Moon has her own struggles. You think I will believe you? Actually, everything was the doing of my junior sister. She frequently secretly met with men and hasn't been a virgin for a long time. She even asked me to go down the mountain to buy her some miscarriage medicine. He thought to himself, could it be that she never took that medicine, which is why Celeste was born? The Abyssal Palace Lord waved his hand, causing Celestial Moon to fall to the ground. You once said she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and now you tell me she could even have a child. Celestial Moon begged. Lord. It's not like that, Celeste isn't. I mean, Celeste is my junior sister's child. I misspoke earlier. The Abyssal Palace Lord coldly snorted. Enough. I no longer wish to hear your lies. At that moment, a white dragon appeared behind the Lord. Celestial Moon was horrified and exclaimed. A Jiao Long beast. The Lord turned slightly and coldly said. Give her to it as a reward. A wailing sound echoed through the quiet area. Celestial Moon lay in agony on the ground, covered in wounds. It hurts so much. Everything hurts. I don't want to die. Someone help me. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, cloaked in white. The person asked. Do you wish to live? Later, at Cloudwater Cavern, the Cavern Master asked. I wonder what brings the Lord of the Abyssal Palace to my humble Cloudwater Cavern. The Abyssal Palace Lord presented a portrait and asked. Where is she now? The Cavern Master thought to himself. Ah, so the Lord of the Abyssal Palace is the one who previously interacted with Celeste. I cannot let him know Celeste's true identity, or it will ruin her destined bond with the Crown Prince. The Cavern Master then said. The woman in the portrait is not a disciple of Cloudwater Cavern. How could I know where she is? The Abyssal Palace Lord asked again. If she's not a disciple of Cloudwater Cavern, why was she seen in your forbidden area? Is that place open for anyone to enter? The Cavern Master replied. She was once a disciple of Cloudwater Cavern, but I expelled her from our sect long ago. I'm sure you are well aware of the reason for her expulsion. The Abyssal Palace Lord growled. Both she and I were schemed against by a disciple of your sect. You should not have expelled her. You mean you know who the culprit is? I've already taken care of that for you, so you need not worry about it any longer. The Cavern Master replied. If a disciple of Cloudwater Cavern makes a mistake, it is up to me to handle it. What right do you have to meddle? The Abyssal Palace Lord shouted. Because she deserves to die. Well, she's already dead, so you can leave now. But the Cavern Master hasn't told me where she is yet. Why are you so fixated on her? The Abyssal Palace Lord replied. She is mine now. Whether Celeste is her child or not, I must find her and ask her for the truth. The Cavern Master warned. I remind you, she is married now. Do not disturb them. Let that karmic bond end here. The Abyssal Palace Lord sneered. I'll say it one more time, she is mine, and no one will take her from me. The Cavern Master responded. If you are so persistent, then let us duel. If you lose, you may never seek her again, and you'll pay with your life's blood. If you win, I will not stop you. The Abyssal Palace Lord snorted, tacitly agreeing. A second later, the Cavern Master coughed up 2 streams of blood. What's happening? This person's strength far surpasses mine. If Celeste faces him, she will suffer. The Cavern Master weakly said. To kill or to cut, it's up to you. Ask yourself, what sect master would risk his life for a woman who was expelled from the sect? The Abyssal Palace Lord asked. Do you plan to sacrifice your life's blood to save her? Could it be that the one you want to save is her? The Abyssal Palace Lord turned around and said. Then tell her to come to the Abyssal Palace herself. The doors of the Abyssal Palace will always be open for her. Meanwhile, Celeste sat by the window, looking troubled. Where on earth is the celestial marrow lotus hidden? It's becoming increasingly difficult to deceive Bei Ming Yuan. What if I suddenly transform in front of him later? Thinking of this, she imagined the scene and screamed. Help! It can't happen. As she was lost in thought, a voice from outside interrupted. Little princess consort, are you awake? The third prince has come to visit, but His Highness the Crown Prince isn't here. You're the most suitable person in the manor to entertain him. Celeste suddenly remembered something and whispered to herself. Right. Today is the 30th of the month. I finally have to meet my temporary father. She said cheerfully. Helen, let's go. A while later, when the third prince saw Celeste, he was delighted, spreading his arms and calling out. Little princess consort, you're here. I'm here. I've missed you, so I came to talk with you. Celeste thought to herself. Isn't he supposed to be looking for me? Don't tell me he forgot our agreement. She immediately took a stern tone and pointed toward the door. Please leave. The crown prince is not in the manor. Go back to wherever you came from. The third prince chuckled. Little princess consort, there's an old saying, a guest is a guest. Is this really how you entertain guests? So, how should the third prince be entertained? Little princess consort, I've been waiting here for so long. Don't you think you should invite me for lunch? Bei Ming Feng whispered in Celeste's ear. There are so many people here. If you don't cooperate with me, how can I take you away? Understanding his hint, Celeste excitedly shouted. What? The third prince wants McDonald's and KFC. We don't have those. We have to go out and eat, let's go. Bei Ming Feng looked confused. McDonald's. KFC. What are those? Little princess consort must have heard me wrong. I meant to say the Fragrance Pavilion. It's the best tavern in the country of Xianglan. Celeste frowned, thinking to herself. Why the Fragrance Pavilion? Could I possibly run into Bei Mingyuan there? At this moment, Helen spoke up. Third prince, you can't. His Highness the Crown Prince has given orders. Little princess consort is not allowed to leave the palace at will. If you want to eat, let the kitchen prepare something for you. Ridiculous. I just want to take little princess consort out to eat. Am I going to hurt her? Helen trembled and quickly explained. I didn't mean that. Please forgive me, third prince. Bei Ming Feng immediately lifted Celeste in his arms and said. Don't worry. If my older brother asks, I'll take full responsibility. Celeste angrily shouted. Put me down. I can go by myself. Put me down. Ah, let's go, little princess consort. Helen watched them leave with worry, hoping Celeste would return soon, and praying that the crown prince wouldn't find out. Meanwhile, at the Cloudwater Cavern, the cavern master pondered. I wonder if I should tell Celeste about this. No need for now. The Lord of the Abyssal Palace seems to have an interest in Celeste. As long as we don't let him discover her true identity, he won't find out who she really is. But I'm still not at ease with Celeste. Don't rush. As long as Celeste doesn't actively seek him out, no matter how powerful the Abyssal Palace is, they won't be able to break into the Crown Prince's manor and take her. That's right, today I'll check if any disciples are missing from the sect. Why this sudden request to check the numbers? The Lord of the Abyssal Palace said he has cleaned up our sect for us. If anyone is missing today, that person must be the one who harmed Celeste. Back with Celeste, she hesitated, thinking to herself. Didn't you say you were going to take me to meet my father? Why are we going to the Fragrance Pavilion instead? Little princess, aren't you worried about being discovered if we go to the Abyssal Palace in broad daylight? Don't worry. As long as you find a chance to sneak out tonight, I'll definitely take you to meet him. Bei Ming Feng said reassuringly. Celeste was puzzled, then why are we going to the Fragrance Pavilion now if we're going tonight? Of course, we're going to watch something interesting. Little princess, I'm treating you today. What would you like to eat? I won't hold back. Celeste immediately shouted into the room, bring out all your specialties. And bring the finest wine you have too. Little princess, you can really drink, huh? Bei Ming Feng grinned. Celeste responded, you'll find out once we try. Soon, the wine and food were served, and Celeste cheerfully raised her glass, saying, "Cheers." Bei Ming Feng laughed. "When did I offend you, little princess, that you'd wish for my death? If I die, you won't meet your father." Celeste quickly clarified, "Cheers, it wasn't meant to curse you. I didn't mean that. Stop saying such things." Bei Ming Feng thought to himself, how can such a young girl know so many strange words? No wonder His Highness values her so much. Suddenly, loud shouts rang out from the street below. "Clear the way! Clear the way!" Celeste looked down and murmured, "A celestial descends. It's Princess Enchantress from the Snow Abyss Kingdom." A person on the street, seeing Princess Enchantress, shouted excitedly, "Ah! The celestial just looked at me." Another person retorted, "That's nonsense. She was definitely looking at me just now." Unexpectedly, a girl following Princess Enchantress yelled, "You commoners! How dare you! Get out of the way! If you bump into the princess, can you bear the responsibility?" Princess Enchantress calmly reminded, "This is the Snow Abyss Kingdom, not the Snow Abyss Kingdom. Serene, don't be rude." At that moment, Celeste turned to Bei Ming Feng and asked, "Didn't you say you like beautiful women? Why aren't you stepping up to be the hero and save the beauty? As the best man in the Snow Abyss Kingdom, I'm already married. Besides, this beauty has a special identity. She's already taken." Bei Ming Feng replied. "Ah. Really? Who's the lucky guy? Come on, tell me. Don't tease me like that. With so much food here, isn't that enough to tempt you? Especially when I'm peeling shrimp for you, hurry up and eat." Bei Ming Feng rolled his eyes, "Who cares about shrimp? I'm more interested in watching them." As people raised their voices and teased, all attention shifted toward them. Bei Ming Yuan looked up from the street below and thought to himself, why are they here? Han Di also widened his eyes upon seeing Celeste and Bei Ming Feng. Bei Ming Yuan ordered, Han Di, immediately lead the others to evacuate and protect Princess Enchantress. Han Di understood at once and obeyed, inwardly exclaiming, "Ah! His Highness is coming to the Fragrance Pavilion with a murderous intent. Looks like little princess is in trouble." Moments later, Bei Ming Feng's question made him break into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, why are you here? Why did you take her out of the palace?" Bei Ming Yuan's voice was icy. Celeste inwardly screamed, "Bei Ming Yuan. No, no. I must have drunk too much, I'm dreaming. He can't be here." Immediately, behind Celeste, Bei Ming Yuan grabbed her by the head, making Bei Ming Feng hesitate. Your Highness." Bei Ming Yuan then picked Celeste up and glared at Bei Ming Feng. "Humph. Not only did you sneak her out, but now you even let her drink wine." Just as the tension was mounting, a knock sounded at the door. "Which one of you is His Highness the Crown Prince?" As Celeste screamed, "Caught! Caught!" Bei Ming Yuan turned to Princess Enchantress and replied coldly, "I am the Crown Prince, Princess." Princess Enchantress, observing the scene, thought to herself, so this is the marriage partner my royal brother chose for me. But what about the child in his arms? Celeste muttered to herself when she saw Princess Enchantress, "Oh no. Another ice mountain. I'm stuck between two ice mountains, so tiny and pitiful. If I'm next to her in the summer, I could save on air conditioning." Bei Ming Feng chuckled, "Princess Enchantress really is the most beautiful woman in the world. Seeing is believing. All the daughters of the Snow Abyss Kingdom are as beautiful as her." Princess Enchantress turned to look at him and asked, "And who are you?" "I am Bei Ming Feng, third prince of the Snow Abyss Kingdom. I've heard that you, Princess, have come to represent the Snow Abyss Kingdom for a marriage alliance. Have you already chosen your partner?" Princess Enchantress replied, "You need not worry about that, third prince." At this moment, Bei Ming Yuan told Han Di to escort Princess Enchantress into the palace and then swept past her, coldly saying, "I still have business to attend to, I cannot entertain you." Princess Enchantress watched as Bei Ming Yuan carried Celeste away and couldn't help but wonder, why haven't I heard of His Highness the Crown Prince having a daughter before? Bei Mingfeng burst out laughing. Princess, you've misunderstood. That girl is actually the crown princess. My royal brother treats her even better than he treats me. It's only natural that such a lovely child would be adored by others. Princess Enchantress thought to herself, as long as she doesn't ruin my marriage plans. That night, Celeste nimbly climbed over the palace wall and jumped down from above, looking quite stylish. She secretly admired herself. Perfect. No one does it better than me. Bei Mingfeng called out, Little princess, are you planning to sneak around? You really do look the part. But you won't be meeting His Highness again if you keep this up. If not, he'll strip the skin off me. Celeste smirked. I can clearly see you knew we'd run into him, that's why you deliberately took me to the fragrance pavilion. Little princess, you're wrong. I just wanted you to see Princess Enchantress. She's here for a marriage alliance. Aren't you curious about who her partner is? Who else could it be? It must be your royal brother. But it's none of my business. Aren't you worried that Princess Enchantress marrying your royal brother will threaten your position? Humph. It's such a hassle. Can't you stop talking so much? Let's go already. Bei Mingfeng immediately picked her up. We're leaving now. After that, the two arrived at the gates of the Abyssal Palace, but they were stopped by a gatekeeper. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed to enter. Bei Mingfeng said. Please take this jade token to your palace master. When the master sees it, they will know exactly who I am. Understood. Please wait here. Little princess is about to meet her father, how excited you must be. She silently thought. I wonder if the master of the Abyssal Palace is as difficult as Bei Mingyuan. Bei Mingfeng teased. I've heard that beneath the mask of the Abyssal Palace master lies a face that's truly hideous. Why would your mother fall in love with such a person? Upon hearing this, Celeste inwardly screamed. What? He's not just a pervert, he's also extremely ugly. But his awkward smile makes me pretend not to mind. As long as my mother likes him, that's fine. But inwardly, I can't accept it. After a while, a subordinate came with the announcement. The palace master invites you to follow me. The master of the Abyssal Palace sat high above, and when they saw the two of them enter, they spoke. I wonder what brings the third prince here at this late hour. Master, I've come here today to bring you good news. The third prince carried Celeste forward. That's right, master, do you recognize who she is? Celeste silently disliked Bei Mingfeng's way of carrying her, it was like holding a pet. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Palace master thought. Let's see what kind of trick you two are playing. They then said. She looks a bit familiar, yes, that's right. Tell me, does she resemble your long-lost daughter? I didn't even know I had a daughter. Perhaps you have so many women that you forgot about this one. Talking about affairs of the heart, I can't compare to the great reputation of the third prince. The master of the Abyssal Palace's words hit the mark, making Bei Mingfeng blush with embarrassment. Then Bei Mingyuan looked at Celeste, confused. When did she run out? At this moment, Celeste spoke. You are my father, aren't you? Isn't that right? I'm sure you know better than I do. What did he mean? Had he already realized I'm a fake? Celeste forced a smile and said. My mother says that my father is a divine being who wears a mask, so it must be you. It seemed like she really came here because of that woman. Thank you, third prince, for finding my long-lost daughter for me. Now, what kind of reward would you like? I've heard that the silver fairy herb in the Abyssal Palace is rare in this world. It can cure all poisons. Would you be willing to part with your favorite? The master didn't respond immediately, but ordered. Guards! Take the third prince to fetch the silver fairy herb. I still have some personal matters to discuss with my daughter, so I cannot entertain you any longer. After the master's words, Celeste shouted. Hey! Don't tell me you're leaving me here alone. Bei Mingfeng turned and left without hesitation. What are you afraid of? He's your father. Celeste silently thought. If only he were really my father, it would be so much better. After Bei Mingfeng left, the master spoke loudly. So, what's your real purpose in coming here today? Father, what are you saying? Of course, I came to find you because I missed you. I don't like children who lie. Why does this sound like Bei Mingyuan's tone? No, no. If he were here, he would definitely expose me. It must be a coincidence. The master slowly descended and asked. Did your mother send you here? Celeste hesitated before answering. Yes. Yes, she did. Then why didn't she come herself? Could it be that she doesn't want to meet me? She quickly added. My mother is dying. That's why she sent me here, please save her. Upon hearing this, the master urgently asked. Where is your mother? Take me to her immediately. There's no need to rush. My mother is not available to meet others right now, but as long as you can cure her, she will definitely come to find you. The master asked. Tell me, how should I save her? If you want to save my mother, you must use your blood essence. Why does it have to be my blood essence? Can't the blood of others do? Isn't it because of you that my mother lost her purity? The master sighed. Did your mother really tell you about this? Can such matters be casually discussed with children? Celeste then said. Actually, the sect master told me. Before, my mother practiced a technique, and after she practiced it, she couldn't be touched by a man. If she did, she would need to use the man's blood essence as a medicinal catalyst, otherwise, she wouldn't live more than 3 months. The master asked. If your mother couldn't be touched by a man, then how did you come into existence? This deadly question left Celeste frozen, swallowing hard. She silently screamed. Help! This person is even more difficult to deal with than Bei Mingyuan. After thinking for a moment, Celeste answered. My mother gave birth to me before she started practicing. Celeste silently thought, please, let me off the hook. I'm running out of excuses. The master looked at Celeste and thought. If she were my daughter, she would probably be this cute. I might take your mother, but I have one condition. What's the condition? To repay the favor of saving her life, with your body. Celeste then thought of the ginseng on the bed and teased. Come here. Don't be reluctant just because I'm a ginseng. Thinking this, she secretly felt pleased. I'll give him a ginseng root as repayment. That way, I won't be breaking my word. And if I just stay hidden in the prince's mansion, I don't believe he'll dare to come take me. She then calmly responded. No problem. We can do it your way. You can decide on behalf of my mother. Don't worry, my opinion is the same as hers. And if you're unsure, you can come to the prince's mansion to find me. What if I come to find you, and the prince stops me? Are you trying to lead me into the prince's mansion so that I get caught? Under the barrage of questions, Celeste broke into a sweat. That's not it. I'm not that kind of person. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust my mother. The master thought to himself. Your mother is even less trustworthy. Well, then. 3 days from now, come and take my blood essence. Finally, Celeste achieved her goal and excitedly replied. Understood. At Cloudwater Cavern, the sect leader spoke to Elder Lam Ling. You've arrived. Did you uncover anything? Lam Ling responded, there's no one missing among us. Could it be that the mistress of the Abyssal Palace deceived us? No, what would she gain by deceiving us? I believe there's something we're unaware of. On the contrary, I have a suspect now, but we still have no evidence. When Lam Ling asked who, the sect leader said, Celestial Moon. Whenever she's around, something is bound to happen. Then keep an eye on her movements, but don't act rashly just yet. Little did they know, Celestial Moon had been standing outside, overhearing the entire conversation. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence, Celeste, still sleeping, was woken by a little puppy licking her face. Helen kept calling out, Little princess consort. Wake up. little princess consort. Celeste sat up, holding the puppy, and said to Helen, "Why are you disturbing my sleep so early? Little princess consort. Did you forget that you need to practice your etiquette today?" Celeste turned her face away. "I don't want to. I've already practiced enough, what else is there to learn?" Suddenly, Madame Leek appeared ominously. "The Crown Prince has ordered. If you don't obey, I will punish you on his behalf." Celeste screamed, "Bei Ming Yuan. You bastard. May your ghost never rest in peace." Bei Ming Yuan, who was far away, didn't understand what was going on but still couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, Celeste was nodding off during her lesson, doodling on the paper, when suddenly a ruler clacked loudly on the table, accompanied by a voice. "Did you understand everything earlier?" Celeste groggily lifted her head and said loudly, "Hey! Why are you scaring me like that?" The person was a palace painter. After Celeste regained her composure, she laughed, trying to shake off her drowsiness. "Ha ha! Red with green. What a joke." The words hit the palace painter like a sharp arrow. "So you're the little princess consort. Ha, looks like I'm more famous than I thought." The people around started whispering, "This little princess consort thinks she's all that. I heard when the crown prince married her, she didn't even show up, and not only that, they brought a dog to the ceremony with her." Celeste angrily clenched her fists and muttered to herself, "What do you all know? The puppy is far better than Bei Ming Yuan." At this point, the palace painter introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yang, a palace painter invited by the Empress to teach the maidens. If little princess consort doesn't behave, I'm afraid I won't know how to report to the crown prince." Celeste calmly replied, "Painting is my specialty. If you want to teach me, you'd better see if you're worthy of it." "What would make me worthy? How about we have a painting contest with Dan Qing? If you win, I'll obediently listen to you. If I win, how about it? Then you'll have to wear a maiden's dress and walk around the palace, how about that? Don't be scared." Zhang Yang thought to himself, "I can't lose this." Outside, near the classroom, Bei Ming Feng spoke to Bei Ming Yuan, "Brother. You're busy handling the royal affairs all day, and little princess consort is playing at home all alone. How pitiful." Bei Ming Yuan glanced at Bei Ming Feng and said, "So, you took her out of the residence and even brought her to drink wine?" Bei Ming Feng waved his hand and laughed. "She wanted to drink. Brother, you can't blame me for this. In my eyes, am I that despicable? Humph. You should have thought about the consequences before doing that." Just then, a maid walked by, and Bei Ming Yuan called out, "Stop." The maid was startled and said, "Greetings, Crown Prince, Third Prince." Bei Ming Feng then asked, "Why are you carrying so much firewood?" "Reporting, Third Prince, today, little princess consort insisted on having a painting contest with the painter Zhang, and ordered me to find some small long firewood to bring over." Bei Ming Feng chuckled, "Looks like there's something fun to watch. Brother, aren't you going to take a look?" After thinking for a moment, Bei Ming Yuan said, "Let's go take a look." The maid brought the firewood to Celeste. "Little princess consort, here's the firewood you asked for." Zhang Yang then asked, "So, now that we have firewood, how do you want to compare? Is it who can paint faster?" The two stared at each other with intense glares. "All right then, but when you lose, don't cry like a baby and make a scene. Get ready to wear women's clothing." Everyone was focused, and from the window, Bei Ming Feng said, "I didn't expect little princess consort to use firewood to paint. That's quite surprising. If she loses, do you think brother will interfere?" Bei Ming Yuan only said, "Let's wait and see how the painting turns out." At that moment, Zhang Yang, smugly, turned to remind Celeste, "Little princess consort, I'm almost done painting. If you want to quit, it's not too late." But Celeste laughed carefree and replied, "I'm done." Zhang Yang's face turned pale as he stammered, "What?" He grabbed Celeste's painting and held it up to examine. The painting only differed from the model in color, but the brush strokes were nearly identical. At a glance, Zhang Yang stuttered, This is... Suddenly, Zhang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone around shouted, "Zhang Yang the painter has coughed up blood." Someone call for the royal doctor. Wait, I'm fine, I just lost. People began to speculate, could it be that little princess consort cheated? Yes, it must be that Zhang Yang deliberately lost to her. At that moment, the painting was handed to the model. Upon seeing it, her face turned pale, and she screamed, "It's a ghost." Zhang Yang tried to explain and calm everyone, "Don't panic. It's just that little princess consort painted too realistically. There's no ghost here." But people were still screaming in fear, and some even fainted. Celeste, with a surprised expression, asked Zhang Yang, "Why are you helping me?" "Because I want to take you as my master." It was truly a shock. Soon after, the news reached the Empress. "Is this true? I even heard that the Crown Prince and the third prince were near the painting room. Go get the Crown Princess consort." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think." "Madam Li, you're probably aware of the seriousness of the matter involving spirits in the palace. I'm afraid the Lady Charlotte will use this to write a story involving the Crown Prince. Go find a few more people who were present to clarify the situation. We absolutely cannot let this information reach Lady Charlotte." At that moment, a servant arrived to report to Bei Mingyuan. "Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. Please accompany me at once." Bei Mingyuan turned away but not before giving a stern instruction to the third prince. "Stay here and keep watch for me. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable." Yes, royal brother. Just go already." A while later, Zhang Yang appeared in a red female outfit. Celeste gasped in admiration. "Oh my! Not bad, not bad. You really have the potential to become a grand master of cross-dressing. So, master, will you teach me how to sketch now?" Before he could respond, a messenger arrived. "Little Crown Princess, the Empress has summoned you." She asked, "What does the Empress need from me?" "Everyone in the palace is talking about a ghost causing havoc in the art chamber today. The Empress wishes to investigate the matter. But I need to bring 2 people as witnesses," Celeste insisted. Then, turning to Zhang Yang, she said, "You carry that fainted noble lady and come with me. If you truly want me as your master, then remember, there are things you should say and things you must not." "Got it." Meanwhile, at the Empress's quarters, Lady Charlotte had just arrived. The Empress mused to herself. "I didn't expect the rumors to spread so quickly." As soon as Lady Charlotte entered, she questioned. "Sister, I heard there's a ghost in the palace, and it seems this matter is related to the Crown Princess. How do you intend to handle it?" The Empress sighed in exasperation. "Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly myself. No need for you to trouble yourself over it. Then you must not let the culprit off lightly. If this reaches His Majesty's ears, neither of us will be able to bear the consequences." At that moment, Celeste arrived and greeted. "Greetings, Royal Mother. May you be blessed with great fortune and peace." Zhang Yang also bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lady Charlotte did not recognize him and immediately raised her voice. "Who is this man in women's clothing? How dare you let him enter? Your ladyship misunderstands. I am Zhang Yang, an artist responsible for teaching the noble ladies how to paint. The female attire was just a small joke between me and the little Crown Princess. I did not mean to offend your ladyships, and if punishment is due, then let it fall on me alone." "Humph. This man has ill intentions. Sister, you should send him to the office of the Imperial clan immediately for interrogation." Celeste quickly interjected. "Apologies, Royal Mother. It was my idea to play this little prank with him. Please do not hold it against him." The Empress reassured her. "Sister, Celeste is still young. Playing around with Zhang Yang is perfectly normal. As an elder, you should be more tolerant. Why seek fault where none is due?" Lady Charlotte's expression darkened. "Sister, you speak too harshly. I have no intention of blaming the little Crown Princess. However, given her special status, she should not be causing disturbances that frighten the palace." Celeste inwardly sneered. Ha! Who's really playing tricks here? Let's see how you handle this. She immediately asked. Where is this ghost? Why don't I see it? Could it be that Lady Charlotte released the ghost herself? Otherwise, why is she the only one who saw it? Lady Charlotte fumed. Ridiculous. Is this the kind of daughter-in-law you raised, sister? Let's focus on the matter at hand. What does this have to do with the Empress? The Empress responded calmly. Sister, be mindful of your temper. Let's wake up the fainted maid and ask her what she saw. Right on cue, the maid regained consciousness. Upon seeing Zhang Yang and Celeste, she screamed in horror. They're terrifying. Then she promptly fainted again. Guards! Take her to the imperial physician. We shall discuss this later. Look at her condition. Sister, do you still intend to protect the crown princess? Everything must be based on evidence. Do you expect me to condemn her without proof? Zhang Yang then spoke up. Your Majesty, all of this happened because the little crown princess's painting was too lifelike, which frightened the maid. There was no ghost involved. Please examine the painting yourself, and you will understand why. Lady Charlotte scoffed. Fine. Bring me the painting. When she saw it, her face twisted in disbelief. This is too realistic. How could a mere child paint something like this? Something unclean must have possessed the crown princess. The Empress hesitated. That is quite difficult to determine. Celeste inwardly smirked. Ha! So Lady Charlotte came here just to find fault, didn't she? Just then, a voice called from outside. Bei Mingfeng strode in. Celeste was puzzled. Why are you here? If I hadn't come, once royal brother finds out you've been locked in the office of the imperial clan, he might just skin me alive. Then why didn't he come himself? Tisk, tsk. So, little sister-in-law, you were hoping he would come instead, weren't you? Of course not. Bei Mingfeng then turned to greet the Empress and Lady Charlotte. The Empress asked. Third Prince, what urgent matter brings you here? I have come to prove the crown princess's innocence. Guards! Bring forth the evidence and witnesses. At that moment, a palace maid stepped forward. Your Majesty, the charcoal used by the little crown princess for painting was indeed provided by me, but I swear I did nothing to it. Ha! If the charcoal was fine, then how do you intend to prove the crown princess's innocence? Bei Mingfeng smirked. Your ladyship is mistaken. Just because she didn't tamper with it doesn't mean someone else didn't. He then turned to the maid. Where did you get the charcoal? The weather has been cold lately, and charcoal is in short supply. I heard that Lady Charlotte had a large stock, so I bought some from her handmaiden, Myra Bloom. Lady Charlotte immediately slapped Myra Bloom across the face. Useless. You always mess things up. Myra Bloom stammered. I only sold some charcoal to her. I didn't tamper with anything. The Empress then questioned Lady Charlotte. Sister, why do you have so much charcoal stored up? Lady Charlotte was speechless. Celeste suddenly chimed in. I heard that in the Southern Dominion, there's a type of voodoo magic where you burn an object belonging to someone you hate to curse them. Could it be that Lady Charlotte was planning to curse me with her charcoal? Lady Charlotte exploded in rage. Nonsense. How dare you slander me? Celeste snickered to herself. Ha! This is what you call paying back tenfold. The Empress then declared. Sister, are you still unwilling to confess? Just then, Myra Bloom knelt and confessed. Your Majesty, it was I who secretly sold the charcoal to make some money. Lady Charlotte knew nothing about it. She thought taking the blame would save her mistress from punishment. The Empress then ordered. Guards! Take Myra Bloom to the office of the imperial clan to await judgment. As for Lady Charlotte, due to negligence in management, she will be fined 3 months' salary as a warning. Lady Charlotte put on a facade of compliance, but inside, she fumed with resentment. Humph! You wretched brat! I will have my revenge. After that, Celeste stealthily made her way to the cold palace. Unexpectedly, this time, she ended up helping Lady Nyx and Bei Ming Morian. She couldn't help but wonder how they'd been living all this time. Suddenly, Bei Ming Morian spotted her and shouted excitedly. Celeste! Celeste! Come here. Mother's health is much better now. She keeps talking about you, saying she really wants to see you. Lady Nyx also spoke up. Celeste, Morian often mentions you to me. Celeste smiled. As long as you two are safe and sound, I can rest easy. But Lady Nyx, even if you don't think for yourself, you must think for Morian. Lady Nyx fell silent for a moment, then turned to her son. Morian, step outside for a bit. I have something to discuss with Celeste. With a sigh, Lady Nyx continued. I'm sure you've already heard my story. Years ago, Lady Charlotte framed me, causing me to miscarry. In his fury, His Majesty exiled me to the cold palace without even listening to my explanation. Do you not wish to bring her down? Celeste asked. I cannot win against her, Lady Nyx replied bitterly. That won't do. You must fight back. Celeste exclaimed. All you need to do is remind His Majesty of the beautiful memories you once shared. If you can rekindle his affection, you might reclaim his favor and leave this place. But I only know how to sing simple tunes. No matter how loud I sing, my voice will never reach His Majesty. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. Just make sure to sing every night. Lady Nyx gazed at Celeste, suddenly recalling how, years ago, Lady Charlotte had also spoken with the same confidence. A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes as she asked. I know you're a kind girl, but why are you going to such lengths to help me? Before Celeste could answer, Bei Ming Morian called out from outside. Mother, I trust Celeste would never harm us. How could you doubt her? Celeste chuckled. No, I'm actually pleased that Lady Nyx is questioning me. It means you've finally learned to be cautious. In the Imperial Palace, the worst thing one can do is trust too easily. To be honest, I recently offended Lady Charlotte. I want us to work together to overthrow her and eliminate this threat once and for all. Lady Nyx sighed. I understand now. Celeste, for someone so young, you've already seen through so much. You must have suffered a great deal. Celeste thought to herself, I just learned all this from palace dramas. With that, she left with Bei Ming Morian, reminding him. You must train hard to protect your mother. Follow me, and I'll teach you a few techniques. Underscore 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 underscore. At the Imperial Garden. Your Highness, do you really intend to go through with this? Serene asked hesitantly. My mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me further. But what about Lorien? Are you really? Enough. Don't say another word. Hidden behind a bush, Bei Ming Morian whispered. Celeste, why are we hiding? Celeste didn't answer. Instead, she smirked mischievously, he. The princess suddenly called out, come out. Celeste stepped forward, causing Bei Ming Morian to exclaim in surprise. Oh! You're the beautiful lady from before. Little Crown Prince Consort, we meet again, the princess remarked. Mistress Beauty, why are you here? Are you here to play with me? Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. Celeste then asked, are you planning to marry the Crown Prince? Are you afraid of that happening? Of course not. Celeste folded her arms. Bei Ming Yuan is nothing but a cold-faced, insufferable man. Why should I care? The princess, Enchantress, chuckled softly. It seems you think quite highly of him. Celeste scoffed, as if. Unfortunately, I must marry the Crown Prince. For some reason, hearing those words didn't bring her any joy. After the princess left, Celeste stood there in a daze, lost in thought. Bei Ming Morian waved a hand in front of her face. Hey! Why are you just standing there? She's gone already. Celeste, are you really the crown prince consort? She sighed. Sorry, I never meant to keep it from you. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. There she is. Seize her. Celeste quickly stepped in front of Bei Ming Morian, her voice firm. You will not take him. But life was full of surprises. What the? They weren't after him. They were after her. At the ancestral court. The crown prince consort had somehow managed to offend someone and was thrown into prison. Before she could even grasp the situation, a hand suddenly reached out toward her. Her master. Celeste turned and saw Zhang Yang, his face covered in what appeared to be blood. She shrieked. What the hell? Are you trying to scare me? Do you still want to learn painting or not? And what happened to your face? Were they torturing you? Zhang Yang grinned. This? Oh, it's just red pigment. I was experimenting with a new formula. Sifu, I heard one of the court ladies died of fright. I suspect Lady Charlotte is behind this. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed through the prison. Who would have thought? Even you two would end up here. Zhang Yang hastily wiped his face and frowned. That voice. Celeste turned toward the sound and spotted a woman, covered in bruises, Myra Bloom, Lady Charlotte's former maid. Myra sneered. I knew my lady would avenge me. How does it feel? The taste of the ancestral court's dungeons. Celeste crossed her arms, smirking. Pathetic. Even at death's door, you're still loyal to your master. Do you really think she cares about you? With her power, she could have at least sent word to spare you some of this suffering. But she didn't, did she? Myra's face paled. No. She wouldn't abandon me. Celeste noted the flicker of doubt in Myra's eyes. Good. If I can get her to turn on Lady Charlotte, she might spill everything before the Emperor. She turned to Zhang Yang. To win her over, we'll need to use a certain tactic. Ever heard of the handsome hero strategy? Later, Zhang Yang entered with a plate of soft, white buns. He glanced at Myra, who was silently weeping. Nanny, do you think Lady Charlotte truly means to abandon me? She murmured. Zhang Yang whispered to Celeste. Why is she crying? Celeste smirked. She just received her last meal. What do you think that means? Then, Zhang Yang tossed a bun toward Myra. Stop crying. Here, take this. I already tested it, no poison. With me and my master here, you'll be fine. Myra hesitated before taking the bun, murmuring a quiet thanks. Just then, a jailer stormed in and grabbed her. Did you think skipping your last meal would save you? Celeste quickly instructed Zhang Yang. Stick to the plan. Right on cue, Zhang Yang cried out. Little crown prince consort. What's wrong? Guards. She's fainted. The jailer turned. Ha! Quit your wailing. He walked over and prodded Celeste. Hey, wake up. In that moment, Zhang Yang struck him from behind. But life, once again, had surprises in store. The jailer turned, unfazed. Puny thing like you trying to knock me out. You must be asking for death. Zhang Yang trembled in fear, his face turning pale. Clang! The jailer collapsed. Celeste stood there, a rock in her hand. Seriously, Zhang Yang. She turned to him. Sifu, you're really not coming with me. If we all escape, how will we carry out the plan? You're the crown prince consort, they won't dare kill you. But us? Not so lucky. I'll take Myra to Lady Nyx. Mention your name, and she'll help us. Then I'll have to put on a show. Just as she dramatically collapsed, a familiar voice rang out. Your Highness, why are you here? Celeste thought it was Bei Ming Yuan, only to see Bei Ming Feng instead. She groaned inwardly. Og, why him? The jailer hesitated. She attacked me, Your Highness. Bei Ming Fong scoffed. Oh really? Then why is she the one on the ground and not you? He smirked and leaned down, holding something in his hand. Still pretending. One more second and this roasted chicken is mine. Celeste bolted upright. Roast chicken. She couldn't help but wonder, where on earth did he pull out that mouth-watering roasted chicken? The aroma was so enticing that she nearly drooled. Bei Ming Fong secretly mused, this little girl is just too adorable. Little imperial sister-in-law, you owe me another favor now. How do you plan to repay me? Celeste teased, just name your price, how much do you want? Bei Ming Fong chuckled. Do you really think I'd ask you for money? His tone turned serious. That palace maiden suddenly dropped dead. Lady Charlotte pinned the blame on you and proposed an exorcism ritual 3 days from now. His Majesty has already agreed. An exorcism ritual. So that woman wants to use this to deal with me. There's no need to worry, little imperial sister-in-law. I've already sent someone on horseback to White Cloud City to inform royal brother. Once he's back, things will definitely change. White Cloud City. Why was the crown prince there? Rumor had it that bandits had appeared in the region recently, and the emperor had sent Bei Ming Yuan to suppress them. Celeste thought to herself, so Lady Charlotte deliberately waited for Bei Ming Yuan to be away before making her move. I need to prepare in advance. Celeste turned to Bei Ming Fong. Can you have Helen bring me a few things? What do you need? Meanwhile, inside the palace, there was still no news. The subordinates suspected someone was blocking the messages. Bei Ming Yuan asked, have you found any leads? Han Di responded, not yet. However, the movements of the bandits in White Cloud City are strange. They usually run rampant, but today, they've gone completely silent, as if they knew we were coming. Keep a close watch on them and act carefully. I need to make a quick trip back. Make sure no one realizes I'm gone. Helen searched for quite a while before finally finding the item Celeste had requested. Why does the little crown princess have so many strange things hidden away? Just then, Bei Ming Yuan arrived. Where is she? Your Highness, Lady Charlotte accused the little crown princess of being possessed and blamed her for the palace maiden's death. She's been locked up in the ancestral tribunal. Bei Ming Yuan's voice turned icy. That woman dared to make her move while I was away. Your Highness, what should we do now? I'll handle this. Act as if you never saw me today. At the ancestral tribunal, Celeste was utterly stunned. Abyssal Palace Lord. What are you doing here? The Palace Lord asked, did they mistreat you? Celeste was puzzled. Why do you suddenly care about me? If I were to marry your mother, wouldn't that make me your father? It's only natural for me to care. That logic actually makes sense. If you're already here, why don't you hand over your life's work to me now? You're stuck in this situation, and you're still thinking about that. Even if I gave it to you now, do you really think you can make it out of here alive? I'm the crown princess, they won't dare to lay a hand on me so easily. Besides, I've already thought of a plan. You can relax. Oh. What's your plan? Celeste smirked. Not telling you. The palace lord thought to himself, even her smirk is adorable. Just then, a voice called out, little crown princess, have you gone to sleep yet? Celeste's eyes lit up. She turned toward the voice and ran to the door. Helen. You're here. Before leaving, she whispered to the palace lord, leave now, before anyone notices you. He sighed inwardly. She's fast. Helen eyed her suspiciously. Who were you talking to just now? No one. Helen, you must be sleep-deprived. You're imagining things. Oh, I see. Helen then glanced at the item Celeste was holding. What's this? Fruit candy. I suddenly had a craving, so I asked you to bring some. Celeste secretly counted, she had 3 recovery pills in total. Each one would restore her strength for an hour. She needed to use them wisely. In the Empress's palace, the Empress asked, "Is there any news from the Crown Prince's side?" "The messengers have been urged several times, but there's still no response." "Your Majesty." "Terrible news, the exorcism ritual has been moved up. The little Crown Princess has already been taken to the altar." "What?" "Your Majesty, I also heard that Myra Bloom escaped from the Ancestral Tribunal. She might have some dirt on Lady Charlotte, which is why Lady Charlotte is rushing to convict the Crown Princess." The Empress immediately turned to Madame Li. "Send more people to inform the Crown Prince. I'll find a way to stall for time." At the imperial altar, the exorcism ritual was fully prepared and ready to begin. "Demon, reveal yourself at once," the old exorcist declared, looking at Celeste. "Apologies, little Crown Princess." Celeste held a cup of water close to her lips, while someone hidden in the shadows was poised to strike at any moment. The exorcist urged, "Drink it, Celeste. Once you do, you'll lose your mind on the spot. And then, I'll strike you down with my sword." Suddenly, splat. Celeste took a mouthful of water and spit it directly into the old man's face before even adding a playful blah. The exorcist's face twisted in rage. "Why You just took a pill." Celeste screamed inwardly, "Damn it. How do I still have more of these? Why aren't Zhang Yang and Myra Bloom here yet? I clearly sent a message to the Cold Palace already." The exorcist held a pill in his hand, mere moments away from forcing it down Celeste's throat. But just then, a thunderous voice rang out. "Stop!" His hands trembled, and the pill slipped from his grasp. Celeste's heart pounded. What's happening? Did someone just help me? Underscore 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 underscore. Elsewhere, in the palace, the Empress was doing her best to stall for time. "Your Majesty," she pleaded, "the cause of the palace maiden's death is riddled with inconsistencies. I urge you to reconsider your decree." Lady Charlotte interjected, "Your Majesty, wasn't her death clearly caused by an evil spirit? I understand the Empress dotes on the Crown Princess, but until the spirit is exorcised, it will continue to bring misfortune upon her. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince knows his wife best. Please, wait for his return before making a decision." "Enough," the Emperor snapped. "I will not have you bickering over this any longer. We'll do as the Empress suggests, wait for the Crown Prince's return before conducting any interrogations." Underscore 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 underscore. Back at the altar, Celeste scanned her surroundings but saw no one. Where's my mysterious helper? Could I have imagined it? Just then, Zhang Yang collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. "Master! I'm so sorry. I'm late." Myra Bloom smacked him hard on the head. Smack! Idiot! The distance from the Cold Palace to the altar is already long enough, and yet you insisted on changing clothes. Of course we're late. I just didn't want anyone to recognize us. A stern voice suddenly called out from a distance. "You too. What are you doing here? Stop slacking off and get back to work." Both of them jolted in alarm. Zhang Yang turned his tearful eyes toward the man and stammered, "Big brother, you misunderstand. We were mourning the little Crown Princess." "Mourning? She's still alive and well inside the Ancestral Tribunal. Now quit dawdling and get back to sweeping." Inside the Ancestral Tribunal, Helen asked, "Your Highness, why did you suddenly want a servant's clothes?" Celeste immediately put on her best acting skills. "Because I'm scared of being alone here. But if I have your clothes with me, it'll feel like you're still here with me." Helen was deeply moved. Little Crown Princess, you've suffered too much. But has His Highness returned yet? She hesitated. Well. Before she could continue, Celeste waved a hand. Enough, I'm tired. You should go rest too. After Helen left, Celeste held up a pill and muttered, this one should work. With that, she swallowed it. Underscore 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 underscore. At the Abyssal Palace, a messenger reported, Lord, we captured a carrier pigeon heading toward White Cloud platform today, but we couldn't find a message on it. It must have gotten lost in the struggle. The palace lord asked, did you trace its origin? The pigeon belongs to General Qin. The palace lord narrowed his eyes. Chen De. What is he scheming this time? Meanwhile, Celeste had reverted to her normal appearance after taking the pill. Peeking out from behind a door, she frowned. Where is this place? Another bedchamber. I've searched for nearly an hour and still haven't found the morgue. Voices suddenly echoed from within the room. Your Highness, this is not an easy task. Out of nowhere, a hand covered her mouth from behind. It was the Abyssal Palace Lord. Celeste's eyes widened. Why is he here? Inside the room, Lady Charlotte was conspiring with the exorcist. I have given you countless benefits, yet you dare tell me you can't do this, she hissed. Your Highness, the little crown princess seems to have a powerful figure secretly protecting her. It would be unwise to act rashly. High or low, I must eliminate the little demoness before the crown prince returns, or else, you'll be the one lying in a grave. Lady Charlotte's expression darkened. Then what do you suggest? The exorcist smirked. This is a hallucinogenic drug. If you mix it into His Majesty's food, he will see terrifying illusions. By tomorrow, he will order the execution of the little crown princess himself. I'll trust you this once more. A while later, the palace lord leaned close and whispered, they've left. Celeste exhaled, stepping back. Why are you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Then, without warning, he grabbed her wrist. This time, I won't let you escape again. And with that, he pressed a long-awaited kiss onto her lips. Celeste's eyes widened. Why you? If you keep this up, I won't hold back. He chuckled. Do you think you can defeat me? Judging by your energy, you don't seem like someone on the verge of death. I'm injured, okay. Do you even understand what that means? Enough. My daughter is still locked up in a cell suffering, I don't have time for this. I'm leaving. I'm coming with you, he declared. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Oh. And how do you know where I'm going? The palace lord smirked. If I'm not mistaken, your plan is to stop Lady Charlotte from poisoning the Emperor first, then investigate the morgue next. Correct? Celeste was stunned. How does he know that? She glanced at him suspiciously. Why does he know the palace better than I do? His voice, his identity, everything is different, yet somehow, he reminds me of Bei Ming Yuan. Wait, no. Why am I thinking about him so much lately? She was still lost in thought when, smack. Celeste winced. What the hell? Why did you stop all of a sudden? She looked up, and saw Lady Charlotte handing a cup of tea to a maid. The Emperor's midnight tea, I will personally deliver it. You may leave. Celeste's eyes locked onto the poisoned cup. She turned to the palace lord. What now? Lady Charlotte sprinkled the drug into the tea. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in the darkness. Your Highness, you wronged me so terribly. Why not come down here and join me? Lady Charlotte shuddered. You dare try to scare me? Celeste tapped her lightly on the back. Your Highness, 1 cup of green tea, how refreshing. And with that, Celeste forced the tea into Lady Charlotte's mouth. She turned to the palace lord. All done. He reminded her, don't forget the vial of poison. Ha! As if I'd forget that. Oh. Then who asked me for ideas just now? Celeste coughed and looked away. I have no idea what you're talking about. Inside the morgue, Celeste reached out to pull back the shroud, but the palace master stopped her. Wait. Aren't you afraid these corpses might be tainted with corpse poison? Let me do it instead. Celeste mused, why does he care about me so much? Suddenly, the little devil within her whispered. This abyssal palace master is trustworthy. Just turn around and throw yourself into his arms, betray Bei Ming Yuan already. But the little angel in her protested. No way. Have you forgotten that you're a facecon? He's ugly. Celeste screamed internally, both of you, shut up. Just then, the palace master exclaimed, found it. Her death is strange. She looks poisoned, but also strangled. He slowly traced his fingers along the cut on the victim's neck. This strangulation happened post-mortem. Someone staged this. This is clearly a setup. Did no one notice? The coroner must have been bribed by Lady Charlotte. At that moment, Celeste sensed someone approaching outside. An elderly sorcerer entered, muttering to himself. I heard noises here just now. Better destroy all the evidence, only then can I rest easy. His every move was observed from above by Celeste and the palace master. We can't let him destroy the body. The old sorcerer suddenly shuddered. Celeste leaped down from her hiding spot, calling out, wait. Don't make a move. The palace master landed beside her, standing at her side. She warned, freeze. Don't move. The palace master sneered, are you throwing yourself into my arms on your own accord? Of course not. You're the master of the abyssal palace, and you don't even carry a single vial of poison. How could you suspect me of asking for poison? The palace master smiled. Do you really think I carry poison around all the time? Celeste flushed, feeling awkward. She stammered, I just wanted to use poison to force him to confess about Lady Charlotte. If you don't have any, I'll find another way, I could trick him instead. The palace master replied, the confession of a mere lackey won't be enough to bring her down. What do you mean? Lady Charlotte's father, Darren Tran, is a grand general with military power in his hands. If the Tran family isn't uprooted, she'll rise again sooner or later. Rather than making this old sorcerer confess about her, we should make him work for us. Oh, I see. You mean to turn him into a spy to keep an eye on Lady Charlotte for us? That's right. So, you're not entirely foolish after all. Humph. If I'd known her backing was this strong, would have thought of that too. The old sorcerer trembled in terror, sweat trickling down his face. Celeste and the palace master loomed over him menacingly. Do you even know who he is? The old sorcerer stammered, I don't. He is the master of the abyssal palace, someone who kills without blinking. With just a flick of his finger, he could blow you to pieces. That thing I just fed you. It's his secret poison, refined over 7,749 days. If you don't want your insides to rot from within, you'd better behave. Understand? The old sorcerer was utterly petrified, his face drained of color. His voice trembled as he begged. I'm sorry. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, spare my life. I will obey your every command. Celeste and the palace master exchanged glances. Good. Now, remember everything we've told you. Why yes. I've memorized it all. And the antidote. The palace master cut in, once you succeed, come to the abyssal palace to claim it. Until then, you can scram. After the old sorcerer fled, Celeste suddenly had a terrible realization. Damn it. How did I forget? He's the biggest problem tonight. She turned back and warned the palace master, I'm warning you, don't you dare mess around. He chuckled, reaching out to cup her chin. Don't tell me you don't know. Your daughter has already agreed to my terms to save you. Celeste instinctively backed away until she was pressed against the wall. Ugh. Ah. The palace master spoke softly, are you planning to break the deal? Without hesitation, Celeste bit down hard on his hand. You're the one playing dirty. The palace master narrowed his eyes. Are you and your daughter both born in the year of the dog? Why do you keep biting people? She retorted, Master of the Abyssal Palace, if I'm not mistaken, you still haven't given my daughter the heartblood yet. What right do you have to lay hands on me? Come back to the Abyssal Palace with me, and I'll hand over the heartblood immediately. No way. I don't trust you. And another thing, I've been meaning to ask. Why are you so familiar with the inner workings of the palace? How did you pinpoint the exact location of that court lady's body when you've never seen her before? Who exactly are you? The palace master replied, I am actually the crown princess. He paused deliberately, making Celeste tense up. Then he continued, ally. You're the crown prince's ally. Why would you form an alliance with him? The crown prince's status is a double-edged sword. There are many things he cannot do openly, naturally, he needs someone to act on his behalf. Our cooperation is purely transactional. Celeste pondered. If he was Bei Ming Yuan's secret ally, then many things made sense. Yet, something still felt off, as though she had overlooked an important clue. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt the palace master's arms encircle her waist from behind. He whispered, I know about you and the crown prince. Celeste spun around and shoved him away. If you already know about me and him, aren't you afraid he'll turn against you? So what? As long as you're willing to return to the Abyssal Palace with me, I guarantee he won't come after you again. Then wouldn't that be like trading a wolf's den for a tiger's lair? I refuse both. At that moment, Celeste's heart pounded wildly. Damn it. My time is running out, I need to get rid of him. The palace master studied her closely. Why do you suddenly look so pale? I'm fine. I'll go with you to the Abyssal Palace, but I need to see my daughter first. Very well, I'll go with you. No. I need to speak with her privately. Then I must go even more. I won't let you fill her head with nonsense. Why do you care so much? Do you really think you're her father? Well, why not? Have you ever seen anyone as eager to be a father as me? Looks like I can't hide it any longer. As Celeste was lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into the palace master. Before she could say anything, he turned to her and smirked. Since you've been so obedient all this way, I'll reward you with some time, a single incense stick's worth. With that, he pulled her into a sudden, lingering kiss. His voice was a whisper against her lips. Don't betray my trust. For a fleeting moment, Celeste found herself responding instinctively, wrapping her arms around him. Then, she quickly murmured, I'm sorry, before pulling away and leaving. As she disappeared, the palace master called out, You can come out now. A subordinate from White Cloud City hurried in to report. There's been a disturbance in the city. The palace master responded calmly. I know. Stay here in my stead. In a moment, escort that girl to the Abyssal Palace. Make sure she doesn't get hurt. She obeyed without question, waiting patiently. But after 3 long hours, she finally sighed in frustration. Why hasn't she come out yet? Where is she? By the time Celeste returned to the city, her small figure moved through the dim streets unnoticed. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder from behind. Wake up, a voice said. Celeste responded reflexively, I am not her. She's already gone. Bei Ming Feng frowned. Little imperial sister-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting? Who are you talking about? She stiffened, immediately stepping back. It was just a bad dream, she muttered. I must have been sleep-talking. Bei Ming Feng, still grinning with excitement, leaned closer. I have great news for you. Lady Charlotte has gone mad. Celeste gave him a withering look. I think you're the one who's gone mad. Put me down. Bei Ming Feng laughed heartily. This morning, His Majesty saw her crazed state and was so furious that he slapped her across the face. Celeste snorted. And then what? Knowing my father-in-law, he probably still won't believe anything against her. Bei Ming Feng smirked. So, are you willing to wait for my royal brother to return now? Celeste fell into deep thought. If Lady Charlotte loses favor, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for Lady Nyx to rise? Leaning in, she whispered something into Bei Ming Feng's ear. Hearing her words, he burst into laughter. Little imperial sister-in-law, sometimes I wonder if you're really just a child. Your mind is far too cunning for that. She narrowed her eyes. What are you trying to say? That I'm old. That's what you said, not me, he chuckled, raising his hands in surrender. Then, Bei Ming Feng sighed and said, It's been ages since I last took a walk and had a proper conversation with father. The last time must have been when I was 8, back when my mother was still alive. The emperor, walking ahead, was deep in thought. Mother, your vengeance. I am so close to avenging you. As His Majesty and Bei Ming Feng approached the cold palace, they heard the soft melody of an old tune drifting in the air. Only the sorrow of parting lingers. So many words left unspoken. From now on, longing will only bring more sorrow. At the entrance, Bei Ming Morian sat slumped, his face clouded with worry. The emperor hesitated before asking, What is your name? The boy lifted his head, his voice casual. My name is Bei Ming Morian, uncle. Do you need something? The emperor's heart clenched. He's Morian. But, didn't Lady Charlotte say that he had died in infancy? A pang of guilt surged through him. Forgive me, my son. I have let you suffer for too long. Inside, Lady Nyx watched the emperor cradle Bei Ming Morian in his arms, her grip tightening into a fist. He actually came. Steeling her resolve, she vowed, for Celeste, for Morian, and for myself, I will not back down this time. At that moment, Morian looked up at his mother, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Who is he? Do you know him? Lady Nyx took a deep breath, then gracefully approached, lowering herself into a formal bow. This concubine greets your majesty. Long live the emperor. Morian blinked in surprise, then turned to the emperor with hesitant eyes. You're my father. The emperor knelt down and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. That's right, my son. It was my failure that caused you and your mother so much suffering. Lady Nyx's voice was soft but steady. Why doesn't your majesty come inside and have some tea? As the emperor stepped forward, he found himself observing her closely. She's even more graceful, more enchanting than before. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Feng, watching from the side, chuckled to himself. Well, now this is getting interesting. A soldier arrived and reported to Bei Ming Yuan. Your Highness, we've captured him. The prisoner sneered arrogantly, standing tall despite his restraints. Go ahead and kill me if you want. I won't even frown. Without hesitation, a pill shot straight into his mouth. Bei Ming Yuan's voice was cold and sharp. How despicable. Truly despicable. Did you not feel the same way when you and your men set fires and pillaged innocent civilians? The thing you just swallowed is a special poison personally refined by me. In 7 days, if you don't want your insides to rot away, you'd better start talking. Hondi's eyes widened slightly. Since when did His Highness use tricks like this? Doesn't he usually just hang them up and beat them senseless before interrogating them? The captive, however, remained defiant. And I'm just supposed to take your word for it. You think I'm that gullible? Bei Ming Yuan simply began counting. 1, 2, 3. Then, with a casual snap of his fingers. Oh. It hurts. It hurts. I'll talk. Bei Ming Yuan himself was a little surprised at how well the trick had worked. The truth is, Darren Tran ordered us to stall you in White Cloud City. Meanwhile, he's using your so-called failure in suppressing the rebellion as an excuse to request the Imperial Guards be deployed for assistance. Once the palace is left defenseless, he'll seize the opportunity to stage a coup and proclaim himself emperor. Bei Mingyuan's eyes darkened. As expected. He pressed further, do you have any written correspondence? Any letters exchanged between you? The captive shook his head. I wouldn't know. But I do know this, whenever a carrier pigeon arrives, we retreat. When another message comes, we resume our attacks. It's been a few days since the last pigeon arrived, so our leader sent me out to gather intel. Han Di turned to Bei Mingyuan. Your Highness, should we set out this evening to report this to His Majesty? Bei Mingyuan shook his head. No. We don't have enough evidence yet. If we push too hard and he goes straight to the Emperor, it'll only throw the palace into greater chaos. Take me to your leader instead. I have a business deal to discuss with him. At the Purple Orchid Palace, the Emperor sat on his throne, his expression unreadable. What you've said, is it all true? A maidservant knelt before him, voice trembling. Every word, Your Majesty. I swear it. The Emperor's fingers curled into a fist as his voice thundered. That wretched woman. Not only did she frame Lady Nyx and deceive me into thinking Morian was dead, but she even dared to plot against the Crown Princess. Her audacity knows no bounds. Then, his tone softened, though still laced with warning. For your loyalty in choosing the right side, I shall spare your life. From now on, you will serve Lady Nyx with utmost devotion. Myra Bloom kowtowed. This servant humbly thanks your Majesty for his grace. The Emperor then turned to Lady Nyx. Tomorrow, I will send people to restore the Purple Orchid Palace. For now, be patient a little longer, there's no need to rush this matter. Lady Nyx smiled faintly. I've grown used to it. I only wonder, when does your Majesty plan to release the Crown Princess and deal with Lady Charlotte? The Emperor's gaze darkened. If the Crown Princess is innocent, then as soon as the sun rises tomorrow, I will issue a decree for her release. As for Lady Charlotte, I will need more time to consider her punishment. The next morning, Lady Charlotte's eyes sparkled as she looked at the chest filled with dazzling gold and jade jewelry. All of this. His Majesty bestowed them upon me. A voice suddenly interrupted her. You're only half right. Yes, they are from His Majesty. Lady Charlotte's head snapped up in shock. You. Witch. How dare you escape from prison? Celeste smirked. Oh. A major event like my prison break, and yet no one even bothered to inform you. Looks like you truly have fallen out of favor, Lady Charlotte. Lady Charlotte's face twisted in fury. Nonsense. I am not out of favor. Stop spouting such lies. Celeste tilted her head, her voice teasing. Honestly, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your little scheme, lacing my tea with hallucinogens and making yourself look insane, Lady Nyx wouldn't have regained His Majesty's favor so quickly. Lady Charlotte's eyes widened in shock. How? How do you know? Celeste chuckled. If you don't want people to find out, then maybe you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Enjoy your final days of luxury while you still can. That entire day, the halls of Lady Charlotte's residence echoed with pitiful sobs. Then, a voice rang out. Have you cried enough? She froze, then turned around, her tear-streaked face lighting up with desperation. Father. Darren Tran Quat Len. A little thing like this and you're already crying your eyes out. Useless. My grand plan is about to succeed, yet you just had to mess up at such a crucial moment. Now you've even fallen out of favor. Father, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was the Crown Princess. Before she could finish, he slapped her across the face. Enough. Isn't it because you're incompetent? If you had given birth to the Crown Prince, would I have to go through all this trouble? You better find a way to slip this drug into his meals every day. With all the vile things you've done in the palace over the years, do you really think Bei Mingyuan will spare you once he ascends the throne? When that happens, your fate will be tied to ours. If we fall, the entire Tran family will be doomed. Only if I seize that position will you continue to live in luxury. Do you understand? Outside, the old sorcerer who had been eavesdropping was utterly shocked. They're plotting to seize the throne. Oh, fate is truly playing with me today. But just as he shifted his stance, he accidentally stepped on a dry branch, producing a sharp crack. Darren Tran, sharp as a fox, immediately hurled a spear, impaling the old sorcerer before turning to Lady Charlotte. You brought him here. You clean up the mess. That night, Lady Charlotte disposed of the sorcerer's corpse by throwing it into the lake. Just as she was about to leave, a voice rang out from behind her. Lady Charlotte, you seem quite skilled at making bodies disappear. She spun around in horror. You? What are you doing here? Bei Ming Feng stepped out of the shadows. Tell me, do you still remember how my mother died all those years ago? Lady Charlotte trembled. It's been so long, how could I possibly remember? Is that so? Then let me help you recall. Without hesitation, Bei Ming Feng pushed her into the lake. She screamed in terror. Do you remember now? You were the one who pushed my mother into the pond back then. Don't tell me you actually thought no one knew. Her cries for help gradually faded, swallowed by the water, leaving only eerie silence. Bei Ming Feng stood by the shore, murmuring, Mother, rest in peace. At last, your son has avenged you. By morning, rumors spread that Lady Charlotte and the sorcerer had jumped into the lake together in a tragic lover's suicide. Of course, those were just whispers among the palace maids, no one really believed it. A woman as arrogant as Lady Charlotte. Ending her life over lost favor. More likely, someone had gotten rid of her and staged the scene. But who? Could it have been the crown prince, Bei Ming Yuan? But why would he do that? I don't know. But His Highness sent word that the situation outside may be dangerous for the time being. He ordered us to stay put within the crown prince's residence. Celeste, however, was excited. Where there's danger, there's me. No way I'm staying put. Meanwhile, at the Abyssal Palace. I want to see your palace lord. The palace lord isn't here. If you have something to say, I can pass along the message. Celeste frowned. What is this nonsense? They promised to hand over the celestial marrow lotus after leaving prison, yet here I am, running back and forth like a delivery girl. Do they have any idea how exhausting it is to carry around a massive ginseng root? Don't cry, little ginseng. You'll get eaten one day. For now, only good food can soothe my wounded soul. She made her way to the fragrance pavilion but paused when she spotted Enchantress. Ha! What's she doing here? Wait, is that Lorien? Could it be that the young Lord Lai she and her maid mentioned last time was actually him? Oh, I smell some juicy gossip. Inside the room, Lorien asked Enchantress, how have you been? I'm fine, she replied, surprised. What are you doing in Azure Orchid Kingdom? 3 months ago, my master dealt with some traitors. But when we buried them, we discovered their corpses had vanished. Later, reports surfaced that they were spotted in Azure Orchid Kingdom. So my master sent me to investigate. Enchantress grew solemn. The same thing happened in the Snow Abyss Kingdom. My brother and I agreed that it must be ghosts. Just then, Serene rushed in, her face pale. Princess, this is bad. A group of soldiers is gathering near the palace gates. It looks like they're planning a coup. No. If Azure Orchid Kingdom's ruler is overthrown, our marriage alliance will be ruined. Serene, come with me, we must stop this. Enchantress declared. Lorien stepped forward to block her path. Forgive me, but I can't let you take such a risk. Serene, stay here and watch over her. I'll go investigate. Celeste, eavesdropping outside, smirked. Things are getting interesting. If I rescue the Emperor and demand the celestial marrow lotus as a reward, wouldn't that help me get past Bei Ming Yuan's trial? Ha, I'm so brilliant, it even scares me. Disguising herself, Celeste knocked on Enchantress's door. My lady, please open up. There's an injured man outside, covered in blood, looking for you. Serene rushed to open the door. Is it young Lord Lai? You'll know once you come see. As soon as Serene stepped out, Celeste swiftly knocked Enchantress unconscious and slipped away. Moments later, Serene returned and screamed, "Princess!" Celeste chuckled to herself. "Sorry, Enchantress, but I'm borrowing your clothes." "Hee hee, my bad." Meanwhile, at the palace. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the Emperor tried to flee. Darren Tran shouted, "Where does your Majesty think you're going? You treacherous fiend! You dare to seize the throne? Your Majesty, you're mistaken. I'm just a loving father seeking justice for my daughter." Bei Ming Feng stepped in front of the Emperor. "Father, go. I'll hold them off." "Humph, none of you are leaving. Seize them." Perched on the rooftop, Celeste grinned. Finally caught up. An arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight at the Emperor's heart, but Celeste snatched it mid-flight, saving him at the last second. "Who said you could kill the Emperor without my permission?" Bei Ming Feng and the Emperor both turned to her, baffled. "Who are you?" Bei Ming Feng narrowed his eyes. "Wait. I know. You're Enchantress." Celeste snapped, "Are you people only capable of recognizing faces based on clothing?" Just then, another arrow buried itself in Darren Tran's arm. Bei Ming Yuan stepped forward, bow in hand. "Forgive my late arrival, father." Darren Tran was stunned. "Impossible. How are you here? You really thought I wouldn't notice the bandits in White Cloud City changing sides? You bribed them, did you think I wouldn't prepare accordingly? Surrender now, and I might grant you a painless death." Darren Tran sneered. "That's my line." The Emperor and Bei Ming Feng casually munched on snacks while cheering. "Nice hit. Good form, big brother, keep going." Celeste, however, was more direct. "Kick him where it hurts. Do you even know how to fight?" Bei Ming Yuan glanced back, frowning. Darren Tran lunged at him from behind. "You dare be distracted while fighting me?" Celeste instinctively threw herself in the way, shielding Bei Ming Yuan. Their eyes met in stunned silence. "Ahem, that was a mistake," she stammered. Bei Ming Yuan, however, tightened his hold on her. "You dared to harm her. You want to die." Darren Tran screamed as light engulfed him. And thus, he was no more. Emperor walked over and kicked the lifeless body of Di, snorting Darren Tran coldly. "Who told you to bully me, huh?" Bei Ming Feng, also eager to vent his frustration, stepped forward eagerly. "Father, your kick was too light. Let me help you." Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan still held Celeste tightly in his arms. Her voice trembled as she stammered. I am still a princess of a kingdom. Your Highness, isn't it a bit improper to hold me like this?" Bei Ming Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You think that just by changing your clothes, I wouldn't recognize you? No matter what disguise you wear, I will always recognize you." Celeste's mind spun in panic. Wait, does that mean if I shrink myself down, he'd still recognize me? She hastily tried to pry his hands off. "Let go." "No." His grip remained firm. "This is your punishment. I just saved you, ah. Where do you think you're touching?" The Emperor burst into hearty laughter. "The ancestors must be blessing us today. My son has finally matured. Ahem. If the Crown Prince and Princess Enchantress are so deeply in love, then I shall have the Ministry of Right select an auspicious date for your wedding. No need to rush your intimacy, my son." Bei Ming Yuan stiffened. "Father, she is not Enchantress." Celeste's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She hastily blurted out. I am Enchantress." Bei Ming Yuan's expression darkened, his voice laced with disbelief. "Why lie? You and Enchantress are a match made in heaven. I wish you both a blissful marriage and many children." Celeste turned away abruptly, her emotions in turmoil. Bei Ming Yuan instinctively wanted to chase after her, but the Emperor stopped him with a teasing smirk. "Girls get shy, my son. Don't be too forceful. Come. Let father teach you a few tricks. Bei Mingyuan sighed, exasperated. No need, father. At this moment, Bei Mingfeng was deep in thought. He had originally planned to take advantage of Tran Dat's rebellion to reap the benefits as a bystander. Yet, once again, he found himself unable to best his imperial brother. However, seeing how much Bei Mingyuan cared for that woman, perhaps this was an opportunity. At the Crown Prince's manor. Have you searched the entire manor? Forgive my negligence. I will dispatch people to investigate immediately. No, I'll do it myself. Meanwhile, Celeste sat trembling on the rooftop. As expected, he's still searching for me. The effects of the medicine seem to be wearing off. I need to escape at once. Why is it getting colder? Where am I? I can't take it anymore. At that very moment, Bei Mingyuan spotted her, just as she collapsed into the icy lake below. His heart clenched in panic as he dove in, seizing her hand. However, as they resurfaced, his gaze locked onto the girl in his arms. Why is it? Celeste. His voice wavered. And she's not wearing any clothes either. His brows knitted in confusion. No. The one who fell into the water just now was that other girl. What the hell is going on? He carried her back to his chambers, where Helen was already kneeling, pleading for forgiveness. It was my fault for not keeping a close watch on the Crown Princess. Please punish this servant, Your Highness. Bei Mingyuan's voice was cold. You've been by her side all this time and never noticed anything unusual. This servant does not dare to speculate recklessly, but there is something Your Highness should see. He picked up the small object she offered, a purple bullet. Recognition flickered in his eyes. This is Sylvia Wren's signal round. His expression darkened as he turned and strode off to confront her. A confrontation with Sylvia Wren. You would betray me for that woman. Sylvia's voice trembled with emotion. What have I done wrong? Haven't I always given you everything you wanted? Bei Mingyuan's teeth clenched. If you refuse to tell the truth, then from now on, you are no longer allowed to follow me. No. I'll tell you everything. Please don't cast me aside, she cried, her hands trembling. I have long discovered that woman has two pulse signatures. After extensive research, I finally uncovered the truth. She has been cultivating the frozen bloom blood art. If she loses her purity, she will revert to a child and only have 3 years left to live. His eyes darkened. Is there a way to break the curse? Yes. The antidote requires 2 key ingredients. She hesitated, then continued, the heart's blood of the one who took her purity, and the celestial marrow lotus. Bei Mingyuan's eyes flickered with determination. Heart's blood and the celestial marrow lotus, is it? Turning to Sylvia, he ordered, retrieve the heart's blood for me. Her expression shifted drastically. What? Don't tell me you and she have already. That's right. His voice was unwavering. She is already mine. If you cannot accept it, then leave now. I will give you this one chance. Sylvia's hands balled into fists, her nails digging into her palms. I'm not leaving. You want heart's blood? Fine. I'll get it for you. But deep down, she seethed. Celeste. I won't let you off so easily. Underscore 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 underscore. A chaotic mealtime. Elsewhere, Celeste sat cross-legged, cuddling a small puppy in her arms. My beautiful husband, you've finally returned. Bei Mingyuan arched a brow. Seeing your husband return, shouldn't you, as the crown princess, at least show some enthusiasm? She secretly rolled her eyes. I swear, this man has a serious case of delusion. Feigning innocence, she asked, oh. And what sort of enthusiasm does my beautiful husband desire? Her lips curled in mischief. Humph, wretched man. Let's see how you handle this. She declared, tonight, I'll show you the true meaning of withering chrysanthemum. Bei Ming Yuan's expression flickered with wariness. What, exactly are you planning to feed me? Celeste pouted. Hey, I worked really hard, okay? I'm still just a child. This is already impressive. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked sweetly, my beautiful husband, you wouldn't despise me, would you? Bei Ming Yuan chuckled. Of course not. However, attempting to murder your husband is a capital offense. The punishment is either death by dismemberment or by 5 horses tearing you apart, take your pick. Celeste immediately launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around his waist. My beautiful husband, I was wrong. Bei Ming Yuan smirked, then turned his gaze to the bowl in front of him. A deep green sludge oozed within. What is this, monstrosity? Celeste beamed proudly. It's my special fruit yogurt. Feed me. Her face fell. You don't have hands or what? Stretching her tiny arms, she grumbled, I can't reach you. Humph, just eat it yourself. Unexpectedly, Bei Ming Yuan leaned in. How about I feed you instead? Her face flushed crimson. No. No need, she stammered, pushing him away. Suddenly, he winced in pain. Alarmed, Celeste's playful demeanor vanished. My beautiful husband, what's wrong? She frowned. Wait a minute. Last night, when he fought Tran Dat, he wasn't injured. Could it be internal damage? Despite the cold sweat beading his forehead, he waved a dismissive hand. It's nothing. Just then, Han Di entered, bowing. Your Highness, His Majesty urges you to attend the victory banquet. Bei Ming Yuan exhaled, then offered Celeste a gentle smile. Come with me. Celeste blinked in surprise. Weird. Why does it feel like Bei Ming Yuan is a completely different person today? Immediately, Celeste pinched Bei Ming Yuan's cheek and shouted in suspicion. Imposter. Let me see your real face. With his face turning red and swollen from the pinching, Bei Ming Yuan responded. It seems I haven't disciplined you enough. Celeste panicked and shrieked. You stay away from me. Yet, without giving her a chance to escape, Bei Ming Yuan effortlessly scooped her up and carried her to the celebratory banquet. However, doubt lingered in Celeste's heart. Bei Ming Yuan is acting so strange today. Could it be, he has already discovered my true identity? But last night, Helen was certain that I returned on my own. Celeste suddenly blurted out. My beautiful husband, I miss my mother. Have you found her yet? I have, but not completely. She slipped away again last night, but rest assured, I will find her for you. Then hurry up and do your best. Walking behind them, Han Di silently chuckled to himself. Ever since His Highness learned the true identity of the little crown princess, he's been acting like a completely different person. Is this the legendary power of love? Just then, a servant arrived and reported. Your Highness, His Majesty wishes to see you in private. Later, in the Emperor's temporary residence, His Majesty spoke. Yuan, you an enchantress. Before he could finish, Bei Ming Yuan immediately interrupted. Father, I cannot marry Princess Enchantress. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. The entire court witnessed what happened that day between you and Princess Enchantress. Do you intend to deny it now? As long as the person that day was not Princess Enchantress, that is enough. Then who was she? That is not important. What matters is that I must not be forced into a political marriage with Princess Enchantress. The imperial decree has already been drafted. Whether you wish to marry her or not, you must. Bei Ming Yuan's expression remained calm as he declared. Father, I will marry Princess Enchantress, but on one condition. What condition? I want the celestial marrow lotus. You do realize that there is only one celestial marrow lotus in existence? It is tied to the very fate of our Azure Orchid Kingdom. Bei Ming Yuan immediately knelt and said. The fate of our kingdom will not waver over a single celestial marrow lotus. Please trust me, father. The emperor studied his son for a long moment before sighing. Very well, as you wish. However, I cannot simply hand over the celestial marrow lotus without a proper reason. We must find one first. Underscore 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 underscore. Scene shift. Bei-Ming Morian stood alone, deep in thought, uncertain whether to speak or not. Suddenly, Celeste burst out from the bushes and shouted. Hey, little Morian. Startled out of his wits, Bei-Ming Morian shrieked. I am sorry. I was just kidding. Celeste, why are you still here? I came to attend the celebration, of course. What are you doing here all alone? What are you thinking about? Father wishes to compensate me and asked me what I wanted. But I don't know if I should say it or not. That's a good thing. Just say what you want. Why the long sighs? Can I tell you? Of course. My lips are sealed. I swear I won't tell a third person. Bei-Ming Morian tugged on Celeste's sleeve hesitantly and whispered. Celeste, what would you do, if the person you liked was already married? Celeste gasped in shock. Oh my. I can't believe a kid like you is already crushing on someone's wife. Quick, tell me, who do you like? Bei-Ming Morian hesitated for a long moment before finally turning red and mumbling. I like you. Celeste's mind went blank. What? The wife he was talking about is me. At that moment, Bei-Ming Yuan arrived, his face darker and colder than ever. Both Celeste and Bei-Ming Morian turned pale as they slowly turned to face him, trembling. My beautiful husband. Brother Crown Prince. Without a word, Bei-Ming Yuan picked Celeste up and declared. She belongs to me. If you dare entertain such foolish thoughts about her again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bei-Ming Morian nearly burst into tears from fear. I am sorry. I won't dare anymore. Celeste, furious, clawed at Bei-Ming Yuan. He's just a kid. How could you treat him like that? From afar, Han Di watched anxiously. I fear His Highness's chest wound will never heal at this rate. Underscore 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 underscore. At the banquet, the emperor stood before the assembled guests and announced. Tonight, I have two joyous proclamations. First, all princes will participate in the upcoming spirit hunting tournament 3 days from now. The grand prize for the champion is the celestial marrow lotus. Celeste's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. What? The prize is the celestial marrow lotus. But 3 days from now is also the day I transform. As if he could read her mind, Bei-Ming Yuan turned to her with a smirk. Don't worry. The championship title will be mine. Celeste squinted at him in suspicion. Is he implying something? But in the end, she simply smiled and cheered. My beautiful husband is the best. You must win. Deep inside, however, her thoughts were different. No matter who wins, I'm taking the celestial marrow lotus anyway. Hearing her words, Bei-Ming Yuan lowered his gaze, secretly pleased. She's just too adorable. The emperor suddenly spoke again. The second joyous event is that Princess Enchantress of the Snow Abyss Kingdom will soon select a date to marry the crown prince of our Azure Orchid Kingdom. Bei-Ming Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and immediately responded. Your son obeys. Enchantress obeys. Celeste placed a hand over her chest, feeling an odd discomfort. Strange, why do I suddenly feel uneasy? A little devilish voice in her mind sneered. Just admit it. You like him. Meanwhile, the angelic voice reasoned. Nonsense. You just ate too much, and now your chest feels tight. Bei Mingyuan, noticing her sulky expression, ruffled her hair and reassured her. This is just an act of adaptation. I won't truly marry her. In my heart, there is only your mother. Celeste scoffed at his words. Classic green tea scumbag dialogue. Even though I do feel a little bad for Princess Enchantress, this line is just too sweet. The voices in her head chimed in again. See? For once, we actually agree. Just admit it already. Humph. Like I care. Whoever is in his heart has nothing to do with me, I'm only focused on eating. On the other side, Bei Mingfeng clenched his fists in frustration. The Saintess is his. Enchantress is his. Even the throne is his. This is truly unbearable. Meanwhile, Sophie stared at Bei Mingfeng, calling out. Husband. But he remained unresponsive. Sophie frowned, her heart filled with doubt. Why do I feel like he's become a completely different person lately? After the banquet ended, Bei Mingyuan carried Celeste on his back as they made their way home. From the rooftop, a mysterious figure watched them, whispering. Bei Mingyuan, this is your fate. You cannot escape it. Sensing something, Bei Mingyuan suddenly turned his gaze toward the rooftop, but the figure had already disappeared. The next morning, when Celeste woke up, she let out a startled scream. Ah! Why are you here? Bei Mingyuan lazily replied. You should ask yourself that question. Panic flickered across Celeste's mind. Did I do something to him last night? No, that's impossible. Given my current state, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the capability. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously asked. So last night, Bei Mingyuan answered calmly. You wouldn't let go of my sleeve, so I stayed. Hearing this, Celeste exhaled in relief. I knew it. Then I have nothing to worry about. But just as she relaxed, Bei Mingyuan flicked her forehead with a sharp snap. You were thinking something ridiculous just now, weren't you? Celeste immediately denied it. Of course not. I would never. I'm not that kind of person. At that moment, Han Di entered. Your Highness. Bei Mingyuan glanced at him briefly before turning away. I know. Have Helen take the crown princess to breakfast first. Celeste frowned. Where is he rushing off to? Later, in the garden, she overheard bits of conversation. Why is the princess visiting the crown prince's residence today? If we are to be wed, then regarding the alliance between our two nations to resist the demonic tribe. Bei Mingyuan cut her off. I apologize. My agreement to this marriage last night was purely circumstantial. After the spirit hunt tournament, I will plead guilty before my father. Enchantress narrowed her eyes. You plan to defy the imperial decree and annul the engagement. That's right. Furthermore, according to intelligence, before arriving in Azure Orchid Kingdom, the princess had once attempted to flee her marriage. That means, you don't actually want to marry me either, do you? Enchantress let out a soft chuckle. If your highness already knows everything, then I'll be frank. As long as I secure my position as Empress Consort, our two nations can still unite to eliminate the demonic tribe. I don't care who you love or who you want to marry. Bei Mingyuan's expression remained indifferent. But I care. You. Enchantress was taken aback. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Even without a marriage alliance, our nations can still form an alliance. She narrowed her eyes. If you insist on annulling our engagement, I won't stop you, but don't expect me to keep this a secret from your father. She reached out, grasping his sleeve. Wait. A verbal agreement alone isn't enough. Without a marriage, how can others trust in our alliance? Bei Mingyuan coldly withdrew his hand. I have my own arrangements. Please return, princess. Meanwhile, hidden within a bush, Celeste was secretly spying on them. Ugh. So annoying. I'm too far away, I can't hear what they're saying at all. Her frustration grew. Last night, he said his heart only held me, but today he's here getting all entangled with Princess Enchantress. Liar. Scoundrel. Two-faced bastard. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed through the room. Celeste. Sylvia Wren stormed in, radiating murderous intent. The Crown Prince has done so much for you, yet you dare to insult him behind his back. What has he ever done for me? Planted a whole field of grass on my head asterisk. Without hesitation, Sylvia Wren lunged forward, grabbing Celeste by the throat and tightening her grip. Shut up. You're a woman who doesn't know how lucky she is. Today will be your death day. Celeste weakly gasped, Bei Ming Yuan, save me. Sylvia Wren sneered darkly. Stop calling for help. The Crown Prince himself ordered me to kill you. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, followed by the shattering of porcelain. Helen cried out. An assassin. Bei Ming Yuan immediately appeared, his voice cold and commanding. Seize her. Seeing Celeste lying motionless on the floor, his expression changed in an instant. Summon the royal physician. Celeste, you must not die. Moments later, Celeste slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak. Is this heaven? You fool, this is the Crown Prince's residence. You're safe now. Celeste instinctively shrank back, her voice trembling. Bei Ming Yuan, why did you try to kill me? Bei Ming Yuan froze. What? If you hate me so much and think I'm in the way of your marriage with the Snow Abyss Kingdom's princess, then I'll just give up my title as Crown Princess. Bei Ming Yuan sighed helplessly. Use that tiny brain of yours and think carefully. If I truly wanted you dead, would you still be alive? I've already told you, I won't marry Enchantress. How do I know if you're telling the truth or just spouting lies? Then what will it take for you to believe me? Unless, you win the Celestial Marrow Lotus and give it to me. Without a moment's hesitation, Bei Ming Yuan agreed. All right. Celeste was taken aback. You agreed that easily. Bei Ming Yuan smirked. But I also have one condition. What condition? You're not expecting me to repay you with my body, are you? Celeste scoffed internally. Ha. I knew it wasn't that simple. But Bei Ming Yuan simply gave her a mocking look. I'm not interested in your bean sprout figure. Oh, well, thanks a lot. So, what's your condition? I'll tell you once I've decided. At that moment, Han Di entered and reported. Your Highness, we've caught the assassin. A strange man was dragged in. Celeste immediately spoke up. Hey! The one who tried to kill me was Sylvia Wren. Don't tell me you're trying to throw a random scapegoat at me. Han Di hesitated. Well. I saw him sneaking around, so I caught him. Bei Ming Yuan's eyes turned sharp. Did Sylvia Wren send you? The man hurriedly shook his head. I don't even know who Sylvia Wren is. I wasn't here to kill anyone. I was just paid a high price to spy on the Crown Princess. Who hired you? We take money to do the job. We never ask for the client's identity. Celeste sighed in frustration. Sigh. Who knew being the Crown Princess was such a dangerous profession? If I'm not getting assassinated, I'm being stalked. She turned to Bei Ming Yuan, tugging at his sleeve. My dear, being your Crown Princess is way too dangerous. Can I divorce you? Bei Ming Yuan's expression instantly turned ice cold. Say that again. Celeste immediately shrank back. I was wrong. I won't say it again. Bei Ming Yuan declared. From now on, you are not to take a single step outside the Crown Prince's residence. No way. If Sylvia Wren could waltz in here so easily, it proves this place isn't safe at all. I'd be safer outside. If they can't find me, then I'll truly be safe. Bei Ming Yuan narrowed his eyes, considering her words. You have a point. Then I'll stay with you. No. If you stay with me, wouldn't that just expose me even more? That's no different from staying in the residence. Are you plotting something behind my back? Ha, no way. I wouldn't dare. Of course, I am. Celeste thought to herself. I just need to get out of your sight, collect the heart blood, and snatch the celestial marrow lotus before disappearing forever. Putting on her best pleading expression, she clung to his arm. My dear, please agree. Pretty please. Bei Ming Yuan paused for a moment before finally saying. Give me a kiss, and I'll agree. Celeste was baffled. A kiss? Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Since when did Bei Ming Yuan let his lustful side show like this? Bei Ming Yuan smirked. If you don't want to, then be a good girl and stay in the residence. Celeste suddenly jumped up and planted a quick kiss on Bei Ming Yuan's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Well, is that good enough? Bei Ming Yuan's face turned bright red as he mumbled. The next day, Celeste and Helen strolled leisurely through the streets. Like this, do you think we'll get kidnapped by assassins? Helen, do you really think Bei Ming Yuan would let me out of his sight so easily? Of course not. But if he sent people to follow you, all you'd see is him. Celeste chuckled. Helen, have you ever heard of the saying, if you spot one bat in your house, don't be scared, because there are at least 1,000 more hiding in the dark, having a party? Helen blinked. What does that have to do with? Well, by that same logic, if you see one hidden guard, it means there are already countless more lurking around us right now. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed through the air. An interesting theory, indeed. A familiar voice rang out from behind them. Bei Ming Feng grinned as he stepped forward, eyes gleaming with amusement. Though I must admit, I have no idea what this bat party you mentioned is supposed to be. Bei Ming Feng. How did you know I was here? Pure coincidence, of course. Unless, do you think I was deliberately waiting here for you, dear sister-in-law? Celeste sneered inwardly. Ha! As if I'd believe that, you sly fox. So, are you heading to the underground auction? Bei Ming Feng continued, his voice light and teasing. If there's anything you fancy, just let me know. I can buy it for you as a gift. You? Being this generous. I've always been generous. He flashed an innocent smile. Though, if you're willing, I do have a small favor to ask in return. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Ha! Spill it. What do you want from me? I want to marry Princess Enchantress. Celeste blinked in surprise. Don't you already have a wife? My marriage to Sophie was just a strategic move, to gain her father's support. But ever since the night Darren Tran started his rebellion, I saw Princess Enchantress in all her fearless glory, and I couldn't help but fall for her. Bei Ming Feng's voice grew serious. Sister-in-law, help me. Celeste's fingers twitched slightly. Wait a minute, the Princess Enchantress from that night. That was me. Bei Ming Feng continued. Think about it, dear sister-in-law. If I marry Princess Enchantress, you won't have to worry about her marrying my royal brother and competing for his favor anymore. Celeste waved a hand dismissively. Fine, fine. But let's be clear, I'm helping you not because I'm afraid of her marrying Bei Ming Yuan, but simply because you're begging so sincerely. Helen suddenly interjected. I'm still right here, you know. The way you two are talking so loudly, I'm afraid even the hidden guards have heard everything by now. At the auction. This here is the mighty strength pill from the western regions. Upon consumption, it grants overwhelming strength, lifting a mountain would not be impossible. Starting price, 100 gold coins. The crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy. 150 gold. 500 gold. Someone scoffed, look at you, so stingy. I bid 300 gold. Then, suddenly. 1,000 gold. Celeste's voice rang clear and confident. I'm taking that mighty strength pill. Bei Ming Feng's eye twitched. What is this little sister-in-law of mine up to now? Trying to burn through her money. He turned to her. Sister-in-law, what do you even need that pill for? Mind your own business, Celeste replied smoothly. I have my own plans. But deep down, her mind was already set. During the upcoming Mystic Realm hunting tournament, I'll take this mighty strength pill, knock Bei Ming Yuan unconscious with a single slap, and then steal the celestial marrow lotus without anyone noticing. The auctioneer's voice rang out. 1,000 gold, sold. The mighty strength pill goes to bidder number 0988. Then came the highlight of the auction, Lam Ming's spirit flame. This flame is formed from the essence of heaven and earth, imbued with the spirit energy of the sun and moon. Without the legendary 1,000-year profound ice, it cannot be extinguished. Starting price, 5,000 gold. A sharp voice called out from the crowd. 10,000 gold. It was Princess Enchantress. Celeste's eyes gleamed. She nudged Bei Ming Feng and whispered. Your chance has arrived. Oh. He arched a brow. Why do you say that, dear sister-in-law? Celeste sighed. Are you stupid? Hurry up and bid for the Lam Ming spirit flame, then gift it to Princess Enchantress. Win her heart. You call yourself the most notorious flirt in Azure Orchid Kingdom, yet you don't even understand this much. Bei Ming Feng clenched his jaw. I'm actually being looked down on by a child. Just then, a calm voice echoed. 10 gold. It was Lorien. Princess Enchantress turned sharply. What is the meaning of this? Lorien gazed at her, his tone soft yet unwavering. Consider this my final gift to you. Something in her heart clenched. She stepped forward, grasping the fabric of his sleeve. Why didn't you come that night? Her voice trembled. I waited for you in the snow all night. Lorien's lips pressed into a thin line. I'm sorry. That night, my master sent me on a mission. I never saw your letter. By the time I returned, I heard you had already gone to Azure Orchid Kingdom. But if you're willing, we can still run away together. Princess Enchantress froze. She took a step back, breaking contact. Enough. Don't say any more, she whispered. I am a princess of the Snow Abyss Kingdom. A political marriage is my duty. Lorien, there is no turning back for us. Lorien lowered his head. I understand. Bei Ming Feng's face darkened at the sight, while Celeste couldn't help but marvel. Oh my, what a beautifully tragic love story. I'm not helping you anymore. This ship is sailing whether you like it or not. Dear sister-in-law. You sure switch sides fast. Bei Ming Feng let out a long sigh internally. Fine. If the path to Princess Enchantress is blocked, I'll just take another route. In the end, my goal is simply to force Bei Ming Yuan to abdicate the throne. Just as he reached out toward Celeste, his wrist was suddenly seized by another hand. What exactly are you trying to do to her, third prince? A calm yet chilling voice rang out. It was the master of the Abyssal Palace. Bei Ming Feng immediately withdrew his hand and made his escape. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll leave my dear sister-in-law in your care. Celeste turned to the palace master with an expectant look. All right, where's the heart's blood you promised? Not even a greeting first. The moment we meet, you're already demanding the heart's blood. What, was I supposed to pretend to be polite first? Maybe pour you tea, exchange pleasantries, then kneel and beg you for it. That doesn't sound too bad. Let's go with that, then. Celeste groaned internally. Why can't I control my own mouth? Then, without warning, the palace master pulled out a small vial and handed it to her. All right, enough teasing. Here. Take it. Lose it, and you won't get another one. Celeste accepted the vial, eyes filled with surprise. Thank you. I mean, really, thank you. Have you been well? He scoffed. Oh. Are you worried about me? Don't get the wrong idea. It's just a casual question. The palace master smirked and tossed something at her. Put this on. It's made of heavenly silkworm veil, impervious to swords and blades. If I'm not around to protect you, at least make sure you can protect yourself. Understood. Celeste held the garment in her hands, heart pounding wildly. Crap. Why is my heart racing? Before she could process it further, he suddenly scooped her up into his arms. Let's go. Go where? To find your mother and collect my payment. Celeste sighed in exasperation. A moment ago, I actually felt something for him. What a joke. I should crack his head open and see how much scrap metal is rattling around inside. She huffed. My mother is currently in seclusion. Give it a few days, and I'll have her come to you. Deal? The palace master's lips curled into an amused smile. Liar. He held her tightly and soared away. Ah. The night view is breathtaking. Celeste's eyes sparkled, her radiant smile lighting up the dark sky. Lanterns. The abyssal palace master, his expression as unreadable as ever, asked flatly. Do you like it? I do. But, Celeste tilted her head, scrutinizing him. This abyssal palace master seems strange today. Did he and Bei Mingyuan drink the wrong medicine or something? Just then, her gaze landed on a book tucked within his robes. What's that? Without hesitation, she reached out to grab it, but her height proved to be a disadvantage. The book slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Four large words gleamed on the cover, the Love Guide Manual. Celeste burst into laughter, completely unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, the abyssal palace master hurriedly covered up. This was forced upon me by my subordinates. I was worried your mother wouldn't approve, so I brought you here for a test run first. Celeste stared at him, speechless. So, I'm my own stand-in. Still, she couldn't help but think, this abyssal palace master was unexpectedly simple-minded and adorable. A stark contrast to the ever-composed Bei Mingyuan. Inside her mind, a tiny angelic version of herself screamed. Snap out of it. Bei Mingyuan is your destined one. Meanwhile, a tiny devilish version of her cackled mischievously. Fight. Fight. I love watching two men turn against each other over love. Celeste clutched her head, inwardly screaming. Can either of you have some proper ambitions? Suddenly, the palace master grabbed her head and asked. What are you thinking about? Nothing at all. I'm not thinking about anything. Well, it's getting late. I should head back now. The palace master took her hand and said. All right, I'll escort you. After arriving home, Celeste felt uneasy. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling about this? Then she screamed. I knew it. I knew something was wrong. I left Helen behind at the black market. Helen had been waiting for so long without anyone coming for her. She could only sob. Little crown princess, where have you gone? Please come and save me. Standing outside the door, Bei Mingyuan listened to Celeste's panicked yelling, a smile playing on his lips. Helen, I have failed you. Just then, Han Di entered and reported. Your Highness, we have found Sylvia Ren, but by the time we got to her, she had already stopped breathing. There was a piece of paper left on her body with the words. Bei Mingyuan, do you like the gift I've prepared for you? Bei Mingyuan gazed at Sylvia Ren in confusion. This is clearly demonic energy. Why is it on her? Unless... Suddenly, Sylvia Ren's eyes snapped open, burning with dark malice. An eerie, vengeful aura surged from her as she screamed internally. Hatred. I hate them all. In her grasp was a sharp dagger, which she thrust straight at Bei Mingyuan. He swiftly dodged, sending a powerful palm strike that flung Sylvia Ren backward, leaving her motionless on the ground. However, a gash had already torn through his arm, allowing the sinister energy to seep into his body. At that moment, outside Celeste's room, an urgent voice called out. Celeste, junior sister. I know you're inside. Stop hiding and come out. Celeste opened the door and asked. How did you know I was here? Celestial Moon replied. That's not important. Without warning, she grabbed Celeste's wrist and dragged her along. The sect master has an urgent matter and needs to see you. Come with me now. Celeste's mind raced. What could the sect master possibly want from me? In the past, Celestial Moon was always at odds with me. Why would the sect master send her, of all people, to fetch me? Could she be planning to harm me? Sensing something off, Celeste quickly said. Actually, I just remembered I have something to take care of first. I'll go see the sect master myself in a bit. You can go ahead. Celestial Moon's expression immediately darkened as she let out a wicked chuckle. You're coming with me whether you want to or not. Celeste was utterly exasperated. Assassinations, surveillance, kidnapping. Will it ever end? Why does everyone else get to live in sweet, romantic transmigration stories, while mine turns into a full-blown crime drama? After a brief pause, Celeste smirked and said, Well, I'd advise you to let me go. Otherwise. She pointed behind Celestial Moon. He will make you regret it. A dark, menacing figure loomed behind Celestial Moon, the palace master of the Abyssal Palace. His voice was icy. You're still alive. Celestial Moon smirked. Perfect timing. Now, I can finally show you what I'm capable of. The palace master merely scoffed, and before long, Celestial Moon was coughing violently, her strength failing her. Damn it. Why am I losing already? Realizing her defeat, she had no choice but to retreat. Celeste turned toward the palace master, her heart tightening. Is he injured? She immediately ran over, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Where are you hurt? His face was pale as he weakly replied. No need. I'm fine. I still have matters to attend to, take care of yourself. But before he could take another step, he collapsed onto the ground. Celeste panicked, shouting. Hey, wake up. Say something. Why do you always have to act so tough? At least let me thank you properly. She reached out hesitantly, her fingers grazing the golden mask on his face. I just want to wipe your sweat. Don't blame me, okay? Don't worry, even if you look terrible under this mask, I won't mind. Just as her fingertips brushed against it, Hondi suddenly appeared and caught the palace master in his arms. Celeste froze in shock. Hondi. Outside the door, the enchantress spoke up. The person I'm looking for is the crown prince. Why did you bring me here? Hondi thought to himself. I can't exactly tell her that I couldn't find His Highness, so I had no choice but to come here to look for the crown princess instead. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, His Highness's true identity might have been exposed. The enchantress suddenly said. Never mind. Perhaps talking to you is even better than talking to him. Little crown princess, may I have a word with you? Celeste hesitated, but Hondi quickly reassured her. Little crown princess, don't worry. I'll take care of him for you. The enchantress continued. I need your help with something. Celeste chuckled. What could a child like me possibly do for you? The enchantress replied. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I can see that you hold an unusual place in the crown prince's heart. Celeste coughed awkwardly before responding. Sorry, but I must marry the crown prince. Can you help me with that instead? Internally, she groaned. Unbelievable. One after another, everyone treats me like some matchmaking envoy. Humph. That flirtatious, narrow-eyed radish is no different. Then she asked. Why are you so determined to marry Bei Mingyuan? The enchantress slowly recounted. This story dates back 1,000 years. During that time, the demonic clan ran rampant across the continent, pillaging, slaughtering, committing every atrocity imaginable. Fortunately, a celestial being descended and eradicated the demonic clan, sealing them away within the Snow Abyss Kingdom. Thanks to that, the people were finally able to live in peace and prosperity. But that celestial being vanished without a trace. Over a decade ago, the seal imprisoning the Demon King was seemingly destroyed by someone, and ever since, the demonic clan has been tormenting the people of Snow Abyss Kingdom once again. The native population here is small, far too weak to resist the demonic clan. That is why I must form a political marriage with the Crown Prince of Azure Orchid Kingdom. Only by uniting our two nations can we eradicate the demonic clan. Celeste listened before replying calmly. Even without a political marriage, the two nations could still form an alliance. Why sacrifice your own happiness for this? The enchantress shook her head. You don't understand. Only by marrying the Crown Prince can I legitimately monitor every move of Azure Orchid Kingdom and maintain the balance between our nations. Celeste thought to herself. So, she came here as a spy. She then asked. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to someone? The enchantress responded. As long as you help me marry the Crown Prince, none of this matters. But what if I refuse to help? At that moment, the enchantress lowered herself onto her knees, pleading. I can give up the title of Empress, I only ask to stay by the Crown Prince's side. Celeste then asked. And what about Lorien? Are you willing to abandon him? The enchantress sighed. He and I are fated to have a connection, but not a future. Celeste mused inwardly. Right now, Bei Ming Yuan says he won't marry the Princess of Snow Abyss Kingdom, but who knows? He might end up compromising for the future of Thuong Lan Kingdom. Looks like the Abyssal Palace Master is still the better choice. Having made up her mind, Celeste finally said. I understand. I'll find a way to help you. Afterward, Celeste returned to find Han Di. Seeing her, Han Di immediately asked with concern. Your Highness, are you all right? Bei Ming Yuan responded. The demonic energy invaded my body just now, but it's fine now. Han Di exclaimed. Demonic energy. Could it be that all these recent incidents were caused by the demonic clan? Bei Ming Yuan nodded. Yes. It's highly likely that their actions are targeting me. Go to Cloudwater Cavern and investigate a woman named Celestial Moon for me. Out of the blue, Han Di blurted. Your Highness, you're in love with someone else. Crash. Bei Ming Yuan shot him a glare. Han Di, you're mistaken. Han Di quickly corrected himself. Your Highness, I was wrong. Bei Ming Yuan sighed. Never mind. There's another matter I need you to take care of. A while later, Celeste returned and asked. Han Di, where is he? Han Di replied. He had urgent business and left first. But I wanted to ask, why weren't you the least bit surprised to see the Abyssal Palace Master here? Don't tell me, you're close to him. Han Di suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Celeste smiled faintly. We've only met a few times, right? Then you must have seen his real face before. Tell me, is he really that ugly? Han Di froze as if struck by lightning, hesitating before repeating. Ugly. Then he burst out laughing. Him. Ugly. If that man is ugly, then there's no one handsome in this world. Celeste's thoughts raced. So, he's actually a peerless beauty. Han Di confirmed without hesitation. Of course. At that, Celeste's eyes sparkled mischievously. Ha, that's a relief then. At the Spirit Realm hunting tournament, Celeste suddenly heard a loud cry, "Aw!" Turning around, she was startled. Lorien. And that ridiculously tall rabbit, what even is that? The massive rabbit hopped closer to Bei Ming Lorien, affectionately licking him, but the boy wailed miserably, "Help. I'm sorry, but you're just too ugly. I can't take you home." The oversized rabbit froze, then covered its face and sobbed in despair. Celeste chuckled to herself. So young, yet already obsessed with looks. I can't imagine what he'll be like when he grows up. When Bei Ming Lorien spotted her, he asked, "Big sister, who are you? And how do you know my name is Lorien?" Celeste replied with a smile, "Celeste told me." Lorien's eyes widened. You know Celeste. Then, are you her friend? Celeste's smile deepened. Actually, I'm Celeste's mother. Lorien gasped in shock. What? You're so young, yet you're Celeste's mother. Bending down, Celeste pressed her cheek against his and teased, "Oh my, Lorien, you sure know how to flatter. Now, come give big sister a hug. After a while, Morian suddenly called out, "Big sister." "What is it?" Celeste asked. Morian hesitated, then said, "Can you take off your veil? I want to see what you look like." Celeste didn't mind. Of course. With that, she removed the veil. Morian's eyes lit up. As expected, you look just like Celeste. There's no way you're not related. Then, after a brief hesitation, he added, "Actually, there's something I want to ask, but I'm not sure if I should." Celeste mused to herself. Oh no, don't tell me this little rascal is about to confess his love to me. Blushing slightly, Morian asked, "Big sister, can I request something from you?" Celeste raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What is it?" Morian's face turned bright red as he shyly said, "Can you give birth to another daughter, just as adorable as Celeste?" Celeste was momentarily stunned, but before she could react, Morian continued earnestly, "Celeste already belongs to Crown Prince brother. I wouldn't dare compete with him. But if you have another daughter, then I can like her instead." Celeste's mind went blank for a moment before a thought hit her. Oh, so this little brat doesn't just want to court me, he wants to court my future daughter and become my son-in-law too. Morian solemnly promised, "I swear I'll treat her well in the future." "Big sister, please say yes." Celeste burst out laughing. "Ha! Of course not." Morian's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. "Why not?" "It's not that I don't want to," Celeste said with a smirk. "But as of now, I can't exactly have a child all on my own, you know." She sighed, then added with amusement, "Still, since you're so cute, I'll make a deal with you. If I ever have a daughter, I might consider betrothing her to you from a young age." But before Morian could celebrate, an icy voice cut through the air. "Even a childhood engagement is out of the question. Any child she bears, will have to call you royal uncle." Both Celeste and Bei Ming Morian turned to Bei Ming Yuan in shock and shouted in unison, "Royal uncle. Why do you show up everywhere?" Bei Ming Yuan grabbed the giant rabbit by the ears and lifted it. "Take your rabbit and get lost." Bei Ming Morian immediately scooped up the rabbit and dashed away without looking back. "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Celeste frowned. "Morian is just a child. Why are you being so harsh on him?" Bei Ming Yuan ignored her words and instead pulled her close, his grip firm. "You just said you wanted to have a child. I can fulfill that wish." Celeste looked at him, utterly speechless. This scoundrel. Then she yelled, I don't want to have a child. And besides, I already like someone else. If I have a child, it'll be with him." Bei Ming Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Who?" Celeste boldly declared, "That person is your very own friend, the master of the Abyssal Palace." A moment of silence fell between them before Bei Ming Yuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her, their gazes locked in an intense stare. Celeste then spoke, "As the future crown prince, you'll likely have to make sacrifices for Azure Orchid Kingdom. Even if you refuse to marry the Enchantress now, what about the future? If another princess, let's say Fire Enchantress, Earth Enchantress, or some storage warehouse Enchantress, appears for a political alliance, can you reject all of them?" Bei Ming Yuan responded flatly, "I can, if you stop spouting nonsense." "Then go find your princess," Celeste said. "I'll go find my palace master. This is where we part ways." Bei Ming Yuan's expression darkened. "Actually, I am the Abyssal Palace Master." Before Celeste could react, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted them. Both turned toward the source of the commotion, their eyes widening as they exclaimed in unison, "A Rakshasa bird." Bei Ming Yuan immediately summoned his Azure Dragon, while Celeste thought to herself, "Wait, are we switching from a crime drama to a fantasy epic now?" Moments later, the Azure Dragon clashed with the Rakshasa bird. "Damn, that bird is terrifying," Celeste muttered. "I heard the Rakshasa bird despises lovers the most. If a couple stands before it, its resentment grows stronger, making it even more powerful." Hearing this, Celeste couldn't help but smirk. What a bitter, single bird hellbent on taking revenge on couples. Suddenly, Bei Ming Yuan leaned in and kissed her. Celeste shuddered and yelled, "Are you seriously doing this right now?" The Rakshasa bird, now utterly enraged, shifted its full attention toward them. Seeing this, Bei Ming Yuan called upon his azure dragon. In an instant, the dragon lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the Rakshasa bird's throat, completely overpowering it. Bei Ming Yuan calmly approached his azure dragon, running a hand along its scales. "You did well." Celeste hesitated. "Don't tell me, the azure dragon sacrificed itself." "It's just injured. It'll recover after some time," Bei Ming Yuan reassured her. "And that kiss just now? It was merely to provoke the Rakshasa bird and create an opening for the azure dragon." Celeste scoffed, "I knew you weren't reckless enough to lose sight of priorities." But before she could say more, Bei Ming Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand. "Let's go." Celeste frowned. "Where are you taking me?" At that moment, Bei Ming Feng was stopped by two royal guards. "Apologies, Third Highness, but this is a restricted area of the royal palace. You are not permitted to enter." "Oh. This is a restricted area. My apologies, then, I shall leave immediately." A mysterious figure suddenly struck the two guards unconscious. Bei Ming Feng trembled with frustration. "Couldn't you have waited for me to leave first before doing that? They won't remember the third prince anyway. What's there to worry about?" "Only by being cautious can one avoid capsizing in a ditch," Bei Ming Feng said to the mysterious figure. "What do you want with the celestial marrow lotus? This matter is none of the third prince's concern." "Then our agreement." "Rest assured," the figure interrupted. "The throne is destined to be yours. As for the crown prince and crown princess, does it really matter whether they live or die? You promised me you wouldn't harm them." "Ha! Naive." The figure then gestured toward the darkness. "Come forth." A shadowed figure emerged, their face obscured beneath a hooded cloak. "Demon Lord, the plan has been executed flawlessly. You shall return to life very soon." Not long after, Bei Ming Yuan arrived and declared grimly, "They've stolen the celestial marrow lotus." Celeste immediately roared, "What? Which damned bastard dared to steal the celestial marrow lotus? I'll annihilate them." A mocking voice echoed in response, "You'll find that quite difficult, little girl." Bei Ming Yuan narrowed his eyes at the speaker. "This person looks familiar. Have I seen them somewhere before?" The figure smirked. "The celestial marrow lotus is now in my hands. If you want it, you'll have to follow my orders." Then, pointing directly at Celeste, the figure declared, "Bei Ming Yuan, kill this woman, and I will give you the celestial marrow lotus." Bei Ming Yuan scoffed. "Keep dreaming. I know you wouldn't dare. Then let's change the conditions. She can kill you instead. Little girl, as long as you make the right choice, the celestial marrow lotus will be yours." Without hesitation, Bei Ming Yuan grasped Celeste's hand firmly. "Trust me." Then, turning to the mysterious figure, he spoke coldly. "We choose to kill you." The figure chuckled. "Very well. Let's see what you can do. Don't disappoint me." With that, the figure vanished. Celeste blinked in disbelief. They just disappeared. Just like that. "The demons come and go without a trace," Bei Ming Yuan muttered. "Finding them won't be easy. This is the royal restricted zone. Without guidance, anyone who enters will only end up lost in the labyrinth and illusion formation surrounding this place. The demons are no exception." Celeste's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh. So what you're saying is, there's a traitor within the royal family." "Precisely." Celeste adopted a serious expression. "I think I know who it is." Marching forward, she turned to Bei Ming Morian and said, "Listen, kid, heartbreak is a part of life. You need to learn how to move on instead of holding on to hatred, got it?" Bei Ming Yuan smacked his own forehead. "Why would you think the traitor is him?" Celeste declared confidently, "According to my extensive experience reading Detective Conan, the culprit is always the cute, innocent-looking, seemingly harmless type, like Morian." He looks so well-behaved and understanding, which is exactly why he's suspicious. Then, she pointed toward Bei Ming Feng, who was approaching. Unlike him. You can tell just by looking at his face that he's up to no good. That's a good person you're talking about. Bei Ming Feng raised an eyebrow. Why is it that the moment you saw me, you assumed I wasn't a good person? Celeste gasped. Oh no. This guy doesn't seem to know what his own face looks like. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Feng thought to himself, wait a second. Isn't this the same woman my royal brother once placed a massive bounty on? Smirking, he remarked, I never expected my royal brother to have both the crown princess and the enchantress. And yet, he still has the energy for more. No matter how healthy he is, he should learn some self-restraint. Bei Ming Yuan's face darkened. Get lost. Bei Ming Feng sighed dramatically. Royal brother, I came here because of an emergency. Just now, our younger brother suddenly went berserk and bit Sophie. The imperial physicians said there's nothing they can do for her. Celeste leaned closer to Bei Ming Yuan and whispered, do you think this could be the demon's doing? We should check it out. Afterward, they arrived at a towering mountain, standing before a bottomless abyss. Celeste anxiously asked, did we just fall into a trap? As soon as she finished speaking, the massive rock beneath them trembled and cracked apart, splitting in two. Both of them plummeted into the abyss. Reacting quickly, Celeste grasped a thick vine with one hand while clutching Bei Ming Yuan with the other, grinning triumphantly. Good thing I took a strength pill earlier. Otherwise, we'd be splattered into pieces by now. Bei Ming Yuan stared blankly at her, question marks practically floating above his head. Just then, the vine snapped with a crisp snap. This time, they really fell. Moments later, Celeste sat up, her face scraped, clothes disheveled, and covered in dust. She raised a trembling finger toward the sky and shouted, Heavens! How could you be so cruel? Weren't we supposed to get a miraculous opportunity after jumping off a cliff? Suddenly remembering something, she frantically turned to Bei Ming Yuan. Hey! Are you still alive? You better not die on me. If anything happens to you, I'll feel so guilty. At that moment, Bei Ming Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. So, you'd only feel guilty. Ah. You're awake. Does anything hurt? Are you seriously injured anywhere? So, just guilty. What, you expect me to ask for more? Bei Ming Yuan suddenly coughed, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Celeste panicked. No. Don't do this. I mean it. I was really worried about you. I don't want you to die. But then, she froze. Wait a second. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Her gaze landed on a book lying nearby. Recognition dawned on her. The romance playbook. Wasn't this the one that the Abyssal Palace Lord and Bei Ming Yuan both bought? Why does each of them have a copy? She flipped through the pages. Feigning injury lowers the target's guard, creating an emotional connection and closing the distance between you. Celeste was about to say something when Bei Ming Yuan suddenly snapped back to alertness. Over there. I sense Bei Ming Feng's presence. We need to follow him. This way. Ahead, Bei Ming Feng stood at the edge of the clearing. Mission complete. Stop hiding and come out. Celeste and Bei Ming Yuan stepped forward. Ack! We've been discovered. For the demon clan, the celestial marrow lotus held no real value. A female demon smirked. Hey, sis, why go through all this trouble just to steal it? Obviously, to claim Bei Ming Yuan for myself. Celeste's inner voice screamed, again. Why does Bei Ming Yuan attract admirers everywhere he goes? The demon woman continued, Bei Ming Yuan, you're powerful. Convincing you to willingly follow me won't be easy. But that woman is different. Her weakness is now in my grasp, and you're weak to her. Celeste frowned. Then why bother making us fight each other, only for Bei Ming Feng to step in? What's the point of all this? Ha! If you can't even pass this little test, how do you expect to lead the demon clan? Don't you agree? Demon Lord. Bei Ming Yuan declared firmly, I will never succumb to darkness, nor will I ever become the Demon Lord. That is not for anyone to decide. Suddenly, Celeste furrowed her brows in confusion. Why am I back at the Imperial Palace? Her gaze landed on a child nearby, one who looked incredibly familiar. That's right. Bei Ming Yuan has always been intelligent and well-behaved. But, why is the Grand Priest saying such things? The Crown Prince is the mortal incarnation of the Celestial Emperor of the Purple Star. Once he matures and unites with the Holy Maiden of Cloudwater Cavern, he will undoubtedly secure a century of prosperity for the Shanlan Kingdom. However, there are traces of demonic energy lingering around him, and that is an ominous sign. Is there a way to dispel it? Your Majesty, please send the Crown Prince to the Celestial Gate. Perhaps someone there can help. That day, Celeste approached the child, frowning. You're Bei Ming Yuan, aren't you? Why did you suddenly shrink? Don't tell me you can't see me either. What kind of trick did that demon play on us? Nearby, the palace maids whispered among themselves. I heard the Crown Prince carries demonic energy, so His Majesty banished him to the Celestial Gate. I've been saying for a while now, his eerie presence was never normal. Who would have thought it was demonic aura all along? That's terrifying. A lowly servant boy deliberately stuck out his foot, tripping Bei Ming Yuan and making him fall face first onto the ground. He grinned maliciously. Oh dear, Your Highness. You really ought to be more careful. But the moment he got a closer look at Bei Ming Yuan, his face twisted in horror, and he screamed, A demon. A ghost. Celeste clenched her fists and promptly punched the boy on the head. You ugly little gremlin, how dare you call someone else a monster? The boy shrieked, Who hit me? At that moment, Bei Ming Yuan muttered, It wasn't me. Celeste muttered to herself, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a demon earlier. After that, Bei Ming Yuan arrived at the Celestial Gate. A man wearing a golden mask spoke, Call me master just once, and this peach will be yours. You really have the heart to reject me, kid? Do you know how many people are lining up, begging to become my disciple? Bei Ming Yuan had no interest in knowing. He turned around and walked away. Hey! At least hear me out before rejecting me so quickly, the masked man called after him in a hurry. Celeste, hiding behind a tree, frowned. Wait, why am I hiding? No one here can even see me. But that man just now, he looks so much like the Lord of the Abyssal Palace. Still, something doesn't match, his personality and age feel completely different. That night, Celeste sneaked into his room while he was sleeping. This time, I have to remove that mask. But just as she reached out, the man suddenly opened his eyes, round and bright, staring straight at her. You there, young lady, he called out. Celeste froze. Her voice trembled. Why you can see me. Of course. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for me. What? What is going on? The man sighed. I'm not actually a person. I'm the guardian spirit of little Yuan. Celeste blinked in shock. My time is running out. Can I ask a favor from you? He continued. This place is Bei Ming Yuan's memory. I am a remnant of the guardian spirit left behind by his master. But I've sensed demonic energy creeping into him. I had no choice but to drag you into this place. My power is fading fast, and soon, I will cease to exist. Would you be willing to take over my duty and protect him in my stead? Celeste hesitated, deep in thought. Before she could answer, the man suddenly added, There's a reward for being a guardian. Interested? Here. Her eyes narrowed. And how much is this reward? Relax. What I'm offering is worth far more than money. Drop this into water, and you'll obtain exactly what you desire. Could it be the celestial marrow lotus? The moment she spoke, the man pressed a finger to her forehead. I leave him in your hands. In an instant, Celeste vanished, along with the celestial marrow lotus. A year later, behind the mountains of the celestial gate. "Stop right there," the masked man shouted in a panic. But it was too late. A massive peach tree, decades old, split clean in half and came crashing to the ground. "You reckless brat. That tree took me years to grow, and you just destroyed it in seconds." Bei Mingyuan scratched his head awkwardly. "I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control my strength." He reached out and gently ruffled Bei Mingyuan's hair, lowering his voice. "That's right. Little Yuan is so strong now, there's nothing left for me to teach you." He turned his gaze to the distance. "Look over there, that's Han Di. From now on, without me around, he'll be your training partner. But be careful, don't break him." Bei Mingyuan's eyes flickered with realization. "You're leaving, aren't you?" A soft chuckle. "That's right. Nothing lasts forever, after all. But before I go, I have one last gift for you." With that, he led Bei Mingyuan to a mountain peak. Looking down at the vast lands below, he pointed. "Little Yuan, do you see that? That's the Abyssal Palace, I built it myself. From now on, I'm leaving it in your hands." Bei Mingyuan didn't hesitate. "I refuse. You spent hundreds of years draining all your savings just to build that place. At least think this through a little." A long sigh. "If the palace ever refuses to take you in, then consider it your home," he said, his tone light but firm. Bei Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. "You're not afraid I'll use its name to do terrible things?" The man chuckled again. "If you want to walk a dark path, you'd better learn to hide your true intentions first." Then, with one swift motion, he removed the golden mask from his face and placed it over Bei Mingyuan's. "This is for you. I've cast a spell on it. Once you wear it, no one will ever recognize you." The moment the mask left his own face, his scarred, disfigured features were revealed. "I trust that you'll be a good person, Yuan. And with that, he turned around and stepped off the cliff. Bei Mingyuan's eyes widened in horror. "Don't go." Without thinking, he lunged forward, diving into the abyss after his master. Falling, darkness swallowed him whole. Somewhere in the haze, a voice called out urgently. "Bei Mingyuan. Wake up already. Ugh, you're so loud." That voice, it was so familiar. Who was she? Back to the present. Celeste's voice was sharp with accusation. "What did you do to him?" The woman smirked. "Tsk, you're awake already. Now that's really making me curious about you." She turned to her subordinates. "Take them both away." Celeste's brows furrowed. "No way am I letting that happen." Without hesitation, she grabbed Bei Mingyuan and shot into the sky, flying at full speed. Branches whipped past, the wind roared in her ears, but the pursuers wouldn't give up. She grit her teeth. "Seriously, do these demons never get tired? No matter how long I run, I can't shake them. I have to wake him up." Suddenly, two demons grabbed Bei Mingyuan. Celeste's stomach dropped. "Hey, Hui! Bei Mingyuan," she screamed in desperation. "Listen carefully, I like you." Silence. A weak sound escaped his lips. Damn it. Not even a confession is enough to wake him." The red-haired demoness leaned in close, her breath cold against Celeste's ear. "Stop struggling. Be good, and come with me." Celeste's eyes darkened. "You'd better wake up, Bei Mingyuan," she yelled. "Or I'll cheat on you." The moment the words left her lips, Bei Mingyuan's eyes snapped open. His brows furrowed, his voice dangerously low. "You said what?" Celeste didn't hesitate, she jabbed a finger at the red-haired demoness. "Her. She's the one trying to steal me away from you. She wants you to wear the horns of betrayal." Bei Mingyuan's gaze turned ice-cold. "If I can hear the word like before dying, then I suppose it's not a bad way to go," he mused. But then, A sinister voice echoed through the air. Don't forget, the celestial marrow lotus is in my hands. Even if you break free from the soul dream curse, your fate as the demon sovereign is sealed. You can't escape it. Bei Mingyuan's tone was utterly nonchalant. Oh. You think I wouldn't predict you try to use the celestial marrow lotus against me? His lips curled slightly. That's why I had Han Di take it away a long time ago. Quite impressive, demon sovereign. The red-haired demoness expression twisted, but she quickly smirked. Did you think I wouldn't have a backup plan? Suddenly, Celestial Moon stepped forward. Celeste, she called. Look carefully, do you recognize these people? Celeste's breath hitched. Grand Master. Elders. The red-haired demoness sneered. If you want them to live, hand over the celestial marrow lotus. Celeste stood frozen in place. Celeste, don't listen to her, the Grand Master shouted. But Celeste didn't hesitate. Bei Mingyuan. Hurry and give her the lotus. Don't worry, your master already gave me the seed. We'll just plant another one later. Bei Mingyuan's eyes narrowed. You know my master. I'll explain later. Saving them is more important right now. The exchange was completed. Celeste, I'm sorry, this is my fault, the Grand Master said with regret. Grand Master, you don't have to blame yourself. The red-haired demoness chuckled darkly as she walked away, clutching the celestial marrow lotus. I look forward to welcoming the demon sovereign to the Snow Abyss Kingdom. The Grand Master turned to Celeste. You and the Crown Prince. You've got it all wrong. There's nothing going on between us. Bei Mingyuan crossed his arms. Didn't you just say you liked me? How quickly you forget. Celeste's face turned red. I only said that to wake you up. I was just making things up. She threw a panicked glance at the Grand Master and elders. Youth, don't do anything weird. If you try, I'll have them beat you up. Bei Mingyuan smirked. They're no match for me. Besides, his gaze flickered to the Grand Master. Didn't she promise that if I defeated her, she wouldn't stop me from being with Celeste? The Grand Master's eyes widened slightly. How do you know that? Celeste gasped. Wait. Are you saying, you're the Abyssal Palace Master? Bei Mingyuan tilted his head slightly. That's right. Celeste stared at him in shock. No wonder. No wonder she kept feeling that eerie sense of familiarity. The way they both carried themselves. The way they knew the royal palace so well. Even their, oddly similar flirting tactics. It wasn't a coincidence at all. They were the same person. She felt like crying. Unbelievable. I fell for the same shameless scoundrel, twice. Bei Mingyuan chuckled. My little celestial fairy, isn't this great? Now you don't have to struggle over who to like anymore. Nearby, a certain little demon sighed. No dramatic showdown between two love rivals. She pouted. What a shame. Celeste screamed in frustration. Is now really the time for this? Why did you lie to me? Was it fun tricking me? Bei Mingyuan pulled her into his arms. And what about you? Didn't you lie to me too, my dear Crown Princess? Celeste's face burned. Grand Master. Elders. Help me. But instead of coming to her rescue, the two simply turned around. Celeste, we'll just head out first. Good luck. Celeste gaped at their retreating backs. Hey! What kind of elders abandon their disciple like this? Bei Mingyuan lowered his voice, coaxing. Don't be mad. I never meant to deceive you. Just listen to me, alright? Celeste crossed her arms. You'd better have a good explanation. If not, I'll never look at you again. Bei Mingyuan sighed. If you knew my master, did he ever tell you that the Abyssal Palace was a gift he left behind for me? Celeste blinked. What does that have to do with whether or not you lied to me? If he ever returns, the position of palace master will still be his. That was never meant to change. He exhaled softly, looking at her with rare vulnerability. That's why. I wanted the person you love to be me, Bei Ming Yuan. Celeste's expression stiffened. And yet, you still approached me as the abyssal palace master. Every time I saw you, you were chasing after me, but I'd always run away. But when it was him, Bei Ming Yuan clenched his fists. You never ran from him. You even threw yourself into his arms. Celeste's eyes twitched. Before he could say another word, she pinched his cheek. Idiot. Weren't the crown prince and the abyssal palace master both you? Are you seriously jealous of yourself? Bei Ming Yuan was stunned. So, whether I'm the crown prince or the abyssal palace master, you still like me? Celeste huffed, crossing her arms. Yeah. So what? Bei Ming Yuan's heart soared. Without hesitation, he pulled her close, crashing his lips against hers. The world around them faded. There was only the warmth of his touch, the strength of his embrace, and the feverish way he kissed her, as if he had waited for this moment for far too long. Celeste clung to him, heart pounding. But then... Hey, she yelped. Don't just start undressing out of nowhere. Bei Ming Yuan smirked. We still have some time, don't we? Why not stay right here? Celeste's face exploded in color. No way. This is the wilderness. But Bei Ming Yuan had no intention of stopping. He pressed his lips to the curve of her neck, his voice husky. I can't hold back anymore. Celeste's breath hitched. You bastard. I'll kill you for this. Bei Ming Yuan hooked an arm around her waist, lifting her slightly. Shoo. His voice was dangerously smooth. You wouldn't dare. Celeste's face turned crimson, unable to stop the small sounds escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan had already discarded his robe. By the time everything was over, Celeste hastily grabbed the fabric and wrapped it around herself, her eyes glistening with grievance. You bullied me again, she burst out, voice trembling. Bei Ming Yuan immediately tried to soothe her. Don't cry. All right, I was wrong. Is that better? Humph. Then tell me, what exactly were you wrong about? He pondered for a moment, then answered seriously. I didn't give you enough time to enjoy it before I, shrank back. Celeste nearly choked. What is going on inside your head? Bei Ming Yuan gave an innocent look. I don't know how to make you feel better when you're mad at me. Celeste huffed, fuming silently. Bei Ming Yuan, on the other hand, recalled something he once read. In situations like this, offering a heartfelt surprise is the best way to express remorse. With that in mind, he suddenly covered Celeste's eyes. She flinched. What are you up to now? A gift, he said lightly. Watch your step. Celeste blinked behind the makeshift blindfold. Could it be, this block had finally learned how to give proper gifts? When she finally opened her eyes, her expression froze. What the hell is this? Bei Ming Yuan grinned proudly. It's a carnivorous flower from the outer realm. I heard it's effective against demons. Celeste twitched. You call this a gift? Right at that moment, Han Di entered. Your Highness, the third prince is requesting an audience. Celeste didn't even hesitate. Not meeting him. Tell him to crawl back to whatever hole he came from. Bei Ming Yuan chuckled helplessly. Let him wait for me inside the study, Han Di. Celeste narrowed her eyes. You actually want to see him? What if he tries to harm you again? Bei Ming Yuan's gaze softened. You're worried about me. Stop looking so smug. I still haven't forgiven you. Don't worry, he reassured, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. I'll be fine. Celeste scowled. Take that last part back. Inside the study, Bei Ming Feng lowered his head. Royal brother. I'm sorry. Before, I was bewitched by the demons, that's why I... You don't need to explain. I don't blame you. Bei Mingfang's head shot up in disbelief. Bei Mingyuan continued, his voice steady. I've already requested Father's approval to deploy our troops to Snow Abyss Kingdom and eradicate the demon clan. During that time, Azure Orchid Kingdom will be under your protection. Bei Mingfang's hands trembled. But, after all the unforgivable things I've done, why don't you hate me? Bei Mingyuan looked him in the eye. Because there are things in this world far more important than a throne. Bei Mingfang's breath hitched. A moment later, he lunged toward Bei Mingyuan, tears welling in his eyes. Royal brother. You're the best big brother in the world. Bei Mingyuan calmly held him at bay with one hand. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the door. Your Highness. You must not go to Snow Abyss Kingdom. Bei Mingyuan's gaze darkened. And if I insist? Then I have no choice but to use my own life to stop you. His voice turned icy. And why is the Grand Advisor so determined to stop me? Your Highness, the demons stole the celestial marrow lotus this time. It is obviously a trap. If you go, you risk falling into darkness. Bei Mingyuan clenched his fists, his voice laced with frustration. I have already said, I will not succumb to demonic influence. Why does no one believe me? Why? Bei Mingfeng, standing beside him, let out a long sigh before making his move. With a swift motion, he smashed a porcelain vase against the back of Bei Mingyuan's head. A dull thud echoed through the room. Bei Mingyuan collapsed. The Grand Advisor bowed deeply. Thank you, Third Prince. I have sealed a portion of His Highness' power. If he remains stubborn about facing the demons, please, do everything in your power to stop him. Bei Mingfeng paled. Why does sealing his power make him shrink? Ah. The Grand Advisor hesitated. Before he wakes up, at the very least, tell me how to turn him back. The next morning. Outside the study, Celeste's voice rang out. Bei Mingyuan, I'm coming in. But when she pushed open the door, she was greeted by Bei Mingfeng. Morning, sister-in-law. You're up early. Here to see royal brother. She raised a brow. Good question. I've been waiting here forever, but where is he? Bei Mingfeng feigned innocence. No idea what you're talking about. Celeste narrowed her eyes. You're lying. Without warning, she released a small pup from her sleeve. Bei Mingyuan, go find my dumb prince. The puppy barked and sniffed around before stopping in front of a large cabinet. It wagged its tail. Found him. Celeste stepped forward, yanked the doors open. And froze. Inside, nestled within the cabinet, was a small child. A very, very familiar-looking child. What the hell is this? She turned sharply. Start talking. Bei Mingfeng coughed. Well, actually, this is my illegitimate child. Celeste gave him a look. He looks exactly like Bei Mingyuan. She crossed her arms. So what you're telling me is, you have a habit of cheating on yourself. Bei Mingfeng. Celeste's eyes narrowed. This is Bei Mingyuan, isn't it? What did you do to him? Bei Mingfeng raised his hands in surrender. All right, nothing gets past you. But I swear this time it wasn't me. Just then, the small child stirred. Ugh, so noisy. His eyes fluttered open. Who am I? Who are you people? Celeste and Bei Mingfeng exchanged looks. Amnesia. Are you kidding me? Bei Mingfeng, true to his reckless nature, instantly took advantage of the situation. Ahem. I am your father. You are my son. The child's face twisted in doubt. I don't believe you. You see how much we look alike. If I'm not your father, then who else could I be? But in reality, they looked nothing alike. Celeste chuckled. All right then, who am I? Bet you don't recognize me either, huh? Bei Mingyuan turned to her. And his eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he strode forward and declared. I like you. Marry me. Celeste froze. Bei Ming Fong, fanning himself dramatically, stepped between them. That won't do. This young lady is already spoken for. Bei Ming Yuan frowned. Who? I'll kill him. Celeste groaned inwardly. Ahahaha. She gave an exasperated smile. Even with amnesia, your jealousy problem is still alive and well, huh? Bei Ming Fong smirked. Her husband is my royal brother, the crown prince himself. And you, little one, what right do you have to challenge him? Celeste shot him a sharp look. Why are you lying to him? Aren't you afraid he'll kill you once his memories return? Bei Ming Fong shrugged. If I can trick him just once, then even if I get beaten black and blue later, it's worth it. Besides, isn't this a great chance? Don't you want to teach him a lesson while he's like this? Celeste tapped her chin, considering. A lesson, huh? Sounds tempting. But then. Bam! She smacked Bei Ming Fong on the head. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and fix him. Oops. Bei Ming Fong scratched his head. Thing is, I actually hid the Grand Advisor under the bed earlier, but now. No idea where he went. Celeste face-bombed. Why did I ever trust you? I must be an idiot. Suddenly. Bei Ming Yuan slung an arm around her shoulders. I've decided. He declared, voice firm. Even if my opponent is the crown prince, I will not give you up. Let's start planning for my ascension immediately. Celeste blinked. What did you just say? You heard me. I am the Lord of the Abyssal Palace, Nightfall. You won't fool me. Celeste's jaw nearly dropped. Nightfall. Bei Ming Fong burst out laughing. Oh man, Bei Ming Yuan, that's the name of Royal Brother's master. Then he clapped Celeste on the shoulder. Sister-in-law, I'll go find the Grand Advisor. For now, please babysit Royal Brother. And make sure no one else sees him. Celeste deadpanned. Oh, sure, just dump the problem on me. Why don't we just end the world while we're at it? That evening. At the Crown Prince's residence, the guards on patrol had mysteriously disappeared. Two figures lurked under the shade of a tree. Bei Ming Yuan whispered conspiratorially. We're going to steal something. Celeste smirked. Yep. Stealing hearts. Scared yet? Bei Ming Yuan scoffed. No need for all that trouble. I'll just. Celeste's thoughts screeched to a halt. Don't tell me this idiot is planning to do it right here. But then. She shrugged. Well. I guess it's not impossible. She puckered her lips slightly, subtly tilting her head forward. But. Bei Ming Yuan only leaned in and whispered. We're stealing a zither. Celeste. Someone, somewhere, just died of second-hand embarrassment. Her brain short-circuited. My husband is useless. What do I do now? Divorce, still an option. Then, without warning, she yanked Bei Ming Yuan's collar. Wait a second. Standing on tiptoe, she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. Then she smirked. That was stealing a heart, not a zither. Now do you get it? This stealing hearts thing is quite fun. Let's do it again. Enough. Don't push your luck. Later, in the imperial kitchen. The room was filled with the sound of heavy breathing, mixed with the relentless chomping of food. This is also part of stealing hearts. Of course. Why aren't you eating? Not hungry. Bei Ming Yuan said nothing, just sat there, staring at her. Celeste felt her cheeks heat up. She quickly raised a hand to cover her face. What do you want? She stammered. I'm warning you, no touching while eating. Bei Ming Yuan suddenly reached out. For a moment, her heart stopped. But he only wiped the corner of her lips with his fingers. You eat so messily, he said casually. Got some on the side of your mouth. But it's fine. I still like you. Celeste's face burned. Damn it. Why does he keep flirting like this? Am I actually falling for him all over again? That night, they slept on the same bed. Celeste sprawled out, one leg draped across Bei Mingyuan. Not long ago, someone had strictly declared, no crossing the line. And yet, Bei Mingyuan's eyes snapped open. He looked down at the girl wrapped around him. Then smirked. Too cute. Pulling up the blanket, he tucked it around her and whispered, you crossed the line first. The next morning, a loud shriek shattered the silence. Ah! Little crown princess. What are you two doing? Celeste, still half asleep, lazily leaned her head against Bei Mingyuan's shoulder and yawned. Stealing hearts. Can't you tell? You scoundrel. Get away from her. Celeste sighed and stretched. Helen, relax. Just look at him properly first. Helen squinted. Silver hair. Icy blue eyes. A face that seemed eerily familiar. Then she gasped. T, the crowned prince's illegitimate child. Celeste. She was so done. This guy was none other than Bei Mingyuan. At the moonlit pavilion, Celeste questioned sharply. Didn't Bei Mingfeng say he was going to find the Grand Diviner? Why has he ended up in a pleasure house instead? Calm down, sister-in-law, Bei Mingfeng replied with an easy grin. Let me explain. We were indeed supposed to search for the Grand Diviner, but after he vanished yesterday, he never returned to his residence. After making countless inquiries, I finally discovered something. Before the Grand Diviner's disappearance, my royal brother had been frequenting the moonlit pavilion quite often. So, you brought us here to gather information about the Grand Diviner? Celeste narrowed her eyes. As expected, you're quick-witted, sister-in-law. Bei Mingfeng smirked. Then why didn't you just come alone? Why deliberately drag us into this? What exactly are you up to? Are you trying to corrupt your own royal brother? Celeste shot back. That's nonsense. Am I the type of person to do such a thing? Both Bei Mingyuan and Celeste answered in unison, you are. Celeste pressed urgently, if you can say that, does it mean you're starting to remember something? Bei Mingyuan remained calm as he replied, no. I simply think he doesn't look like a decent person. Just then, a faint rustling sound filled the air, carrying a delicate, lingering fragrance. A veiled young woman approached them, her voice soft yet composed. Are the three of you here to inquire about the Grand Diviner? Bei Mingfeng's gaze swept over her, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. Since when did Azure Orchid Kingdom have such a breathtaking beauty? And to think I only found out today, how shameful of me. The woman lowered her head demurely. You flatter me, young master. Bei Mingyuan, unfazed, stepped forward and questioned, what exactly happened? Can you tell us anything about the Grand Diviner? Instead of answering immediately, the woman closed the distance between them and lightly brushed her fingers against Bei Mingyuan's cheek. Oh my, whose young master is this? She cooed. So very adorable. Celeste screamed internally, ah. That fool Bei Mingyuan is getting taken advantage of, and he doesn't even know how to dodge. Meanwhile, Bei Mingfeng was on the verge of tears. Hoo. Why is my royal brother still more popular than me, even after shrinking in size? The veiled woman suddenly spoke, her voice gentle yet firm. This is not the place for such conversations. Why don't the three of you follow me to a private room? Inside, she gracefully placed 3 cups of tea on the table. Noticing their travel-worn exhaustion, she surmised they must be weary from their time at the moonlit pavilion. Have some tea to quench your thirst, she offered. Whatever you wish to know, I will answer truthfully. Bei Mingfeng picked up the cup, his gaze flickering with suspicion. Isn't this the imperial tribute tea? How does a mere pleasure house have access to something so rare? Setting his cup down, he glanced at the woman and asked, May I know how to address you, miss? And what is your connection to the Grand Diviner? The woman gave a soft smile. My name is Wind Serenity. I am the Grand Diviner's lover. Is that so? Bei Mingfeng scoffed. You'd best not be lying. I've been looking for that scoundrel these past few days. Not only does he owe me a fortune, but he also conveniently took my most prized treasure. If any of you know where he is and keep it from me, don't blame me for being merciless. Celeste chuckled. Seems like the Grand Diviner has made quite a few enemies. Bei Mingyuan, unimpressed by the conversation, took Celeste's hand and turned to leave. If she has no useful information, then we shouldn't waste any more time here. Wind Serenity's lips curled into a knowing smile. No need to be in such a rush. This tea is incredibly rare. Shouldn't you at least finish it before leaving? Bei Mingfeng waved a hand dismissively. No need to worry, Miss Wind Serenity. If I hear any news, I'll be sure to inform you. As the three of them stepped out, a servant girl knelt before Wind Serenity and murmured in a low voice, "My lady, your orders." Wind Serenity's gaze darkened. Follow them. As the three of them walked down the street, they quickly sensed the presence of someone tailing them. We just left the moonlit pavilion, and now we're being followed. It seems that Wind Serenity woman is far from ordinary, Bei Mingyuan remarked coolly. Moving together makes us an easy target. You handle separating the pursuers. Celeste and I will investigate that woman, Bei Mingfeng instructed. But he hesitated for a moment before adding, with your current state, I'm afraid you couldn't even win against a stray dog. What if you run into danger? Celeste smirked smugly. So in the end, you still have to rely on me, huh? I'm a professional bodyguard, you know. She turned to Bei Mingyuan and teased, with that candy-sized body of yours, I doubt you'd fare any better. Night fell. Celeste crouched outside, observing Wind Serenity's movements. The Imperial Palace. Could she be someone from the palace? Celeste whispered. What should we do now? Any ideas? Wait, where did you go? I'm up here, Bei Mingyuan's voice came from above. Celeste glanced up and gawped. How the hell did you get up there? Without another word, he suddenly leaned in and pressed a kiss against her lips. Then, with one swift motion, he pulled her up to where he stood. Compensation, he stated simply. Celeste was still processing what had just happened when he pointed ahead and said, this is hardly the time for that. Can you focus on something important for once? She rolled her eyes. Oh, please. You already stole a kiss, you should be more than satisfied. Now hurry and help me down so we can chase after her. If we miss her, you'll owe me even more. You. Damn scoundrel. You take an inch and go for a mile. Fine, fine, Bei Mingyuan sighed. Once this is all over, I'll make it up to you however you want. Deal? Celeste narrowed her eyes. You better not go back on your word. As they continued their pursuit, a thought struck Bei Mingyuan. Why do I feel like Wind Serenity is deliberately leading us in circles? Could she have noticed us already? From the distance, Wind Serenity's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Moments later, Bei Mingyuan came to an abrupt stop. Her presence, it's gone. What? Don't tell me, we just walked straight into her trap. Celeste gasped. Suddenly, a hand touched Celeste from behind. She jolted and screamed, "Oh! Zhang Yang! Why is it you? Master! What are you doing here? I should be asking you that. Running around the palace in the dead of night instead of sleeping, dressed in women's clothing, no less. Master, you don't understand. Lately, many palace maids have mysteriously gone missing. Even Myra Bloom. Yesterday, they even dug up a dried corpse in the Imperial Garden. Everyone in the palace is terrified, saying it's the work of spirits and demons." Celeste raised an eyebrow. "So you decided to dress up as a ghost to scare me, huh?" Seriously, Master. You've got it all wrong. I disguised myself tonight specifically to lure out the ghosts. I wasn't trying to scare anyone. Bei Mingyuan cut in, "Take us to see this dried corpse." It was only then that Zhang Yang hesitated and turned to him. "And, who exactly are you?" Celeste stammered, well, He's. Before she could finish, Zhang Yang's face suddenly lit up with excitement. Ah! He must be the crown prince's illegitimate son. Bei Mingyuan opened his mouth to protest, but Celeste swiftly clamped a hand over it. That's right. He's exactly that. Now stop wasting time and take us to investigate the corpse. They soon arrived at a shadowy, ominous-looking door. Zhang Yang shuddered. Master, do we really have to go in there? You call yourself a ghost hunter with courage like that? Just stay outside and keep watch for us. With that, Celeste pushed the door open and stepped inside. Standing before the lifeless body, Bei Mingyuan studied it carefully. Celeste frowned. What is it? Is there something wrong with the corpse? There's demonic energy lingering on it. His voice grew grave. Demonic energy. Could it be that all the strange occurrences in the palace are the work of the demon clan? Weren't they supposed to have retreated to the Snow Abyss Kingdom? Without warning, Bei Mingyuan's eyes glowed an eerie, blood-red hue. Then, as if compelled by some invisible force, he abruptly turned and vanished into the night. Bei Mingyuan. Celeste called out, startled. Zhang Yang rushed to steady her. Master! Are you all right? I'm fine. We need to split up and find him. Somewhere else, Bei Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. That's a relief. Bei Mingyuan sighed in relief. But then he tilted his head, studying him curiously. You really do look just like the crown prince. Wait, don't tell me, so you're not actually him. Then that means, you must be his illegitimate son, right? He clapped his hands together gleefully. That settles it. From now on, I'm officially your royal uncle. Come on, call me uncle just once. Before Bei Mingyuan could react, a familiar voice rang from the distance. Bei Mingyuan. I finally found you. Celeste stormed toward him, hands on her hips. You idiot. Next time, you are not allowed to run off on your own. Bei Mingyuan's face turned pale. Celeste. Are you cheating on the crown prince? But Bei Mingyuan's expression darkened. Be quiet. Someone's coming. Two shadowy figures moved stealthily in the darkness, one of them carrying a large sack slung over his shoulder. The other glanced around anxiously and whispered, Isn't Her Highness requesting too many palace maids lately? If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before someone notices. Sure. You'd better not speak ill of that one so carelessly. If word gets out, you might not live to keep that dog life of yours. Celeste's thoughts raced. Could there still be remnants of the demon clan hiding within the palace? Bei Mingyuan, however, seemed far more excited than cautious. So what do we do now? Are we going to hunt down the bad guys? Neither Bei Mingyuan nor Celeste paid him any attention. Instead, they whispered among themselves. Celeste suggested, should we just knock him out? Both of them turned simultaneously, fixing Bei Mingyuan with an eerie, calculating gaze. Meanwhile, completely oblivious, he hummed a cheerful tune. La la la. Suddenly, he spun around. Celeste, why are you holding a wooden stick? She blinked innocently. The mosquitoes keep buzzing around my ears. I was going to swat them. Bei Mingyuan puffed out his chest confidently. Celeste, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. With that, he charged forward gallantly, only to trip over a rock and faceplant straight into the ground. Oof, ow. A moment later, he went completely limp. Celeste nudged his unconscious body with her foot and sighed. Well, that saved us the trouble of doing it ourselves. Bei Mingyuan and Celeste continued tailing the mysterious group from earlier. They had clearly seen them enter this place, so why had they suddenly vanished? Let's look for a hidden mechanism first. I found it. Bei Mingyuan pressed a slightly discolored brick on the wall, and immediately, a concealed door swung open. Celeste's expression changed. This isn't good, it's a trap. What? Before they could react, Wind Serenity appeared behind them, flanked by her subordinates. Tell me, Crown Princess, where exactly were you planning to run off with your little lover? Celeste blinked, tilting her head playfully. Oh. Beautiful sister, how do you know I'm the Crown Princess? And who are you, anyway? You seem pretty famous in the palace, yet I don't recall ever seeing you before. Wind Serenity chuckled darkly. As for who I am, well, the dead don't need to know. Her gaze sharpened. Little Crown Princess, I'll have to trouble you to disappear now. As for your darling little lover, he'll be taken to the underground sanctum, raised until he's ripe enough to be turned into a mask for me. Celeste immediately stepped in front of Bei Ming Yuan, her stance unwavering. Over my dead body. But then, to her shock, Bei Ming Yuan spoke up. I'll go with you, but you must let her go. Wind Serenity smirked. Do you really think two little brats like you are in any position to negotiate with me? The air suddenly turned oppressive. A suffocating, dark aura exploded from Bei Ming Yuan's body as his eyes burned crimson with a murderous light. A deep, guttural voice escaped through his clenched teeth. Don't touch her. A violent burst of energy erupted from him, sending Wind Serenity's subordinates flying. She narrowed her eyes in astonishment. A mere child, possessing such terrifying demonic energy. Her expression darkened. Looks like I'll need to investigate his origins more carefully. But for now, retreat is the only option. The violent outburst had left Bei Ming Yuan in agonizing pain, the demonic energy within him lashing out uncontrollably, striking Celeste with its chaotic force. Bei Ming Yuan, you must hold on. By the time they brought him back to his room, his body was no longer his own. Something sinister had seized control. His voice twisted into a feral snarl. Kill. Kill them all. Bei Ming Feng struggled to restrain him, his arms locked around his brother in a desperate attempt to hold him back. Sister-in-law, think of something quick. He's too strong, I can't hold him much longer. Bei Ming Yuan trembled violently, his face contorted in pain. Celeste's mind raced. Maybe I can wake him up the same way as before. Without hesitation, she shouted, if you don't snap out of it right now, I'll cheat on you. For a moment, there was silence. Then, boom. Instead of calming down, Bei Ming Yuan roared even louder, his fury intensifying. He swung his fist mercilessly, landing a powerful blow right into Bei Ming Feng's face. Through his groans of pain, Bei Ming Feng muttered, sister-in-law, maybe you should just keep quiet. A moment later, Bei Ming Yuan's body finally gave out, and he collapsed, unconscious. Celeste knelt beside him, eyes brimming with unshed tears. Bei Ming Yuan, you must be okay. Bei Ming Feng wiped the blood from his lips, breathing a sigh of relief. Finally. Good thing I still had some leftover sleeping incense. Just then, a servant entered hastily, bowing. Your Highness, a beautiful young lady is causing a commotion outside the main hall. She claims she's carrying your child. Bei Ming Feng stiffened. What? Rushing outside, both he and Celeste froze in surprise. It's you. Selena Aura smirked playfully. Took you long enough. Bei Ming Feng was still in shock. What do you mean? Whose child are you carrying? Just then, a loud grumble echoed from Selena Aura's stomach. Ha! She patted her belly sheepishly. What baby? I'm just starving. Actually, that man over there told me to come find you too. Celeste and Bei Ming Feng turned simultaneously. The Grand Diviner. Excited, Celeste exclaimed, finally. Take us to him, quick. Selena Aura hesitated, rubbing her stomach. Wait. It took me 2 whole days to get here. I haven't eaten a single thing. Can't you at least treat me to a meal first? After stuffing herself to satisfaction, the group set off once more, determined to find the Grand Diviner. Lady Selena Aura, are you sure you know where the Grand Diviner is? She let out an exhausted sigh. How am I supposed to remember the layout of your Azure Orchid Kingdom Palace? This place is a maze. Just give me a little more time, I swear I'll find it. Meanwhile, Bei Ming Yuan was still in a frenzy, his voice filled with murderous intent. Kill. Kill them all. Breaking free from Bei Ming Feng's hold, he bolted away, his crazed roars echoing through the corridors. Bei Ming Yuan. The group immediately gave chase. At last, they found the Grand Diviner. With a swift, calculated motion, he sealed the demonic energy within Bei Ming Yuan, causing him to collapse unconscious. Bei Ming Feng let out an exasperated sigh. Do you have any idea how long we've been searching for you? The Grand Diviner replied calmly, apologies. I underestimated Lady Luna's sense of direction. Selena Aura scoffed. Is that how you treat your savior? Use me and then toss me aside. The Grand Diviner looked genuinely perplexed. I was merely resting under a tree that day. It was you who mistakenly thought I was injured and insisted on undressing me to check for wounds. I was given no say in the matter. Celeste gasped. You undressed him the first time you met? Bei Ming Feng burst into laughter. Seems like you and Lady Selena Aura have quite the history. Pity poor Miss Phoenix missed, though. Did you scam her out of both love and money? The Grand Diviner's expression turned serious. That woman, she is not to be trusted. Your Highness, do not believe a word she says. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Someone was watching them. This is not a safe place to talk. Come with me. Underscore 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 underscore. Inside a secluded chamber, the Grand Diviner spoke gravely. To prevent the spread of demonic energy, I had temporarily sealed His Highness's power. However, in order to save you, he forcefully broke the seal, allowing the demonic energy to invade his mind. His consciousness is unstable now. Celeste's heart pounded. How can this be? Is there no way to purge the demonic energy? The Grand Diviner hesitated before answering. If the Demon Lord's physical body is completely destroyed, the demonic energy within His Highness will dissipate on its own. Unfortunately, the celestial marrow lotus has been stolen by the demons. Otherwise, I could have used its medicinal properties to temporarily suppress the demonic energy. Celeste's mind raced. So the celestial marrow lotus has such a use. No wonder the demons went to such lengths to steal it. Reaching into her robes, she pulled out a small seed. Grand Diviner, can you verify something for me? Is this a celestial marrow lotus seed? He examined it carefully before nodding. Indeed, this is a celestial marrow lotus seed. But, Your Highness, you also need this to survive. Are you truly willing to give it up for the Crown Prince? Celeste hesitated. A little devil in her heart whispered, if you give it away, you only have 3 months left to live. Don't do it. Yet a tiny angel countered, Bei Ming Yuan is suffering. But don't forget, your original goal was to escape from him. She let out a soft chuckle and smiled. It's fine. Please use it to heal Bei Ming Yuan. Your Highness. If it were me lying here, he would do the same. Then, she added with unwavering determination, don't worry about me. Once he recovers, we'll go to the Snow Abyss Kingdom together, destroy the Demon Lord's body and reclaim the celestial marrow lotus. The Grand Diviner let out a low chuckle, admiration flickering in his eyes. Your courage is truly commendable, Crown Princess. Celeste suddenly thought of something and frowned. Wait, how do you know I need the celestial marrow lotus? Because it was I who suggested your engagement to the Emperor. Her eyes widened. You arranged my marriage. Just how old are you? The Grand Diviner replied nonchalantly, if we're using human years, I suppose. I'm about 1,000 years old. Celeste nearly choked. 1,000? Are you a god or a demon? Why would you settle for being a mere Grand Diviner? The Grand Diviner explained, in truth, both I and Nightfall were once celestial beings of the heavens. He was a warrior, skilled in battle, while I specialized in calculations and divination. 1,000 years ago, we were tasked with descending to the mortal realm to eradicate the Demon Lord. Though Nightfall ultimately emerged victorious and sealed the Demon Lord's physical body within the Snow Abyss Kingdom, his soul managed to escape. In response, Nightfall divided his primordial spirit into two, one half remained in his body, while the other was sent out to track the Demon Lord's soul. After that, I took the position of Grand Diviner to aid in the search, while Nightfall wandered the world. He continued, but what we never anticipated was that the Demon Lord's soul would merge with Nightfall's lost half of the primordial spirit. Together, they entered the cycle of reincarnation, eventually reborn as Crown Prince Bei Ming Yuan. Celeste was stunned. Bei Ming Yuan is a fusion of both the Demon Lord and a celestial being. Then where is Nightfall now? Doesn't he care what's happening to Bei Ming Yuan? A rare trace of sorrow flickered in the Grand Diviner's eyes. Nightfall hesitated for too long, afraid that extracting his primordial spirit would wound the Crown Prince beyond repair. In the end, over a decade ago, he exhausted his divine essence and perished. I have since reinforced the seals on the Crown Prince, but we need at least 3 days to cultivate the celestial marrow lotus. During this time, Your Highness must ensure that he is not agitated further. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Wait a minute. I understand sealing his powers, but why does he have memory loss? The Grand Diviner looked at her, puzzled. I did not seal his memories. Celeste froze. Then, why did he forget everything? A brief silence. Then. Perhaps because Third Highness smashed his head. Celeste suddenly recalled the earlier chaos and clenched her fists. That bastard. No wonder he bolted the moment he walked in. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Celeste, you're finally awake. Bei Ming Yuan's gaze locked onto her, worry evident in his eyes. Did Wind Serenity hurt you? She clicked her tongue. You fool, worry about yourself first. Do you even remember who you are? He fell silent for a moment. Then, in a slow, deliberate tone, he spoke. I am Nightfall, the master of the Abyssal Palace. Celeste slowly leaned in, her face mere inches from Bei Ming Yuan's. The Grand Diviner said I shouldn't agitate you, but if this is the only way to help you recover your memories, then so be it. She whispered softly, well. Remember anything yet? You once hit me just as hard before. Bei Ming Yuan shook his head. Not yet. So, what's the next method to awaken my memories? Before she could react, he suddenly placed a light kiss on her cheek, his lips curling into a playful smirk. I think this method is quite effective, he teased. One kiss and it might just bring everything back. Or, could it be that you're lying to me? Celeste chuckled. There's only one way to find out. She leaned in again, but instead of kissing him, she bit him, leaving behind a distinct set of teeth marks. Bei Ming Yuan frowned. I asked for a kiss, not a bite. He exhaled. Not that it matters. Kissing you so many times before didn't work, so this won't either. Celeste smirked. So. Do you remember anything now? He shook his head. No. But now that I think about it, I did bite with this much force before. Maybe I just bit in the wrong spot. At that moment, Celeste's mind drifted back to when Bei Ming Yuan had casually revealed his sculpted, six-pack abs. The memory alone made her salivate. Seeing her expression, Bei Ming Yuan narrowed his eyes. You're up to something, aren't you? Celeste quickly denied, no. I wasn't thinking of anything inappropriate. Still, she sighed internally. With the way he looks now, I really can't bring myself to go through with it. Guess I need another plan. Turning back to him, she instructed, sit on the bed. Once he did, she took a silk cloth and blindfolded him. Bei Ming Yuan tensed. What are you doing? Just wait. You'll find out soon. Everything I do is for your memory's sake. Celeste then lifted a glass bottle high, preparing to knock it against his head. Just as Selena Aura walked in, carrying medicine. She blinked. What exactly are you two doing? Approaching Celeste, she leaned in and whispered, "The Crown Prince has turned into an obedient little puppy, and you're about to murder him? That's cruel." Celeste immediately protested, "I am not. Don't spout nonsense. This is just my newest idea to restore his memories. Sure, he's adorable like this, but I'd rather have the old him back." Selena Aura hummed in thought. "If it's memories you want, leave it to me. In the Southern Dominion, we have a special type of parasite. One bite, and he'll recall everything, even his past lives." Bei Mingyuan flatly responded, "I'll pass." Celeste shot back, "But we need you to remember. So stop talking and just eat it." Just as she stepped outside, she suddenly noticed movement and turned to the Grand Diviner in alarm. "Why are they here already?" The Grand Diviner's gaze darkened. "Your Highness, I've cast a spell here. Once the flower blooms, eating it will naturally restore your divine powers. But there's no time left, you must leave. The demon clan has infiltrated every corner." Bei Mingyuan's expression hardened. "There are too many of them. I'll draw them away, use that chance to escape." Celeste immediately objected, "No. What if they capture you?" He reassured her, "Even if my divine powers are sealed, I still have my martial arts. They won't catch me. Stay in the Crown Prince's manor and wait for me. Tell Han Di to strengthen the defenses." Celeste frowned. "Wait, does this mean you've already regained your memories?" Bei Mingyuan exhaled. "In truth, I remembered everything last night, after the Grand Diviner reinforced my seal." 2 days later, at the Eastern Palace. Celeste was feeling down, not even in the mood to eat. Selena Aura, ever carefree, remarked, "Don't worry. The Crown Prince and the Grand Master are no ordinary people. Nothing bad will happen to them." Just then, Han Di entered, bowing as he reported, "Your Highness, there is still no news of His Highness." Celeste grew even more anxious. It's been 2 days already, and still no sign of him. Could something terrible have happened? She abruptly stood up. "I have to go find him." Han Di immediately blocked her way. "You mustn't. There have been several cases of people disappearing in the city recently. It's far too dangerous outside. You cannot leave the palace." Celeste was startled. Disappearances. Could it be the work of the demon clan? Han Di shook his head. "I do not know, but these incidents started happening right after His Highness went missing. I fear they may be connected. Please, Your Highness, let us handle this investigation. I promise we will have answers soon. But you mustn't act recklessly." Celeste sighed. "All right, I understand. I won't sneak out." But deep inside, she thought differently, "Do as I'm told. In your dreams." That night. As dusk fell, Selena Aura sighed. "I have no problem with you sneaking out to look for him. But why do you have to drag me along?" Celeste grinned mischievously. "You don't have to come if you don't want to. But in that case, I'll need you to settle the bill for all the food and drinks you've freeloaded at the Crown Prince's estate these past few days." Selena Aura was speechless. Realizing she had no way out, she reluctantly followed Celeste. "Do you smell that?" Both of them spoke in unison. "Blood." Celeste's heart pounded. Bei Mingyuan. What's going on? Could the disappearances really be connected to him? She rushed forward. "Are you all right?" At the sound of her voice, Bei Mingyuan slowly turned his blood-red eyes towards her. With great effort, he rasped, "Run, run, now." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, Wind Serenity. "Princess Consort, I knew you would come," she sneered before issuing an order. "Demon Clan, seize them." Bei Mingyuan struggled with all his might against the demonic force surging within him, letting out a desperate roar, "No." Wind Serenity smirked. "So, you haven't fully succumbed to the demonic transformation yet? Then kill them all." Celeste's mind raced. No. If Bei Mingyuan unleashes his demonic energy again to fend them off, things will spiral out of control. I need another plan. She quickly changed her expression, her gaze turning icy. Do you even know who the people behind me are? Pointing to Selena Aura, she continued, this lady is the once-in-a-century chosen saintess of the Southern Dominion. She bears the sacred mission of revitalizing her tribe. If you dare harm her, you'll make an enemy of the entire Southern Dominion. Thousands upon thousands of venomous snakes, insects, rats, and ants will swarm your body, gnawing your so-called beautiful face to shreds. Wind Serenity shrieked. Enough. Stop talking. I already have the image in my head. Celeste then gestured toward Bei Mingyuan. And this man. His background is even more terrifying. He is none other than the master of the Abyssal Palace, the ruthless legend, Night Reaper. Wind Serenity immediately stepped closer, scrutinizing Bei Mingyuan. You're really Night Reaper. Now that I take a good look, you do resemble him by 70, maybe 80%. But why are you so tiny? And where's your signature half mask? Celeste's heart sank. Damn. She knows about the mask. Does she actually know Night Reaper from before? At that moment, Bei Mingyuan shoved Wind Serenity's hand away. Don't touch me. You don't remember me. Celeste quickly grabbed Wind Serenity's sleeve and whispered, actually, Night Reaper was cursed. He not only lost his memories but was also shrunk into this childlike form. Wind Serenity narrowed her eyes. And what's your relationship with him? How do you know all this? Celeste stammered, I'm his disciple. Didn't the Crown Prince go to the Snow Abyss Kingdom to exterminate demons? He worried about me being alone, so he arranged for me to have a master. She discreetly whispered to Bei Mingyuan, hurry and put on your mask. Play along. Reluctantly, Bei Mingyuan donned his familiar mask. Celeste dramatically threw her arms around him and cried, "Aw." As expected, you look so much more dashing with the mask on. Wind Serenity yanked him away. A disciple should act properly before their master. Hugging like that all the time, where's your dignity? If anyone gets to hold him, it should be me. Although Bei Mingyuan's small form looked adorable, the way he glared at her with utter disgust made it clear he wanted nothing to do with her. Get lost, he snapped. Wind Serenity was taken aback. My apologies. He only remembers that he has a disciple but has forgotten everything else. She crossed her arms. Humph. Even if he remembers everything, you're just his disciple. Why don't you consider the possibility of master-disciple romance? Both women turned to Bei Mingyuan, staring him down. So, who will you choose? Bei Mingyuan answered without hesitation. I choose the mother of Celeste. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then Wind Serenity erupted in fury. What? Just what does that woman have that I don't? Is it her face? Her figure? Bei Mingyuan's response was simple yet resolute. I love her. That alone makes her better than you in every way. Wind Serenity was livid. This idiot. How can he say something so serious with that adorable face? Who could possibly stand this level of cuteness? She turned to Celeste. And why are you looking so pleased? He likes your mother, not you. Celeste smirked. I am the mother of Celeste. Do you even understand the small joys of a married couple? Wind Serenity's eyes darkened. You belong to me and me alone. As for this so-called woman you speak of, I will erase her from existence. She raised her hand and commanded, tie them up and take them to the underground palace. After bringing everyone back, Bei Mingyuan was personally attended to by Wind Serenity, who fussed over him right down to his bedside. This is specially prepared for you. Come on, have a bite. Meanwhile, Selena Aura and Celeste were left to clean up the mess. Both thought the same thing, the difference in treatment is way too much. Suddenly, Bei Mingyuan knocked over the plate of fruit, and by chance, it hit Wind Serenity's face. A crack appeared on one side of her face. Panicking, she quickly covered it with her hand, screaming, "No! Don't look," before bolting out the door. Celeste frowned. What just happened? Did she crack? Bei Ming Yuan nodded. I sensed a trace of demonic energy just now. She might be connected to the demon clan. Forget it. Let's not worry about her. We need to focus on escaping. Bei Ming Yuan, however, stopped her. Wait. He took out the celestial marrow lotus. Take this. It already bloomed last time, and you need it more than I do now. The two pushed the lotus back and forth. You take it. No, you take it. Selena Aura, unable to hold back, grabbed it. If neither of you wants it, I'll take it. Ah. Chase her. Ugh, I completely forgot she wanted the celestial marrow lotus too. After running for a while, Selena Aura suddenly stopped, looking around nervously. Where am I? Out of nowhere, dozens of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. Startled, she screamed, just as Celeste caught up to her. Ah! Found you. But Selena Aura had already collapsed on the ground. That's what you get for snatching things. Learned your lesson now. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. They're terrifying. Celeste blinked. They. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Little Crown Princess. Celeste turned around and recognized the person. Myra Bloom. It's really you. Myra Bloom fell to her knees, pleading. Little Crown Princess, please save us. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Tell me what's going on first. We were all captured by the consort and imprisoned here. Every other day, someone is taken away to have their blood drained. I was lucky, last time, I ate spoiled food, got sick, vomited everywhere, and had diarrhea. That's probably the only reason they skipped over me. Celeste's face darkened. Which consort? Who would dare do something this outrageous? I don't know. But the people who brought us here called her by a title a few times. Think carefully. Before you were captured, did anything strange happen? Once, I delivered food to the Western Palace Empress Dowager in the Phoenix Palace. Out of curiosity, I lingered for a bit. During that time, I saw a dark shadow several times. At the time, I thought I was just seeing things. Celeste frowned. Something's not right. Isn't there only one Empress Dowager? Since when did a Western Palace Empress Dowager appear? Back then, when the late emperor's health was in critical condition, he defied the opposition of his court ministers and resolutely appointed a young and beautiful commoner woman as his empress. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he honored his birth mother by naming her the Eastern Empress Dowager. As for that woman, though she was nominally titled the Western Empress Dowager, she was cast away to the desolate Phoenix Abode Palace. The last time she was seen was when she brought a bowl of prenatal medicine to the pregnant empress. After that, no one ever saw her leave Phoenix Abode Palace again. Celeste thought to herself. So, Wind Serenity must be the Western Empress Dowager. That means, by status, I should be calling her Imperial Grandmother. At that moment, Selena Aura finally regained her composure and said. I don't understand. If she's already an Empress Dowager, she has no worries about food or shelter, why would she imprison all these people? She must be secretly colluding with the Demon Clan, using her title as the Western Empress Dowager to construct an underground palace right within the Imperial grounds. Then, after losing her treasured artifact to the Grand Priest's theft, she had no choice but to capture people everywhere and drain their blood to maintain her youth. Bei Ming Yuan nodded. That's right. I think so too. Selena Aura, take them and escape first. Report this matter to my father so he can send troops to suppress this chaos. And what about you? Aren't you coming with us? Celeste asked. I still have unfinished business, I need to question Wind Serenity myself. You go ahead, I'll catch up soon. No. I'm going with you. Celeste insisted firmly. Be good. Listen to me, Bei Ming Yuan said. Selena Aura interjected, don't argue. I know this place like the back of my hand. You two just go on ahead. And where does all that confidence come from? Myra Bloom suddenly spoke up. Actually, I can lead the way. Before, no one dared to run because we feared that outside these walls lay a barren wasteland where we would surely meet our doom. But if it's the Imperial Palace outside, then we maids have nothing to fear anymore. With that, Selena Aura happily followed Bei Mingyuan and Celeste. Celeste, however, was visibly annoyed. Hey. Why aren't you going with Myra Bloom and the others? Why do you insist on sticking around like a third wheel? Oh. I'm just worried about your safety, that's all. How could you say such things about me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance, seize them. Wind Serenity must have realized we've escaped. Find somewhere to hide, quick. 2 hours later, Bei Mingyuan held the celestial marrow lotus in his hand and asked, "Are you sure you want to give this up? The one thing you've longed for day and night, you're really handing it over to me? Haven't I already told you? Once you recover, we'll go to the Snow Abyss Kingdom and steal the other one together." Bei Mingyuan pressed a kiss to her cheek and whispered, "Celeste, thank you." At that moment, a loud boom echoed through the room. In an instant, Bei Mingyuan transformed back into his true form, tall, powerful, and completely unclothed. Both Celeste and Selena Aura stood frozen, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they took in his flawless, bare physique. Selena Aura even pointed at him and remarked, "The Crown Prince has an absolutely perfect body." Celeste immediately snapped out of her daze, her face flushing crimson as she shouted, "Ugh! Forget everything you just saw right now." The next day, Bei Mingyuan and Celeste spent every waking moment teasing and embracing each other, making everyone around them visibly uncomfortable. Hey! Selena Aura finally exploded. "Ever since we left the underground palace, you two have been flaunting your love non-stop. Haven't you had enough yet? Wind Serenity has escaped, shouldn't you be going after her?" Inside Wind Serenity's private residence, a subordinate rushed in and reported, "Your Grace, we have captured the Grand Priest." Wind Serenity immediately threw on her robes and strode towards him. "Speak. Where have you hidden my treasure?" Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted her. "You're not allowed to harm him." Now, let's not be reckless," another voice chimed in. "Your Grace, we respectfully ask you to release the Grand Priest." Wind Serenity turned around, her gaze dark and calculating. "What did you just call me?" Celeste stepped forward. "Imperial Grandmother. Stop pretending to be innocent. We already know your true identity." "Pretending?" Wind Serenity raised an eyebrow. "Imperial Grandmother. Are you saying I am Wind Serenity?" She let out a soft laugh before turning to another figure in the room. "Night Whisper, it's not what you think. I never shared a bed with that old emperor. Marrying him was merely a desperate decision." Bei Mingyuan interjected coldly, "I have no interest in your past. I'll say it once more, release the Grand Priest." Wind Serenity narrowed her eyes and pulled out a dagger. "I'll release him, of course, as soon as he returns my treasure." Before anyone could react, a deafening boom erupted in the chamber. The next thing they knew, the Grand Priest had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a set of small white robes in Wind Serenity's hands. What just happened?" Wind Serenity stammered in disbelief. At that moment, the Grand Priest walked in from outside, his expression calm. "Let it go, Your Grace." Without hesitation, Selena Aura threw her arms around him, relief flooding her face. "You're safe. Thank the heavens." "Lady Selena, you're hugging me too tightly," he chuckled weakly. I can't breathe. This is the sacred artifact of the demon clan. Its primary function is to open a passage from the demon abyss to the mortal realm. I don't know what kind of deal you struck with them, but their goal is clear. They're using you to install the artifact within the Imperial Palace, waiting for the Demon King's return. Once activated, it will first tear through the capital, then lead to the mass slaughter of defenseless civilians. Wind Serenity sneered, her voice laced with scorn. "So what? Why should I care whether they live or die?" She turned sharply to her subordinates and ordered, "Seize the artifact for me." In a flash, Wind Serenity grabbed Celeste, pulling her into a tight hold. "Don't move," she hissed. Bei Ming Yuan's expression changed instantly. His voice rang with urgency. "Celeste." Wind Serenity's lips curled into a smirk. "Take one more step, and I will kill her where she stands." "What did the demon clan promise you that made you so willing to throw everything away for them?" Bei Ming Yuan demanded. "It's all because of you." Wind Serenity's eyes burned with resentment. "You're the root of all this. I don't even know you. Why are you turning your blade against me?" Night Whisper, you've always been heartless. Always. If I couldn't have you, then why should I show any mercy to those around you? Her grip on Celeste tightened. "Hand over the artifact. Or you can start preparing to collect her corpse." Without hesitation, Bei Ming Yuan turned to the Grand Priest. "Give it to her." The Grand Priest hesitated. "But this..." Celeste cut in firmly. "Master, calm down. We're surrounded by her people. If we hand over the artifact, we'll have no leverage left. She will kill us all the moment she gets what she wants." Wind Serenity let out a cold laugh. "I must say, little girl, I'm impressed. You see right through me. Which is precisely why I can't let you live." Celeste remained composed. "I'm just a mere disciple. My death means nothing to my master. But you, without the demon clan's sacred artifact, can you still maintain that youthful face of yours? Are you willing to grow old, to become ugly?" Wind Serenity's expression twisted in sheer panic. "No. I won't. I refuse to be ugly." "Then listen carefully. 3 days from now, in the small forest outside the city, we'll make the exchange. You return me, and you get the artifact. If you try anything, I'll bite through my tongue and destroy it on the spot." Wind Serenity trembled. "Fine. I'll do as you say." At that moment, both the Grand Priest and Bei Ming Yuan darkened their expressions, their thoughts in unison. Who exactly is threatening whom here? Wind Serenity took a deep breath before turning her gaze to Night Whisper. "We'll meet again in 3 days." Celeste sat curled up with a book in hand, tears streaming down her face. Hoo, this is too tragic." Wind Serenity scoffed. "For the past 2 days, I've been feeding you the finest delicacies and treating you well. What the hell are you crying about?" Celeste sobbed even harder. "It's because of this book. The immortal lord in the story sacrificed himself for the one he loved, and in the end, his soul was completely annihilated. It's just too tragic." Wind Serenity let out a laugh, full of mockery. "Stories like these are all nonsense. Only a silly little imp like you would believe them." Celeste secretly smirked. "Humph, just as I thought," she took the bait. "Today, I'll definitely dig out all her little secrets about her and Night Whisper." Feigning innocence, Celeste asked, "Why do you say that? Did something happen between you and Night Whisper?" Wind Serenity hesitated for a moment before speaking. "That was a long time ago. 30 years back, I was wandering around, minding my own business, when suddenly, a hand grabbed my ankle. 'Young lady, please save me.' But I don't know medicine. How about I go find someone to treat you?" "No, don't go. It's fine if you don't know medicine. I'm just starving. Just make me some roasted chicken, duck, or goose, whatever you've got will do." Celeste nearly choked. This guy. So that's how she and Night Whisper first met. It didn't sound romantic at all. Then what made her fall for him? Wind Serenity fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a softer tone. Even though he always looked cheerful and unserious, he was actually very gentle. "I still remember the day of the sacrificial ritual. When I was about to offer the bridal sacrifice to the river god, Night Whisper suddenly appeared." "Stop. Brat, are you trying to ruin our ritual?" "Of course not. But you've sacrificed so many brides to the river god, and it never worked. Have you ever considered, maybe the river god prefers men instead?" The crowd instantly broke into hushed discussions, clearly shaken by the suggestion. Night Whisper went on, how about this, just tie me up and throw me in. If it still doesn't rain, you can always try again with someone else. I was utterly horrified. What? But then, the skies opened up, and the rain poured down in torrents. Rain! It's finally raining. The villagers rejoiced. At that moment, I thought Night Whisper had sacrificed himself for me. That I was the reason he had to die. But then, from behind me, a familiar voice called out. Wind Serenity, I'm starving. Got any roasted chicken? Celeste blinked. So, the river god really did prefer men. Wind Serenity's eye twitched. That's the takeaway you got from this story. The point is that Night Whisper willingly sacrificed himself to save me, understand? Also, that river never had any god to begin with, it was all just superstition. Oh, I see. So what happened after that? Wind Serenity sighed. After that, I always wanted to confess my feelings to him, but every time, he would change the subject. Until one day, he said. You keep saying you're scrawny and ugly. One look, and I can tell you're not my type. Why do you keep clinging to me? In that moment, I thought to myself, scrawny and ugly. So that's how he saw me. No wonder he always kept his distance. Her hands clenched into fists as she gritted her teeth. Night Whisper, you bastard. That day, after I ran away, I accidentally stumbled into the demon clan's territory. I made a deal with them. If I infiltrated the palace and carried out their plans, they promised me eternal beauty, never aging a single day. Celeste let out a deep sigh. So that's why you pushed all the blame onto Night Whisper. He really got wronged in all this. Hearing this, Celeste tugged at Wind Serenity's sleeve. Think about it carefully. If Night Whisper were really the kind of person who judged people by their looks, why would he have saved you in the first place? And another thing, are you absolutely certain that the words you heard that day were meant for you? Was there truly no third person present? I don't know. Wind Serenity's voice wavered. Celeste smirked inwardly. Perfect. I just tore down her mental defenses. Now's the perfect chance to escape. Moments later, a subordinate rushed in and reported, Your Highness, the Crown Princess has escaped. Please give the order to pursue her. Wind Serenity waved a hand dismissively. Forget it. Let her go. You can't do that. A sudden voice rang out, and a woman with flowing crimson hair stepped into the room. Her presence was chilling, unmistakably demonic. If you don't retrieve the sacred artifact, you'll soon wither into an old, hideous hag. Are you willing to let your precious Night Whisper see you like that? Wind Serenity's expression twisted with hesitation. Perhaps. I was wrong about him before. But now, I don't want to go against him anymore. The red-haired demon let out a cold laugh. Don't be foolish. Do you really think you met the real Night Whisper? Apart from their faces, those two have nothing in common. Wind Serenity's eyes widened. If he's not Night Whisper, then who is he? The woman's smirk deepened. The one you met is actually the Crown Prince, Bei Ming Yuan. The real Night Whisper was killed a long time ago. Wind Serenity staggered back, her breath catching in her throat. What did you just say? Don't be afraid, the demoness cooed, stepping closer. As long as you obey me, I have a way to bring him back to life. Right now, there's a task I need you to complete. As for the Crown Princess, leave her to me. Tears streamed down Wind Serenity's face. If you can truly bring Night Whisper back, then I will do whatever you ask. Meanwhile, Celeste was running for her life when she suddenly fell into a demon clan's trap. Let me go, she shouted, struggling against the restraints. A voice, laced with mockery, rang out. Ah, Crown Princess, we meet again. This time, you're not accompanied by His Majesty the Demon King. Don't tell me, you've been abandoned. The red-haired demoness lifted Celeste's chin, clicking her tongue. How pitiful. Before Celeste could retort, a frost-coated arrow whistled through the air. Let her go. The arrow struck the demoness' arm, embedding itself deep into her flesh. A young man with striking features emerged from the trees, his presence as sharp as the cold wind. "Do I need to repeat myself?" he asked, his voice calm yet commanding. The red-haired demoness clenched her jaw but ultimately released Celeste. "She's yours. Let's go." As the demons retreated, the young man swiftly caught Celeste, steadying her in his arms. "I am Jun Tianjin. May I ask for the young lady's name?" Celeste hesitated for a moment before replying, I'm Shui Ling. "Thank you for saving me, but..." Jun Tianjin interrupted with a teasing smile. "Shui Ling, huh? Since I've saved you, how about repaying me, with your hand in marriage?" Celeste's face darkened. "Not this again. Why is it that the only form of repayment men ever think of is marriage?" Jun Tianjin chuckled. "Oh. You sound quite experienced with this sort of thing. Well then, let's skip the talking and get straight to it." Celeste huffed. "Sorry, but I'm not that kind of woman. Still, I am grateful for your help. If fate allows, I will repay this debt another way." Jun Tianjin's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Follow her closely," he ordered. "Yes, sir," his subordinates responded. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, Celeste was captured once again. "What right do you have to detain me? Let me go," she demanded. Jun Tianjin smirked. "Oh. We haven't seen each other for just one night, and my noble lady has suddenly turned into an innocent little girl." Celeste blinked innocently. "Big brother, what are you saying? I don't understand a word." "Is that so?" Jun Tianjin leaned closer, his gaze piercing. "It seems Lady Shui Ling has a habit of lying." Celeste gasped in mock offense. "Nonsense. You've got the wrong person. Shui Ling is my mother, not me." Jun Tianjin's smirk deepened. "Oh. Then tell me, why is it that my men couldn't find your so-called mother, but instead found you? First, your mother vanishes into thin air, and then you suddenly appear in her place. Now, be honest, aren't you two actually the same person?" Celeste stiffened. You're just making baseless accusations." "True, I don't have solid proof," Jun Tianjin admitted. "But it's simple. You'll stay here for 3 days and 3 nights. If your mother doesn't come to rescue you, well, then I suppose that will prove whether or not you were lying." Celeste internally screamed. What the hell? That's downright evil. The next moment, Celeste found herself tied up and hanging from a tree. But then, her eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure. Bei Ming Yuan. "I'm here." To her surprise, it was none other than the Crown Prince of Azure Orchid Kingdom. Jun Tianjin rose to his feet with a smirk. "Ah, so we finally meet, my dear brother-in-law." "What? Brother-in-law?" Celeste was utterly baffled. "When I transmigrated into this world, no one ever mentioned that my original body had any living relatives. What is going on here?" Bei Ming Yuan, however, remained indifferent. "I don't know you." "Step aside." Jun Tianjin chuckled. "No need to be so hasty. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jun Tianjin, elder brother of Princess Enchantress. Once you and my dear sister are wed, that naturally makes you my brother-in-law, doesn't it?" Bei Ming Yuan's voice was cold. "I have no intention of marrying Princess Enchantress. Now, release my wife." Jun Tianjin raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So she is your wife?" Celeste, still struggling against the restraints, scowled. "Hey. If you two want to chat, could you at least untie me first?" Without hesitation, Bei Ming Yuan cut the ropes and caught her in his arms. "You're safe now." Jun Tianjin watched the scene unfold, feeling inexplicably irritated. How unsightly. At that moment, Bei Mingyuan turned to him and asked, "May I ask why the ruler of Snow Abyss Kingdom has personally come to Azure Orchid Kingdom?" Jun Tianjin leaned back casually. "My sister wrote to me, saying that you agreed to the marriage alliance and even planned to send troops to aid in purging the demons. Yet, I waited and waited in Snow Abyss, but your army never arrived. Tell me, does everyone in Azure Orchid Kingdom have a habit of lying?" Celeste stiffened. "He's definitely talking about me." Bei Mingyuan gave a faint smile. "Some unexpected matters caused a delay. However, I will still make my way to Snow Abyss to exterminate the demons. You needn't worry." Jun Tianjin waved dismissively. "No need for that. I heard the demon clan has already marched their forces toward your kingdom, so I figured I'd drop by to see for myself. In fact, just last night, your wife and I even fought them together. Isn't that right, princess?" Celeste hesitated. Why yes." Bei Mingyuan's eyes darkened slightly before he ordered Han Di to escort Jun Tianjin's forces back to Snow Abyss Kingdom. "Are you dismissing me, your highness?" Jun Tianjin scoffed. "But I'm not quite ready to leave yet. Oh, and if you happen to meet your mother, be sure to tell her that I wouldn't mind becoming your stepfather." Celeste nearly choked. What is with these men and their obsession with becoming someone's father? Realizing that Bei Mingyuan's aura was growing increasingly tainted with demonic energy, she quickly acted. Without warning, she cupped Bei Mingyuan's face and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Ignore him. Let's just go home. Sorry, but my mother and father are deeply in love. You don't stand a chance." Jun Tianjin froze for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. "Ha. As expected, the things one cannot easily have are always the most desirable. Underscore 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 underscore. Back at the residence, Celeste paced anxiously. Something feels off. Why has Bei Mingyuan been so quiet today? Don't tell me, he's so shocked he can't even speak. She turned to him and called out sweetly, "My beautiful husband." Bei Mingyuan let out a long sigh. "Stop calling me that." "Then how should I call you?" "Bei Mingyuan. Or maybe Little Yuan Yuan." She grinned mischievously. "Come on, don't be mad, okay? Call me whatever you like." His gaze sharpened. "Now, tell me the truth. What exactly happened between you and Jun Tianjin?" "Well, it's like this." Celeste quickly recounted the events. After hearing the full story, Bei Mingyuan clenched his jaw, his grip tightening on the fabric of his sleeve. "He dared to ask you to repay him with your body." Celeste blinked. "You're saying that like you've never done that before." Bei Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. "What did you just say?" I mean, there's no need to worry about me. I can handle myself. Repaying with a ginseng root would be enough, right? I'll just give him 1,000-year-old ginseng instead." Bei Mingyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh. A ginseng root. Tell me, did you plan to use that same trick on me as well?" "Of course not." Celeste quickly denied. "Obviously, you're different from him." Bei Mingyuan's gaze softened ever so slightly. "And how exactly am I different?" "Well, you see." Celeste faltered. Suddenly, Bei Mingyuan pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "If you ever find him to be better than me, will you leave me?" "You fool, have a little confidence in yourself." Celeste flicked his forehead lightly. "Sure, at first, you always wore that cold and distant expression, making you seem impossible to approach. But whenever danger arises, you're always the first to stand in front of me, always the one to shield me. And when I'm upset, you do everything in your power to make me smile. I've noticed every little thing, you know. Besides..." She leaned in with a sly grin. Your body is way better than his. Bei Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. Wait a moment, how do you even know his body isn't as good as mine? Obviously, because I've touched him before, she said matter-of-factly. When he carried me. Bei Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. He tightened his hold around her and gritted out, you slipped up, you little fool. Then, his eyes glinted with something unreadable. Why did you touch him? Am I not enough for you? Celeste turned crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? I wasn't touching him like that. I was just checking if he had any items on him that could prove his identity. If you don't believe me, look, I managed to swipe this off him in the chaos. She held out a jade token. Bei Mingyuan examined it carefully, his gaze deepening. Seeing his serious expression, Celeste tilted her head. What is it? Is there something strange about this token? Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. There's demonic energy on that jade token. At that very moment, the token crumbled into dust in Bei Mingyuan's hand. Both of them turned sharply toward the door. When did you get here, Grand Priest? Celeste demanded. The Grand Priest averted his gaze slightly, looking somewhat guilty. Forgive me. I arrived a while ago but didn't want to disturb the two of you. Celeste's cheeks burned. Oh no, that means he heard everything we just said. She stammered, so, you heard it all, didn't you? The Grand Priest gave a small nod. Crown Princess, if you have time, could you teach me some of those techniques for coaxing someone? Bei Mingyuan's eye twitched. Enough. Stop fooling around and get to the point. The Grand Priest's playful demeanor faded as he turned to Bei Mingyuan. Your Highness, do you still have the sacred artifact in your possession? If the demons couldn't retrieve the sacred artifact, they'll definitely make another move. We can't afford to lower our guard. Celeste suggested, why don't we just destroy it? That way, even if the demons want it, they won't be able to get it. Bei Mingyuan held out the artifact in front of her. Go ahead. Try it. Without hesitation, Celeste bit down on it, then hurled it to the ground with all her might. When that didn't work, she even took a massive sledgehammer and slammed it down. Yet, the artifact remained completely intact. She picked it up, brows furrowed in frustration. What the? Why isn't it even scratched? Bei Mingyuan sighed. You can stop now. If it were that easy to destroy, I wouldn't still be carrying it around. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. Indeed. I've already tried casting spells on it before, but nothing worked. Celeste thought to herself, so this cursed thing has both physical and magical resistance? No wonder the demons felt confident enough to entrust it to Wind Serenity. Just then, a voice called out, Your Honor. The Emperor strode in, his gaze sharp as he demanded, why do you have the demon's sacred artifact? Following closely behind him was none other than Wind Serenity. With an air of grievance, she immediately seized the moment. Your Majesty, see. I wasn't lying. They secretly hid the demon's sacred artifact, plotting treason. Not only that, but they even murdered a palace maid and tried to frame me. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for me. Celeste's eyes flashed with fury. Lies. It was you who killed the palace maid and hid the sacred artifact. Myra Bloom can testify to it. Not to mention, the guards have already uncovered her body buried within your estate. What else do you have to say for yourself now? Myra Bloom is dead. The Emperor's face darkened. He immediately gave the order, guards, arrest them at once. Bei Mingyuan quickly stepped forward. Royal Father, please grant me the chance to prove my innocence. I swear I will completely eradicate the demon clan. Wind Serenity suddenly pulled out a small bell and shook it lightly. A strange, eerie chime echoed through the air as she spoke in a soft, persuasive tone. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is still your son, after all. Why not have him hand over the sacred artifact first? Then, give him an opportunity, let him wipe out the demon clan within 3 days. If he fails, then strip him of his title as Crown Prince. The emperor, his expression vacant under the influence of the bell's sound, nodded. Very well. Let it be as the Empress Dowager says. Eradicate the entire demon clan in 3 days. Isn't that a bit too much? Celeste blurted out. Bei Ming Yuan reached out, stopping her. Celeste, don't act recklessly. Then, turning back to the emperor, he bowed his head. This son obeys the decree. Having achieved her goal, Wind Serenity left alongside the emperor. As she reached the doorway, she hesitated, glancing back with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Celeste, seeing this, puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, her brows knitting together in frustration. Bei Ming Yuan, amused by her reaction, chuckled and called out, Celeste, before stepping forward to ruffle her hair. Be good, don't be mad anymore. Celeste, however, wasn't about to let it slide so easily. She reached up and pinched his cheek. How are we supposed to wipe out the entire demon clan in just 3 days? That's obviously suspicious. Why did you agree to it? The Grand Priest, standing behind them, interjected, the Emperor is already under Wind Serenity's control. No matter what we say, he won't listen to reason. If we had resisted just now, do you think the outcome would have been any better? Or are you suggesting we simply let him dictate everything? Bei Ming Yuan picked up a mask and said, have you forgotten? I am still the master of the Abyssal Palace. 3 days is more than enough. Celeste crossed her arms. So what now? Are we preparing to raise an army and overthrow the throne? You're still the crown prince. Do we really need to bring down your own position? She shot him a glare. You didn't say that back when you lost your memory and turned into a little brat. Just then, a suppressed chuckle came from outside the door. Bei Ming Yuan's eyes sharpened. Stop hiding. Come out. A man stepped into view, a smirk playing on his lips. We meet again. Hello there, dear brother-in-law. Interested in knowing the demon clan's plans? Celeste frowned. Hey, can you not randomly claim family ties with us? We don't even know you. And besides, I highly doubt you'd be so generous with information. Believe it or not, I'm here to help, Jun Tianjin said, shrugging. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The demon clan has been stirring trouble in the Snow Abyss Kingdom for years. I've wanted to wipe them out for a long time. Celeste narrowed her eyes. Oh. Then how do you explain the demonic aura on this jade token? He let out a chuckle. Not long ago, a demon envoy approached me, promising that if I led you into a prearranged formation, the demon clan would forever leave Snow Abyss Kingdom in peace. They even placed a spell on my jade token to track my movements. Frankly, I should be thanking the crown princess for taking it. If not, I wouldn't have dared to waltz in here so freely today. Celeste blinked, taken aback. She clicked her tongue, then turned back to him suspiciously. So, saving me, was that part of your act too? No wonder the demon clan retreated so easily. Jun Tianjin raised an eyebrow. You can think whatever you like. Regardless, whether or not we work together depends on the crown prince's sincerity. Bei Ming Yuan clenched his fists. What do you want? Jun Tianjin's gaze flickered towards Celeste before he smirked. I want. Before he could finish, Bei Ming Yuan swiftly pulled Celeste behind him, his voice sharp. Anyone but her. Jun Tianjin held up his hands in mock surrender. Relax, I just wanted to invite her to a meal. That's not too much to ask, is it? No, Bei Ming Yuan flatly rejected. Celeste peeked out from behind him and said, why not? But, I have conditions too. Let's see how sincere you really are. If your answer satisfies me, I'll agree. Jun Tianjin shot Bei Ming Yuan a smug glance. Now that's more like it. Not like someone here, who's being a little too possessive. Celeste, eyes gleaming dangerously, smiled. You said it yourself. No take-backs now. Immediately, Jun Tianjin was transformed into a child. His face turned pale as he asked, is this the condition you mentioned? That's right. I had the Grand Priest seal your martial arts and magic. If you dare to mess with me, I'll make sure you remain a helpless child for life. Jun Tianjin frowned. And what exactly is a helpless child? Later, the two sat down for a private meal. Jun Tianjin glanced at Celeste and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" She crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't it obvious? I'm afraid you'll poison me. You picked the restaurant, and there are assassins lurking outside. Even if I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have the chance. Then what's your real reason for inviting me to this meal?" Jun Tianjin smirked, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Obviously, to steal His Highness's beloved. Before his words could fully settle, something flew in from outside and smacked him right on the head. He let out a yelp, rubbing the sore spot as he turned around, his expression dark. "I never expected His Highness to have a hobby of eavesdropping." Bei Mingyuan stormed in, his face thunderous with rage, his aura filled with murderous intent. "That's still better than your hobby of stealing. If you think I'm intimidated, you're no threat to me." "Oh. I wouldn't be so sure about that," Jun Tianjin chuckled, narrowing his eyes. "What do you think, Shui Ling?" Before he could finish, he turned to see Celeste with tears welling up in her eyes. Both men instantly panicked. "Celeste, what's wrong?" "Miss Shui Ling, please don't cry." Celeste blinked, then sighed dramatically. "At last, I get to witness the legendary scene of two men turning against each other over love. This is exactly what I imagined in a romance manhwa." And so, the two continued their passionate, spelling lesson, on that very bed. No one knew how many rounds they had gone through, but by the time the golden hues of dusk painted the sky, they finally emerged from the chamber. Celeste, utterly drained, lacked the strength to walk on her own, so Bei Mingyuan carried her on his back. "Still sore?" he asked teasingly. "Of course. And whose fault do you think that is?" "Mine, all mine," he admitted with a smirk. As they passed through the palace corridors, whispers arose among the servants. "Who is that woman? How dare she make the crown prince carry her like that? Where is the decorum?" Celeste's face darkened upon hearing them. Pouting, she wriggled in his grasp. "Did you hear them? Put me down." Bei Mingyuan arched a brow. "Since when do you care about such things?" "Back then, I only wanted to take the celestial marrow lotus and escape, so of course, I didn't care. But now, do you still want to run?" "I don't know," she muttered. "The palace is so full of rules and restrictions. It doesn't feel free at all." Bei Mingyuan's step slowed. Then, with a voice as steady as his resolve, he said, "Celeste, if you truly don't wish to stay in the palace, then leave." She stiffened. "You want me to leave?" He chuckled. "How could I ever bear to send you away? What I mean is, wherever you go, I will follow. If you choose to stay, then when I become emperor, you will be my one and only empress, basking in endless glory. But if you detest palace life, we can find a secluded paradise, living as carefree as celestial lovers. And if you wish to return to your own world, I will follow you there too. Though you'll have to teach me your world's customs first." Celeste's breath hitched. You know I'm not from this era." He smirked. "Did you forget your conversation with the Grand Priest in the Demon Lair? You heard all that. Every word." She huffed, glaring at him. "Ha! As expected, eavesdropping and lurking in shadows really are your specialties." He let out a soft laugh. "I've made up my mind. We have all the time in the world to figure things out." "Wait. Don't just decide that so easily." Not long after, with Bei Mingyuan's persuasion, the emperor formally acknowledged Celeste as the crown princess. As for Wind Serenity, despite the grave sin she had committed, the emperor, seeing her genuine remorse, decreed that she spend her remaining days in seclusion alongside the monk Qing Deng, dedicating herself to the path of enlightenment. The betrothal between Enchantress and Bei Mingyuan was officially annulled, as per her wish. However, it seemed that Jun Tianjin wasn't too pleased with Lorien. Meanwhile, Selena Aura had intended to take the Grand Priest back to the southern borders, but she adamantly refused to let him lead the way. As a result, the two of them got lost in the depths of the forest, wandering aimlessly. Finally, the day before the wedding arrived. At that moment, Celeste was pressed against the wall, anxiously thinking, why isn't he here yet? Just then, Bei Ming Feng appeared, grinning mischievously. Greetings, dear royal sister-in-law. Where's the thing I asked for? She shot him a glare. Bei Ming Feng, is this really how you want to play it? I thought you loved stirring up trouble. What's wrong with you today? You're trying to tell me to give up. You're only being this cautious because you're afraid my royal brother will find out, aren't you? Relax. Even if something does happen, my royal brother will only punish you, not me. Oh, so I'm just here to take the fall for you. She tossed the small pouch at him. Here. Take it. Who told me to be such a good person anyway? Much appreciated. Celeste hummed a little tune as she walked away, clutching her own bag. From a distance, Bei Ming Feng turned to his brother. Royal brother, are you really going to just let royal sister-in-law do whatever she wants? Bei Ming Yuan simply said, as long as she doesn't go overboard, it's fine. That night, Helen's sudden shriek rang through the chamber. Oh heavens! Crown Princess, how could you? Celeste shot her a pleading look. Helen, please. Just help me out this one last time. I promise, this is the last time. Helen hesitated before sighing. Fine. Before she could carry out her plan, Bei Ming Yuan entered the room. The last time for what? Celeste jolted. Why are you here? We're not supposed to see each other before the wedding. Leave, now. I just want to say a few things. If I let you talk, will you leave right after? Yes. She crossed her arms. Then say it quickly. Do you remember the promise you made? That if I obtained the celestial marrow lotus for you, you'd agree to grant me one request. Celeste blinked. But that lotus was something Wind Serenity tricked the demon clan into giving up. How does that count? Bei Ming Yuan sighed. Celeste, enough with the technicalities. I played my part in getting that lotus. Just consider this my reward. Fine. I reluctantly agree. But if your request is unreasonable, I have every right to refuse. His gaze darkened slightly as he uttered. My condition is simple. No matter what trouble you stir up, you are not allowed to secretly run away again. Celeste hesitated before nodding with a sweet smile. Of course. I promise I won't run. Yet, inwardly, she scoffed. Like hell I won't run. On the day of the grand wedding, the palace was filled with esteemed guests. The festive atmosphere was at its peak, and Bei Ming Yuan looked exceptionally dazzling in his crimson ceremonial robe. But just as everything was going smoothly, an alarming report arrived. Helen, cradling a black cat in her arms, held it up and exclaimed, "The crown princess has turned into a cat." She then looked at the feline's big, watery eyes, full of distress. Bei Ming Feng, watching the scene unfold, stifled his laughter before casually remarking, "The auspicious hour has arrived, royal brother. You should proceed with the wedding ceremony with our royal sister-in-law." However, Bei Ming Yuan only gazed at the cat with deep affection and said softly, "Celeste, come here. No matter what form you take, I will always recognize you." Meanwhile, hidden to the side, Celeste gawked in disbelief. What? That idiot actually mistook the cat for me. Just as the officiant declared, first bow to the heavens and earth, second bow to the ancestors. Celeste couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the doors open and stormed in. Enough. Are you stupid? You can't even tell whether I'm a human or a cat. Bei Ming Yuan chuckled, his gaze unwavering. Who said I couldn't tell? He arched a brow. If I hadn't played along, would you have shown yourself? Celeste froze. You knew all along. Of course. She shot a sharp glare at Bei Ming Feng. The latter broke into a cold sweat. I'm sorry, dear royal sister-in-law. I refuse to take the fall for this. Turning back, Bei Mingyuan stepped forward, his voice resolute yet gentle. Celeste, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Will you marry me? Celeste's face turned red in an instant. She hesitated for only a moment before nodding shyly. And so, the ceremony continued. Now, bow to each other as husband and wife. With the rituals completed, the two were officially wed. As they were led toward their wedding chamber, Bei Mingyuan suddenly broke into a grin. Celeste, finally, the wedding night. Our wedding night. This is the happiest moment of my life. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. A beautiful little girl with shimmering sapphire eyes came running, clutching a delicate flower in her tiny hands. For you, mother, she chirped happily. Celeste leaned down and pressed a loving kiss to her daughter's cheek. Such a sweet girl, she praised. From the other side, a little boy with soft platinum hair toddled over, his round cheeks puffed up as he whined, "Mother, mother, I want kisses too." All right. Everyone gets kisses. But just as Celeste showered her children with affection, a deep voice interrupted. And what about me, my empress? Surely you wouldn't favor them over me, would you? Their father stood tall, arms crossed, feigning grievance. Father is mean. He always steals mother away from us. The two little ones pouted, their eyes welling up with tears. Bei Mingyuan, utterly unfazed by their protests, swiftly pulled Celeste into his embrace, holding her close. Celeste chuckled, then placed a quick kiss on his cheek. There, satisfied, she teased. Bei Mingyuan sighed contentedly. Celeste, sometimes I fear this is all just a dream, that you actually chose to stay in the palace with me. Celeste smiled mischievously. Did I ever say I would stay in the palace forever? If I have so many choices, why should I settle for just one? Can't I be empress now, and later go off traveling the world when I grow tired of it? She smirked before adding, and listen, if you ever dare to bully me, I'll have the Grand Oracle send me straight home. You'll never see me again. Bei Mingyuan gazed at her, his eyes filled with unwavering devotion. Celeste, trust me. No matter where we go, no matter what happens, we will always be together.